by our people of Otago, and they are certainly taking notice that we are signalling a real change in direction and a real change of operational pace for the Otago Regional Council. We've signalled that we are going to resource the Otago Regional Council as best we can to ensure we catch up and tackle the environmental challenges that we have, and we're firmly committed to doing that. So without further ado, we'll start on submitter number 213, and if Mr. Paul Pope.
Would you like me to sit?
Up close up front.
You mean this one's got the trap door?
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah. Very good.
And you slip out backwards.
Wouldn't be the first time I've slipped up backwards. Hello.
Morning, Paul.
Morena councillors, how are you today?
So Paul, our program is we give you a wee bell at 7 minutes, and hope you to wrap up within 8 minutes, and we'll have some question time. Cool. So there will be a wee bell that will go for that.
Excellent. Well, thank you very much for your time today, and on a miserable day. I was saying recently the peninsula's been as dry as a chip, so hopefully the rain will help us along. Look, let me get started first of all with Tomahawk Lagoon. I want to thank your staff for re-engaging with this process. This has been in the last 5 years, I've actually cut and pasted the same submission on this particular issue to the Regional Council. This is the first time that I've actually adapted that and not cut and paste the previous submission that I've done from years. Look, we've had a few false starts on this project, but I'm really pleased the way that staff have actually picked this up and not reinvented the wheel on it. And this is actually a really important project, not only for Dunedin, but for the Otago area, and particularly for the Otago Peninsula. It's the largest freshwater body that we have. You may have seen in the paper recently the marsh crake, the very rare and secretive marsh crake actually being found in the lagoon. So this area has quite significant biodiversity values, including the white heron, as you can see from the submission. We just hope that you will continue to allow adequate funding to ensure that council staff can continue the good work that they've actually done with this and the start that they've made, and of course start looking at the appropriate management of weirs and structures that are there and some surety over the management of the waterway, particularly in times of rainfall. We do have some flooding issues with that site as well. So we're moving towards the implementation of a management plan. That's, I believe, the program. But we're also looking at, as I say, the development of the catchment group and the work with the Regional Council from there. So that's all good, positive stuff and good things for the community and for the Regional Council. We just need you to continue on with that positivity from that perspective. On the flip side to the Tomahawk positivity, unfortunately, as I say, this year we've had some issues around sand mining and sea lines, and there was a particularly difficult issue between the community and the contract and your permit holder there over a newborn pup and sea line on that particular site. Look, guys, we need to bring these coastal permits up into the 21st century, and we feel that you've actually got the ability to actually do that. We're not asking you to shut this particular permit down, but we're just asking you to that the conditions of that relationship to biodiversity, where we sit in biodiversity at the moment, are outdated, and it's time to change that. We understand the permit holder's got some time to go. That's fine. We're not asking for you to do that. What we're asking you to do, though, is let's get this working so that, as I say, because biodiversity doesn't work in a bubble, and you're responsible for biodiversity, Doc's responsible for biodiversity, I'm responsible for biodiversity. So let's get this modernised to a point, as I say, where it actually fits with, as I say, Dunedin being the wildlife capital of New Zealand. As far as biodiversity and pest management, of course, we've had the Otago Peninsula Biodiversity Group working incredibly hard on the Otago Peninsula with the possum control, and soon they'll start looking at the mustelid populations as well. For us at the moment, yellow-eyed penguins are in crisis on the Otago Peninsula. We face the possibility that in the next 20 to 30 years, yellow-eyed penguins will disappear from the mainland. That's an absolute shock for only for our landscape, but also for our business as well. And anything that can be done to support groups like the Otago Peninsula Biodiversity Group in terms of the future of safeguarding these species is much welcomed from the Regional Council. We believe, as I say, that we've made significant conservation and biodiversity gains, but always your input from that perspective could be built on and enlarged. The other aspect of that is, of course, landowner advocacy and, of course, supporting landowners and organisations who are working in this particular area. I'm not going to dwell on public transport because obviously the public transport plan is out for submission and I have to go home after this and write my submission. But just a couple of things I would say. Just first of all, like I say, 3 years ago, I used to come in here with a large contingent of angry mothers mainly. So what's actually happened is a great credit to your staff. They've actually done a really good job with the Peninsula Public Transport in the last few years. Julian and the team have done very well. I believe we were the first community outside of Queenstown to get the live solar-powered tracking device in McAndrew Bay. I have to say, I think the $2 fare thing has been fantastic. I would love to see that continue. I think for you, we're at a stage now where actually our buses are actually over full. We need another bus because we're actually getting so many people using the bus, and we've actually asked Julian for that from there. As far as boat sheds and moorings, boat sheds and moorings are a big part of Otago Harbour and a big part of the Otago Peninsula. We've said this before, this is the cut and paste piece, but it would be good to see some standardisation in the fees. Sometimes some of those fees and some of those consenting costs around that are for changes, particularly for changes of ownerships, can be quite expensive. And there's probably no real need for that given the fact that the boat sheds stay in the same place and the activities are exactly the same. So a standardised rate for that would be actually quite useful, especially for renewals and for changes of ownership. As far as the dredging of the Eastern Channel, once again, your Harbour Master has done the right thing by marking that with new marker buoys, and that's most welcome for people like myself who sometimes get a bit confused where it all is. But of course, we always have that the same thing with boaties and with is the bout of silt in those particular areas and addressing the dredging of those. And that's a widespread program for the whole of the harbour, which I'm sure you've heard from boat owners and boaties right across the board. And the final thing, as I say, is at the moment from the Ministry of Environment, we understand that Pilots Beach, for example, has something like 15 items of rubbish per 100 square metres of beach, of which 23% is hard plastics and 23% are food wrappers. Look, we really need the Regional Council to work with the City Council especially over wastewater and particularly also over their rubbish bins, that sort of stuff, to keep the plastic and other rubbish entering the harbour. Our whole business is based around money, around birds. Yellow-eyed penguins, blue penguins, albatross, and then we go down into the marine pinnipeds and things like that. So any opportunity through consenting conditions, through projects to reduce the amount of plastic and other rubbish entering the harbour will be greatly welcomed from our peninsula community. And that's my time. Thank you very much.
Questions? Councillor Scott.
Yeah, two quick ones. Yellow-eyed penguins, this council proposing pulling out of
I think that's a mistake. Look, the Clem Tisdale from the University of Queensland recognised that yellow-eyed penguin tourism, ecotourism, generates around $100 million per annum in Dunedin, and losing that from a business perspective would be really dramatic. It's bad enough at the moment with COVID. We've lost two motels in the Otago Peninsula because of COVID. Yeah. So when you start looking at changing the very core basis of actually what brings people to the peninsula, that's quite a serious thing.
And the DCC won't take over the buses, any comment?
Put me on the spot. Look, to be quite honest, and I said this 3 years ago when we brought the petition to this table, I said this 3 years ago, and City Councillors asked me the same thing. I said, quite frankly, the community doesn't really care who run the buses, as long as the bus service is efficient it's cost effective, and it meets their needs. And that's the reality of it. And I know that there's this tension between the Regional Council and the DCC over that, but the average punter, I think, the kids that are going to school, people going to work, the elderly people are using their bus cards, they don't really, as long as they can get the bus, they stay dry on a day like today, and they get to where they want to go on time, and they can catch it on the way back, and it's reliable, who cares? That's my view.
Councillor Wilson.
I'm just wondering with the yellow-eyed penguins, and I appreciate the trust and everything, who should statutorily be running that project? Is it DOC? I'm not saying we shouldn't be party of it. I just want to understand, are they leading that work as well as, if it is them, are they leading?
I think there's a range of organisations that are leading that, both Yellow-eyed Penguin Trust and DOC, plus there are obviously there are private landowners who are also doing some pretty significant work in that space. I think the issue with biodiversity, I think we've moved or should move away more from this compartmentalising biodiversity based on statutory obligations. The reality is Regional Council, Department of Conservation, Dunedin City Council and individuals are all responsible for biodiversity.
Oh no, and look, so what I think I didn't frame that obviously well. What I'm wondering is if there's just not enough cohesion between all of those groups because it's not getting the effects it should get given the stuff that's going into it, and whether there's actually a role for us to ensure that it's actually working effectively. If they're on decline and there has been a lot of money put in, then either there's something seriously wrong with all those efforts or there's something else happening.
It's really difficult for me to explain that in the time that we've probably got. I think you have to admire the trust. They've been going since 87 in the work that they've done. They've had some setbacks, yeah, sure. And you're dealing with a species that, is in a very difficult environment, marine environment. Yep. Plus, notwithstanding the fact that we've had significant loss of habitat, and of course we're dealing with cats and mustelids. So, look, I think any conversation that the Regional Council can have, both with DOC and the DCC and the Yellow-eyed Penguin Trust in relation to the conservation of Hoiho is a positive. And I think, I know that there have been a variety of strategies, and there's also been work done with the universities and other things as well. So I can't entirely answer your question, but what I would say is that the dialogue between the Regional Council from that perspective and its and these agencies is critical.
Councillor Hobbs.
Thank you. Thanks for a great submission. How urgent is a review of the harbour in terms of moorings, marines, wharves, beaches and ecological health?
I think I know that there was aspirations a few years ago from Runanga and also from recreational users, and I see there was a submission to the DCC recently about a long-term. Look, the harbour, in my view, is actually one of the underrated recreational and spaces and ecological spaces that we have. What it needs is a cohesive management plan across a whole range of different organisations, and I think the critical partner to that is obviously Te Runa Kautako, as the kaitiaki of that area. And I think from that perspective, getting together with Port Otago, the Regional Council, the recreational users and the DCC from the point of view that we need a genuine marine recreational plan, which we don't have. There's no particular plan, and that needs to be something that's worked on between the Regional Council and the DCC from a terrestrial and marine perspective. From a point of view of the health, any continuation of working on the health of the harbour is absolutely critical, especially in the face of what we face relating to climate change, acidification, and that kind of thing as well. And the harbour is our playground. We fish, we swim, we gather whakao in it. We admire it from a distance, and it's a great place to be.
It was a great sunrise this morning.
Yeah.
Thank you, Paul. Thank you very much for your submission, and thank you very much for taking the time to come on board.
Absolutely pleasure. Bye.
Thank you. We are now going back in our timetable just a tad, and we have online Neil Cullen. Have you got us, Neil?
Yes, I do. Thank you.
It's great to hear your voice today. Neil, we'll have a 5-minute section. We'll give you a bell at 4 minutes just to let you know where your timing's going, and then at 5 minutes a final bell, and then time for questions. So thanks, Neil.
Okay, yeah, just a bit of background on myself and my declaration of interest. I'm past president of the New Zealand Farm Forestry Association. Last 3 years I've been on the Forestry Minister's Advisory Committee. I'm an ambassador for Poplar and Willow Trust in Otago, and I'm a board member of the QE2 National Trust. And our family owns a farm in the Catlins. And yeah, the first thing I'd like to bring up is the pest control. During the 90s, of course, we had a bad TB problem in the Catlins, and there was Osprey was formed, or its predecessors, and funded, and we had great success in reducing the possum numbers. And now we're seeing that there's no TB around. There's no program being carried out to maintain that pest control, and so we're heading back in the wrong direction now, with possum numbers increasing and other pests as well, deer and pigs. So nationally, we have a program of an aim of being predator free in 2050. But as I say, we're heading in the wrong direction, and I think we need, because the previous fund was just centred on eliminating TB, but it had a very great side effect in that it had a very good effect on the native forest and bird life as a consequence. But it's in danger of all that work being lost because there's no work being undertaken now, and it needs to be done on a comprehensive district-wide program that was carried out previously. It's not this one landowner here and there can't just they can do their own work, but if their neighbours aren't doing that, it's largely wasted. Our own situation, we have a 500 hectare dock reserve next door to us, so obviously that has to be all part of a comprehensive program. So I'm just wondering what whether the regional council can take some leadership in this, in promoting some sort of fund to undertake a program where the pest control is possums especially are maintained at a low level, which they were at for quite some time, but now we're, as I say, we're heading in the wrong direction. The other things I'd like to bring up is Otago Regional Council used to have a poplar and willow nursery at Barnago near Vauclutha. They sold that a few years ago, and the new owner, he has now removed all that rootstock. So there's no source of poplar poles or willow poles and wands anywhere in Otago and Southland, as far as I'm aware. And so the nearest one is Environment Canterbury's, and they don't have the capacity to supply this area. So I realise that we don't have the erodible land, but there's a problem in northern areas, but there is still a big demand for poplars and willows for riparian planting, and also we're in slip controls. So I think it's something that the regional council needs to look at. Also, Otago and Southland is, I think, the third largest area for forestry in New Zealand, and just been concerned that the regional council hasn't had the staff that have the knowledge of forestry that is appropriate for that. For that region.
Questions coming, Councillor Wilson.
Thanks, Neil. I'm just wondering two things. Both the issues you've talked about have, I think, been the reason the ORC aren't doing them is they expect the community groups to, from grassroots up, to develop those predator-free projects and the nurseries. There are some nurseries doing it as community projects. Do you think there's a capacity down there with the right sort of seeding and advice to do that and to potentially put a predator-free project up for nation to compete for the funding? The originally there were only 5 projects throughout New Zealand. There are now 20, and it would be certainly great to see one down your way. There's one on Stewart Island now as well.
Yeah, I think it would be supportive, but it has to involve all landowners, and
Yep.
which would include DOC. So I think that the great thing about the Osprey was, or the TB Free people was doing, is that it was compulsory and everybody got covered. With the voluntary program, it's going to be more patchwork, I think.
Well, it depends on the quality, if you can get the right people driving it. I'm really interested to have that conversation probably in another space. But again, with the community nursery, I mean, can you see that having capacity down there?
Are we talking about poplars and willows, or?
Well, not just poplars and willows. I think there's a wide range you can do.
Yeah, well, I guess there is commercial opportunity there for someone, but yeah, I think there's going to be increased demand for native plants too that can't be met by existing nurseries. So yeah, I think it probably needs encouragement from others for such an operation to spring up. Or
well, I think it's a really good one to take to your Clutha Council as an economic development driver, but I'm really happy to have that discussion again offline.
Okay.
Thank you, Neil. Thank you for taking the time, and it's good to see technology working for us. So thanks very much indeed.
Okay,
thank you. We move on to submitter 195, Colin Skur, Alan Kirkland, Simon Parks.
H282 as well. We've only been given one number, but there's Colin and Alan who both put in submissions.
Yes. Sneaking back to your
Good morning, councillors.
Good morning. So we'll treat this as a group, 7 minutes. We buzzer at 7 minutes, and another one at 8 to wrap up, and then some question time if you need that amount of time. So
we're separate.
Two separate.
Simon could leave us if you like, and
no, I'm happy if you're going to do it separate, but stay there. That'll be right. We'll go 5 minutes. 5 minutes. Yeah. No trouble.
Alan won't speak, but
good as gold. No problem. We'll give you plenty.
Yeah, I'll just.
Well, perhaps just introduce myself, Colin Skur. I've been farming on the Torrey from before there was any flood schemes on the East Torrey. So and we've got Alan Kirkland and Simon Parks, both third generation farmers in the East Torrey. So we've seen the changes. We've got a bit of knowledge there. My concerns, we have separate submissions in, so you'll have a chance to read them, but concerns today, and I'd also like to acknowledge the support of the other four ratepayers from the East Torrey area there that haven't put in submissions but have felt strong enough to come along and support us. The concerns are the extremely high rate rises that are proposed, the lack of consultation on the works scheme or these targeted rates, the fact there's no liaison committee set up, which for consultation in the past, and also the faulty rate classification of the targeted rates in the Torrey area. As you'll be aware of the plan this year, we have a 16% rise in rates proposed for the East Torrey drainage and 12% on the flood scheme, which that doubles up over the same area, and another 12% on the West Torrey drainage. We're consulting now on a 3-year plan. For this, the long-term plan comes up every 3 years. It gives, you'll see a 33% to a 40% rise in these rates over these times, and following a series of 10% rate rises, or double-digit rate rises over the last 10 years or so. It's Orion's suggested that it costs in the plan that the environmental monitoring. We see everyone else plays environmental monitoring out of the river management rates, but ours seems to be added into ours. I feel it's double dipping. We're already paying for the river management. The environmental monitoring should be covered in a more general rate than this. We have a scheme review, concerned that this is going to result in added costs. The information for a review of the operation of the scheme should be in the regional council now. Surely the cost of putting together a tender document, monitoring and then reviewing it over a period of time is going to cost just as much as if they did the job internally, and it shouldn't be something that makes significant change to a level of rates. Pump technology. We've seen pump technology go in over the years. It hasn't seemed to save any costs, and there hasn't been any real justification. Might be easier to see things from in here, but it doesn't seem to produce any better results out on the plain. Increased services. We just want the present services maintained. We're not looking for increased services. It's just not achieving it. Now, another thing being noted was the storm water impact. So most of that storm water comes from outside the rated areas, and the cost of reviewing the impacts of that is going to be charged to our targeted rated areas, because we've got to pump it out again once they've got it. So there's been no public consultation on the scheme. This was submitted on last year. We sort of got the undertaking that there would be more consultation on the scheme, either public meetings or set up a liaison group, which was the preference. This hasn't occurred, and I'm disappointed at that, and hope something will be corrected in that respect. There's no detail in the planning documents. You've got to go through and you see the big picture, but we want to be able to talk about the detail, and the only way of that is through consultation meetings in the liaison group. Yeah, liaison committees have worked well in the past. We had one for the West Torrey. It's a make use of the long-term knowledge that's in the area. Your council staff seem to turn over on a regular basis. They come in fresh, take ages to learn how things operate. They should make use of the local knowledge, and that's the liaison groups. Well, we can give input on what's needed and what's not needed. Often there's a whole lot of suggestions come up. And we've seen them before. They seem to be great ideas, cost a fair bit of money, but don't really achieve a lot. So they should go past. You know, the people in this room pay probably close to 50% of the rates in these Torrey targeted rates. We're getting well, plus another 3 or 4 added to it. Yeah, we're quite significant ratepayers, and the other submissions will have comment on that. The faulty rates classification, a lot of my submission was based on giving examples of what's occurring at the moment. Yeah, when Mosgiel has a higher rate than the other side of the Silver Stream, but pay less rates for the protection, and the air water in a high flood gets spilt over the other side, there's restrictions on what can be done. Get extra houses in Mosgiel, they spread their portion of the rates over more capital value, so they end up with a lesser rate, whereas the others get the full force, and we're in the same, so get the full force of the rise. Yeah, the highest area rated for flood protection didn't flood in the 1870s. So yeah, the house was built straight after that on that property, and now it's not appropriate for you to make decisions on these details, but we're just pointing out that we really need a review. We need an independent review. Last time we were asked for a review, it went back to the staff that created it, and all they did is try and justify their reasonings. and it rather than addressing the issues that were there. Costello did a review of the balance between targeted rates and general rates for the area to cater for such things as the airport. There was about a 200% change in the balance there, and we say that there's areas similar to that are in the existing classification. So we need an independent review, not someone go back that's did the classification to start with, and all they do is defend what's there. I thank you for my opportunity, and
Just before we do go to questions, I just wonder if, Simon, you'd like to do yours now, and just so we're, and then perhaps both just can bounce, or the three can bounce off each other answering the questions. It might support through that process if that's okay.
That's fine.
Thank you.
Yeah, so I'm Simon Parks. I farm in the Lower Pond, just immediately north of River, of Ellington, when I have the Taieri as one of my flood banks. So I've got flooding from the Taieri, but I also get flooding from the Iwara. But I'm also here with these guys. They're both are all 7 of us are all farmers in the Lower and Upper Pond. So here's your document that came in the mail. I found it in with the rubbish, in with the supermarket stuff, and building a better future for you and our environment. It's great we're doing stuff for the environment, that's going, but building a better future, this document feels like it's ruining my future, my family's future, and my kids' families, their generation as well. So that's probably how we see it. So building a better future for me, I'm not convinced. And if you think, it is having a big impact, your rating system, and I'm talking about the Lower Taieri flood and drainage scheme, it's having a big impact on our values on our farms. And if you think about dramatic, talk to the people that have just sold their farm on School Road and see what they have to say about rates and what it did. Anyway, the current rating classification system is broken and it's got to change. It's just not sustainable. It's not fair. And like Colin's pointed out, it's wrong. 18% for me personally this year, it's $5,000. It's another 16% coming next year and 12% the year after that. It's 44% in the last 4 years. And if you go back to prior to the rating review in 2011, it's 305%. Alan here, it's 400% if you go back even further. Now you'll think, we've probably got a whole lot of extra service and protection. We've got nothing. It's exactly the same system when the scheme was established in the 80s. So where's all the money going? Yes, there's environmental stuff, water protection stuff added on, but that's the rate. The drainage and floods make up about 95% of our rates, so the other stuff is reasonably insignificant. Okay. About us, you probably think it's a great big farming group, but there's 7 of us here today. There's 11 farming operations in the Upper and Lower Pond, and we're paying about 50%, if not more, of the 500,000 that was. It's going to 580,000. What's proposed now? Yeah, there are a handful of lifestyle blocks, but they are reasonably significant. There might be half a dozen of them. That's 11 people paying half the rating system, and you look at the rest of the people in that classification, the East Taieri drainage system. There's all of Mosgiel. There's 15,000 people there, or 14,980 rest, and they're paying the other balance. Now, it's $30,000 for us. It's about 15 for them. But to tell you the truth, Mosgiel was actually excluded in the 2011 rating review. So, how is that fair? It's just it doesn't stack up. In the 2018 flood, the Iwara overtopped for 6 days into my farm and Alan's farm over here. All that water comes from outside our area. It comes from north of us, Mosgiel, Wangatu and all that. They pay for very little of that pumping, but there's essentially 5 farmers in our Lower Pond and we pay for the majority of that pumping. That's just not fair. 2015, after the 2011 review, we asked for the economic assessment to be completed, and you actually agreed to that. Thank you. And I have a letter here saying that you would do it. And I think I talked about that Costello report that Colin's just mentioned. But has that actually been done? I don't think it has. It said, you know, a full economic assessment of the scheme was going to be, and an independent one, that's the key, was going to be done. I don't think that's been done. But you know, we feel that that is what has got to be done to show the true benefit of the scheme and actually who is benefiting from it and who should be paying for it. Consistency, we talked about Lake Hayes. Yeah, that's just not right. Communication, yeah, have your say. We've got 4 Tory submitters this time. I think that's a record low. We keep being told we're resilient, but I think you're breaking us. You know, people I've talked to have just given up. Some of these guys here, they, you know, normally submits the submission, but it's waste of time. But yeah, my 2015 and 18 submissions, you know, brought up the same stuff and nothing has changed. It's got worse. You know, there is no communication. There's no consultation meeting about this review. How can you do a long-term plan and think based on the future and when you haven't consulted us and you don't know what we want? You know, there's a proposal to build a pump station and you don't even know where it is and you haven't even asked us about it. Why is it in the plan? It's just crazy. So, yeah, communicate, you know, 60% increase for us on the East Tory side, 12 on the West Tory side. Is that fair? I don't know. $2 million you spent from the shovel-ready projects all got spent on the west side. Is that fair? It doesn't seem like fair to me, but you won't talk. So I'm going faster, I'm running out of time. Wastage, hey, look, that just drives us nuts. It's crazy. Yeah, the Mill Creek pump refurbishment, 8-week project, 2 weeks of work and 6 weeks of standing around waiting for council to make a decision. Engineers and what like. It just drove the poor Hogan guys nuts. So, yeah, where does our money go? You know, 305% in 14 years, there's just nothing to show for it. So, hey, look, our rating system is broken and it needs to be fixed. As Colin says, we need you. Please don't go to your existing staffing team that created the existing mechanism because they are biased. Well, it's a bias. They will naturally be biased because they're defending the work they created. So, it's got to be independent. So, hey, lastly, today is Pink Shirt Day. I'm here in a pink shirt. Pink shirt's all about standing up for, you know, people being bullied. You know, I'm one person here representing a small group of people in front of a group of councillors who have, you know, a lot of weight. You know, you guys have got the decision, the power to, you've got to make a change. It can't stay the same.
Questions, please. Councillor Calvert, then Councillor Wilson.
Could we have those, and I'm not sure whether we can read your notes, but your notes might be readable by...
You're a lawyer.
No, I'm close enough to be able to see that. Could we have copies of those because you've added to your submissions?
Yeah, well, yeah.
Some things, and they've got some themes about them.
We met with through the councils on Monday, but that was obviously after the submissions closed. So our submissions, well, mine was very brief, but yeah.
So that's thing number one. Could we have those so we can circulate them before next week? The second thing is, I take it you're not saying necessarily that what could be done or should be being done in this scheme is appropriate. Really, you don't.
Well, some things are inappropriate, like, you know, mowing flood banks that we pay for with a ride-on lawnmower, hiring diggers to fill in rabbit holes. That stuff's inappropriate. But, you know, a lot of that's the wastage we talk about. Yeah.
I mean, if they were going up by, you know, a total of $500,000 and they were giving you a total of $500,000 benefit, I take it you'd be happy about that. I mean, it's that you're not sure that that's the case.
We're just getting the same service. That's all they're promising us, and that's all we're.
But you won't communicate.
So it's not that your rates are going up, it's that you're not getting anything for your rates going up.
Yeah. And we don't know. We're not told what that's for either. You know, like I say,
Councillor Wilson, then Councillor Scott.
In ECAN, and we don't want to reinvent the models, but ECAN has district liaison committees that they talk to. In fact, I've sent the councillors it round. The committees are the voluntary eyes and ears on the ground for the local river flood and erosion protection and drainage works, and influence the overall direction of flood and erosion protection and drainage works. If we had that, would you feel comfortable that you would at least have the eyes and ears out there in communication with the staff at one level, and the other one is just having the work program and understanding what that work program, I gather, is what you want, and that it's justifiable?
Yeah, well, we could save you thousands. I'm sure we could. Just by telling you stuff we don't want and stuff we do want. But we've got so much knowledge of the system, but we just don't get asked for it, or our thoughts. It's just all made up, remotely by yourselves, also by the staff.
Yeah.
So.
Just for clarity, the three of us did meet with them, but with staff on last week. They didn't have it. I've also sent the councillors.
Didn't have what? Sorry.
They didn't have the knowledge.
Question. The
question is, and just reiterating, the knowledge you have of what is planned wasn't explained to you until you had meeting on. Yeah. Okay.
Councillor Scott.
Yeah, just quickly, communication. You're wanting more communication. The feedback we get from staff is that the door is open, but maybe it's not the formal process. I think what you're asking for. But for example, Colin, you recently met with a director. There was a presentation in Moscow, which unfortunately I was unable to attend. I think it was the last week or the week before, and you met with the councillors. Like, there's something going on, but you're saying it's not enough, or it should have happened earlier, or.
You used to have meetings where you got the flood people in, the drainage schemes in, but you just don't do it anymore. And that's where you're not talking to us. You used to give us all the information, and when we used to debate it was good. We didn't necessarily always agree, but we knew what was happening.
The reality is, years ago, we had a smaller scope of work, and we spent a lot of time at Tyree, and now we're trying to broaden it, and we're trying to treat all groups and individuals equally, and there's been a consequence.
Debate.
But you're not charging them $500,000 rates.
Yeah. Correct. I was invited in and got a presentation on a high level on the infrastructure system here, and given the opportunity. But I don't know what was one other ratepayer. He was invited into a separate presentation. But when it's one-on-one, I'm not sure what feedback goes back from the staff. I don't know what concerns have been brought up by other ratepayers. That gives them the opportunity to play off one ratepayer against the next. This consultation should be open, not that sort of format. And if we had a liaison group, the consultation on the shovel-ready projects would have been held in Outram, because Outram West Tyree is where they were undertaking, but it ended up in Mosgiel, on the other end of the area. So.
One quick one, Councillor Hope. I
just want to say the question is, there's been a disconnect, isn't there? It's a major disconnect between us and you, and I'm sorry for that. So what we've got to do is do better.
The issues we're bringing up are staff, and the governance level is to make sure things go right. But we're not asking you to correct these things, because it's the staff that it's the management things that we're concerned about. But we need to have some input into it, and you need to give some direction of how that happens.
Gentlemen, thanks very much for your time. It is very much appreciated and very much listened to. So, again, thank you for submitting, and it will be considered. Thank you very much. Thank you. Could we just add the names of the rest of the group, just for
Alan Skur,
Alan
Ardbeggar,
yep.
Jeff Edgar, Dan Nicol, and apologies from Cody Cowley, with Alan, Stephen Mitchell, and Paul Rogers.
Thank you very much.
And you agree with what they've said?
Thank you very much.
Thanks for coming. Much appreciated.
Thank you. Thank you. That's really good.
We go now, we're moving on to page 441 on booklet 1.
Andrew Innes.
Thank you, Colin.
Andrew Innes.
We were told last year that liaison groups would be instigated.
Next submitter, please.
We will be motioning.
Change focus.
Morning, Brian. Good morning, councillors. Thank you very much for giving me a space, and obviously a very, very busy day and things like that, and having listened to the previous submission, sort of quite a contentious day as well. So all I can do is hopefully stir the pot a bit while I'm here. So thank you. I represent Eco Otago Charitable Trust, and I'm their treasurer, secretary, and sometimes dog's body and project facilitator. If you Google us, we're also known as a Tomahawk Lagoon citizen science team as well. But everyone seems to call us Eco Otago, so that's who we are. And I thought my submission really has got 3 parts. 1 is telling you a wee bit of background, 2, what we're doing, and 3, where we think we can work together on our projects and things like that. Eco Otago is a charitable trust. And it says down here, its purpose is to promote environmental education, support a multidisciplinary approach to environmental education with local government, business, iwi and community groups, increase awareness of the local environment, building networks between people and knowledge, and advocating for policies and programs that support a sustainable environment. And I probably think some of those particular things I think we're actually meeting those expectations for our trust. Its mission is to support, empower and encourage regional community initiatives in the area of monitoring waterways and their catchments. We've got EEG Tomahawk, we love Tomahawk Lagoon, and we've been working with the community there, which I say is a very feisty, passionate group of people, and they want their very best for their backyard. And hopefully we are helping them in that respect. We do actually have a program in Otago Harbour, and I listened to Paul Pope before talking about sort of a wider view of Otago Harbour, and we have been doing some water quality work in there for some time, but that's aside just now. And Kaikoura catchments and clear wetlands, and we have been up talking to Mike Hayes and some of the guys up at Lake Hayes, and sort of sharing some of their aspirations and what we've been doing and what they've been doing. Enhancement of these ecosystems is dependent on having robust and reliable scientific data about water quality and biodiversity for the development of restorative plans. So our focus clearly is on having robust data so there can be a sensible conversation about what's going on. Eco Otago has implemented their water quality program about the environmental status of Tomahawk Lagoon and its catchment. This program was initiated. You guys historically got to take some responsibility for this, because my interest was sparked at a community meeting with the Ocean Grove Tomahawk people in regard to their angst to do with algal blooms and water quality and things like that. And they're still pretty annoyed that their enjoyment is their pleasure of the place, the gloss has been taken off because notices go up and they can't enjoy what's going on there. And that's where we got started, trying to understand what's going on, and be fair to say that there hasn't been a sort of a focused scientific investigation into how those blooms might develop, and we think the work we're doing may contribute towards that. We're working constructively with excellent community partners that include our best people are the local residents. They love the place the most. They know the place intimately. I live along in Belnowes and Highgate, so I can't even see Tomahawk, even though they think I'm an honorary citizen and things like that. Landowners, I think there's a real partnership there. They love their farms and their backyards, and they want to do the best by them. We have school teams. I work quite closely with Craig Simpson from Landcare Trust. University of Otago gives us advice sometimes. Sometimes it's difficult to get a University of Otago scientist there as it is to get some of the science team from Otago Regional Council there. That's not being unkind, but that seems to be the reality just now. Otago Participatory Science Program, which was an initiative that came from Wellington trying to promote other avenues of science education. And more recently, the Otago Regional Council. And I've got to say thank you for the partnerships I think we've been developing with you people. We started a water quality program in 2016 at 4 sites in the Upper Lagoon, and in the last 3 or 4 years are now regularly monitoring both the Upper and Lower Lagoon and the streams that move out of the catchments of the catchments that are there. The focus really is for us is the partnerships we actually have. And I've actually changed my submission and just bullet pointed them so I could talk about them more clearly. The partnerships involve technical and scientific support, and one thing that has pleased us in regard to Otago Regional Council is if we're collecting information, how good is that? And we do spend some of our funds that we've got on quality assurance, and probably the thing that pleased us most last year was that even despite COVID, we had the Otago Regional Science team standing beside us when we collected our water, they collected their water, and we compared notes after that. And I think
Otago Regional Council.
Yes, sorry, the Otago Regional Council. And I think there's a degree of agreement about what we thought the answer was and what they thought the answer was. Probably the full picture of what we're doing is on that. We do have a website that's reasonably current, and I suppose I might just skip right to the heart of the matter. Is what would we see as happening next for us? And I've just written down here, Eco Otago would appreciate the opportunity to strengthen its partnership with the Otago Regional Council in both the planning and implementing an effective catchment management plan at Tomahawk Lagoon. So that would be my main focus today, is supporting that particular project. This can only improve ecosystem health, and I've got down 5 points of things that could occur that will enhance and develop and support that particular project, and I think it's a win-win for all parties. First one, of course, it's the hoary story of money and continuing funding. We appreciate the funding we've had from the Eco Fund, and that's helped us develop our project. So we would appreciate continual funding from the Eco Otago for our monthly water quality monitoring and restoration plans. The restoration project is currently in the planning stage. The next point is really quite important. I'm aware I spent a lot of time talking to Craig Simpson on Landcare Trust. You do need field officers or liaison people to work with projects and help people get things together. I spend a lot of my time trying to run the project and talk to people, and the project is growing and it's just too much. Technical support and quality assurance, really important. We do need a sensible commentary on the data we're collecting and things like that. And one thing that would help Otago Regional Council sort of fulfil its responsibilities looking after wetlands and things like that would be to install some sort of buoy or sonde in Tomahawk Lagoon that's going to give us really robust data and would help, in a sense, ground truth some of the data we're getting there. And we think installing a buoy, similar to some of the things that have been in Lake Hayes, would be a definite asset and would definitely improve the quality of the data we're collecting and would help us make more sensible decisions about restoration plans and care of the lagoon.
Thank you, Andrew. Councillor Wilson had a question.
Thank you very much for everything you've done. But what I'd like to is, and I don't want to rush past that, but we need to keep going.
Yes.
You've heard the discussion about the benefit and people being rated in the East Taieri.
Yes.
We've got the same problem in Lake Hayes. Who do you think should be paying to get this work done in your area? Obviously, you're already doing your bit, so you don't need to be rated up in Highgate.
No.
Is it just the area of benefit? Well, no, sorry. Is it just the area that have easy walking access to the Tomahawk, or is it greater?
Well, I think the people involved in the catchment are the landowners and the residents. I hadn't thought about who pays what here. I've just gone looking for the money pot, really.
You've been successful for the Eco Fund, but some of the things you've now asked for are quite substantial.
Yes.
And not taking away from that may well be a really good project. But what I'm understanding, because I want to make sure that we're looking forward as well as fixing some stuff at the back, do you think that all the residents of Dunedin should value Tomahawk Lagoon?
Well, I think the Ocean Grove community and the farmers are clearly going to benefit in the short term about that, and in a sense should actually support some of the costs of that particular project.
But not all of.
Not all of them, because I think some of the costs. Well, really, the establishment cost, I would look at the cost on two levels. One is establishment costs for some of these things, and the other, which probably would involve some capital costs, especially about SOMs and things like that. The other one really is having a team to maintain what is going on, and I would see the costs of that as being less rather than more.
A quick one from Councillor Scott.
Thank you for your work, Andrew. Just briefly, why is it important that you keep doing work on the Tomahawk Lagoon?
Well, first of all, we would, what I didn't say in the previous part of the submission I didn't mention, is that we do file a report card on the water quality. We would rate the water quality as using nationally accepted guidelines as being poor to satisfactory. The only way you know that you've got a decent bang for your buck is that you've got the data, you do the work, and you keep looking to see what's happening. If you don't do that, then we're wasting our time.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Nurse. Thanks very much for your time. Thanks very much for putting the submission in.
The work is
It will be considered, and the work you're doing. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Now we move to submit one for the Otago Polytech. Mr. Scott. You go.
Kia ora.
Good morning. The process is that we will give you a bell at 7 minutes, and then a further bell at 8 minutes, and we'll have some discussion. You don't need to use all that time, but that's available to you. And if you could just introduce yourself and then your submission would be awesome. Thank you.
I'm Rebecca Hamid, and I work for the Otago Polytechnic. I wrote the submission, so hi Hilary. I draw the stort as presented as well.
You can take it as read.
Okay. So just commenting on the first page, if you were reading that, I'd expect you to think, well, why are they going on about the DCC's long-term management plan? Because this is your long-term management plan. However, you are partners with us and the university and the DCC in the tertiary precinct. And we did do a development plan in 2008, and we were waiting on the DCC to progress that under the Three Waters or under whatever budget, so that a number of things could happen, which you would be part of. So we've also made a submission to the DCC about the tertiary precinct plan and progressing that, because they too have put that back, or they put that back 10 years, whereas it was going to start next year in 2022 towards the end. And we had started working on the business plan, including your own staff with us in the university on the business plan for the first for the tertiary precinct upgrade. But that's now been put on the back burner, and so that leads into your long-term management plan, because there are a number of things, particularly to do with the tertiary precinct, which we then go on to talk about. The public transportation in the restoration of the Leith. Just by way of background, in the restoration of the Leith, a working group was set up by your staff, which the university and ourselves and the DCC were part of in 2018, and they worked together for about a year and developed a concept plan, which was then went out for public consultation using the Polytechnic as the venue for that. We only found out, perhaps that was a bit naive on our part, but the university was unaware of that too, because they were part of the meeting, that there was no money set aside to do anything about it. So we worked on this for a year. We did the consultation with you did the consultation with the public and ourselves, only to realise a couple of months ago that no money had been set aside to do anything about the restoration of the Leith. So hence our putting a submission in here. I'll pass this round. A picture paints 1,000 words, but this is what the university, and this was the first stage of the restoration from the 4th Street to Anzac Ave, and then the second stage was from Anzac to the harbour. So we would be hopeful that you would make some provision for that. You notice in the first part of on the first page, we've mentioned about climate change. This is almost identical to what the university said to you, that they felt that you it was very disappointing that you were going to keep climate change resourcing at current levels and not up the ante. I suppose there are a number of things like the restoration of the Leith and transportation, which indirectly does something about climate change, but nevertheless we agree with with the university on that one. In terms of public transport, there has to be a real push to decarbonise public transport, and in the tertiary precinct, if we are ever going to make it vehicle free and just have pedestrians, which if you read the tertiary development plan, which you are party to, is the overall push to get cars out of there, to get buses out of there, because currently I have to say those large buses, if you go down Union Street and you see them turning from 4th Street into Union Street in that intersection, it's a matter of time before somebody gets killed. There have been a number of accidents, but the students have increased substantially this year, both for us and the university. And if you go down there between lecture times and see the numbers of students who are walking across that intersection on every street, so the whole 4, and diagonally, it's unbelievable that somebody hasn't been killed yet. We have put in a request, the university and ourselves, to the DCC to change it to a 30k area. But what we've got to do is get big buses out of there, and really what we have to do is get buses just going down Albany Street. And if we are going to have some form of public transport, and in particular the share ride concept of if we get all the cars out of that area, we have to put them somewhere. If we have park and ride on the and this is the tertiary plan says this, about having that on the periphery of the tertiary precinct, in places like the stadium, there are a lot of university and polytechnic student and staff currently parking at the stadium, but there are other options like at the back of Logan Park, and you through Chalmers Group have this huge 3.5 hectare property on Fyatt Street, which has just been vacant for years. There's some kind of dispute between yourselves and Mobil about it, but it's completely empty. And it's the ideal place for parking cars.
Which street, sorry?
Fyatt Street. Fyatt Street. Sorry, I'm pronouncing it incorrectly. Thank you. Evidently there's some dispute with Mobil about cleaning it up. They lease it from you. It's a matter of putting some kind of enzyme treatment on that area, and it would be fine for cars to. We could get a lot of cars out of the tertiary precinct, and the university and ourselves could do a park and ride up through Union Street to the Polytechnic, to the School of Education, and to the university. So we're agreed on that. The university. We would love you to push that along a bit. It just seems an opportunity in waiting, but there are other places where we could could park cars and. Sorry, have I run over the?
I know you could keep going. Just put a hand up that she wants a question later.
Right.
Just our codes. That's right.
So we would love to move that along. There are also other wonderful opportunities. We know in Christchurch, in Auckland, in La Trobe, in Australia, they have these. Driverless vehicles that are quite small and very mobile, and it would be our students could help build these, but the company itself, there's one particular company who's already trialled them and they've been very successful, would lease them to us, and we could get the cars out of the tertiary precinct and just use that for part of the park and ride. So I probably talked enough about that, but there's some good things too that we could be doing, and the university and us are working closely together to try and make sure that we're aligned so that we can work with the ORC and the DCC. In terms of the restoration of the Leith, I think probably have said enough about that. I've sent the picture around. We would love to work on the next stage. The university and us have agreed that we will cooperate on that. So we just really need you to provide for it in the long-term management plan. Oh, and the last thing is we will put a submission into the transportation your 10-year transportation plan, because obviously there's a lot of crossover here.
Certainly. Question, Councillor Calvert.
I really love the look of the Leith. It's great that people got together. Great where my question, this group that describes itself, what sort of partners, because Polytech and the I don't know how to say this, got no skin in it, not paying for it. What I'm wanting to ask you is whether work's been done, this group's got together, and this group is fairly much non-rate paying group. Why don't you guys get together and do it? Why should the ratepayers be doing something that has been agreed to and been developed and things by the non-ratepayers? Why don't you lead this group and get together and get on with doing that restoration of the Leith project?
Well, the point is that you did lead it because you've taken the responsibility for the Leith and you got us together. We do have skin in the game because we have to give land up, and we've already undertaken that we would do along our side for that part.
Would you go ahead and do it?
No, we don't have the money to do that, and but you know.
What's the rate you're not paying?
Well, what can I say about that? You know, that's why we put the economic impact. We do an economic impact every year in terms of our contribution to the city. So I think that the tertiary precinct and the amount of income that we bring into the city is significant with the numbers of students, and that's increased for us nearly 20% this year in terms of the students that have come in. We also contribute in lots of other ways. So there's indirect ways of contributing to the public purse.
Councillor Forbes, did you have a question?
Kia ora. Thank you for your submission. I wonder if you've thought about, were you thinking about putting other land in for that is not going the right way towards reducing our carbon footprint? Are we not better off to put the effort into providing public transport that doesn't require learners or anyone to use a car, basically? To enable more car parking seems to be going the wrong way to me.
Oh, this isn't to enable more car parking. This is to get the existing car parking and cars out of the tertiary precinct. And it's part of an ongoing way. You have to provide a bit of a carrot as you progress people getting out of their cars. The Polytechnic has a particular difficulty in that nearly half of our students are over the age of 25, and they are part-timers. So they don't go to the Polytechnic all all day. They have children to drop off at preschool, children to drop off at primary school or secondary school. They go for a 2 or 3 hour lecture and then they go off and work. So it's very difficult for them to use public transport, particularly the way it's organised now. So I don't think in one fell swoop we're going to get cars out of the tertiary precinct. The long-term aim for both both the university and ourselves have a transportation plan, which is to get as many of our staff and students out of cars as possible. But you have to do it in steps, and you have to educate people, as you know, and you have to give people better options so they then realise that giving up their car is a good option. You can't do, and this has been our argument with the DCC, you can't just remove all the car parks or make them so expensive and think that that's going to actually get people out of cars. It's not. They've got to have good alternatives, and we're doing our bit to educate, and we do a transportation survey, and we have a sustainability plan to educate our staff and our students. But we need a bit of help here if we're going to get them out of their cars.
So one more thing, please, Mr. Chair.
Last question. Yep.
Following on from that, is that as you take the cars out of the tertiary, if you develop this and we helped with this, how would you take the car parks away from the tertiary precinct? So we're replacing car parks without creating more car parks, if that makes sense. Sorry.
We see the park and ride. We're already doing the park and ride to a certain extent. Well, the university is. We expect our staff and students to walk up from the tertiary from the stadium, but we're progressively trying to provide less car parking and to get more people on bikes and scooters and using the buses. Is that what you're... So if you're talking about moving the bottom line so that we gradually decrease the amount of car parks, that's the aim, definitely the aim. And so there are other incentives, like we provide an incentive for getting an electric bike, and we're providing electric bike stands. We give incentives for parking if there's more than one person in the car. We're trying to do all of those things, but there's a limit, particularly with the public transport you've currently got operating in the tertiary precinct.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And thanks very much for your time, and very much appreciated for you coming along. Thank you.
What a good job our Polytech's doing. We can only be proud of it.
Thank you very much.
It's one big Polytech now, isn't it?
Now,
no, that's why I'm saying our part of the Polytech system.
Hamish Spencer.
Kia ora.
Well, thank you, ladies.
Morning, Hamish.
Morning.
We'll give you a bell at 4 minutes and then another one to wrap up at 5 minutes, and then we'll give you some questions. So the floor is yours, sir.
Thank you very much. Thank you for listening to my submission, and thank you for reading it. I want to talk about something which is a bit boring, buses. But, you know, as you well know, you spend more on buses than you do on anything else, right? That's the biggest spend is transport. So I want to talk about it, and it's really important. It impacts more people than probably anything else that the Regional Council does or has the potential to. And you have an admirable goal. It's great. You want to have a high quality service. How you're going to get there, though, is not so clear. But I suppose points for having, you know, good intentions. And the bus hub, that's a positive. Good on you. Although, as you know, there's been a few hiccups with the bus hub. The problem is that getting there in your plan looks like business as usual. I dug up a submission I made 11 years ago. Guess what? I asked for buses to try and run to schedule, and I asked for a real-time system. You finally got a real-time system, but a bit like the bus hub, it's not all that perfect, and I'll tell you why in a moment. 11 years ago, you had a goal that 95% of your buses should arrive or depart within 3 minutes of the schedule. You couldn't tell me today, 11 years later, whether you met that goal or not. And that's pathetic. You ought to do better than that.
It's moved to 5 minutes now.
Well, you still can't tell me whether that's true or not. Right, that's the problem. So my problem with regional councillors, I made many suggestions over the years. I've written about buses that run late, and I get a lot of excuses. I get told that buses are caught in traffic. Well, yeah, that's predictable, you know. The rush hour happens every day at the same time pretty much, and you need to change your schedule. But in 11 years, the schedule hasn't changed, and the buses got that little bit later every time. So On the other hand, I want to give you a pat on the back for the hub. That's good. And the real-time system, actually, when it works, is great. And I'm really impressed by that, and thank you for doing that. It's really good. I used it today, and it meant that I didn't have to stand out in the rain for 10 minutes because I didn't know when the bus was coming. I knew when the bus was going to come, and there's some issues with the real-time system. The main issue is that not all the buses appear on it, right? So yesterday, for example, the number 11 from Shield Hill that was left at 4:30 just didn't appear. Why did it not appear? Did the bus not run? Was the thing not turned on? I have no idea. But, the whole point of knowing when the bus is coming relies on all the buses actually appearing on the real-time system, right? And this is not an isolated incident. I could give you a whole list of times when that number 11 has not shown up, right? So you need to fix it up. I don't want it to be a fiasco like the cameras at the bus hub, right? You've got to get this fixed up, right? It's not really that hard. So, what do I want to say to you very quickly? I want to say, what am I asking for now? I want the real-time system to work for all the buses. And the second thing I would like you to do is to use the data from that real-time system, which there'll be lots of it, to fix your timetables, right? It's not the end of the world that the timetables are not perfect, and I understand there will always be one-off incidents that mean that buses run late. But if buses run consistently late, and I can tell you that Opaho number 11 in the evening after work is consistently late, like 20 minutes late, 30 minutes late, even 40 minutes late on occasion. Right now, if the bus is consistently late, you need to change the timetable. You haven't done that in 11 years. You have the data now to do it. You know when every bus is meant to be running, and if things are consistently late, then you need to change the timetable. So that's really what I want to say.
Awesome. Questions, please. Councillor Calvert.
My question is, if we had a liaison group, would you like to be part of it? I mean, it seems to me that it could be useful to have a group that had maybe staff, bus driver representation, customer representation, namely somebody like you who's obviously passionate about the buses, and a governance person, for example, just a liaison.
I'm happy to help. I'm happy to help the regional council in any way I can to get the bus service better.
Would that seem to be a useful thing to keep the communication?
I'd be happy to do that, but I don't know the details, and I didn't know the name of the group that you mentioned. But
there isn't one. I'm just suggesting one.
Councillor Scott.
DCC put up the hand to take over the buses. What do you think?
I don't really care who runs it. I want the buses to run on time and for them to be reliable. I mean, it's not clear to me that the City Council would do a better job. I certainly think the Regional Council could do a better job than it's doing. Would the City Council do? I have no idea.
Councillor Wilson?
No.
All answered?
Yep, taken out of my very thought.
Perfect. Thank you very much indeed. Very much appreciated.
I don't want to come back in 11 years and tell you...
Not in 1 year.
Well, I actually think you can fix the timetable in 6 months. You've got the data now, or you should have the data.
I don't want to be back here next year.
Right, we might see. Well, I mean, I'd love to come back next year and say what a great job you did. I mean, I really would. I'm not trying to, emphasise the negative.
Thank you very much for your submission, and thank you very much for coming along today. Much appreciated. The Otago University Students Association. Page 620 on our big booklet.
Kia ora tātou. Thank you for having me here today.
We will give you a wee buzzer at 7 minutes and then another one at 8 minutes to wrap up, then some questions. So feel free if you could just introduce yourself and underway. Thanks very much.
Kia ora. So my name is Mari Mackenzie Everett. I am OUSA's political representative this year. So a lot of my role essentially entails working with the DCC, the ORC and with government to advocate on behalf of the needs of students for Otago. So I take my submission as read, and there's a couple of sort of main things I wanted to speak to. So overall, we really support the values that were outlined in the long-term plan. We'd love to see the emphasis on climate change in particular, environmental sustainability, and particularly looking at accessibility in terms of public transport and things like that. And we really support the vision as well of the long-term plan. But we do have a number of concerns that essentially don't seem to be taken into account with the long-term plan. We have already heard about those within the last 20 minutes, particularly in the areas of transport, climate change, and the tertiary precinct upgrade. So we also wanted to preface this submission by speaking to OUSA's concern regarding the rent rises in Dunedin. We've heard a number of stories about landlords raising rent by $40 per room in some flats, and so we want to speak to the fact that with some of the raises in rates, we are essentially trying to not have that passed on by landlords to students as much as is possible. We understand that that isn't something that the ORC can have a huge amount to do with, but it's something that is really important to what we're thinking about within this long-term plan. So we spoke to a number of different areas that were discussed in the long-term plan, such as pest reduction, air and transport. One of the biggest issues that we're looking at the moment, and we have submitted on the regional public transport plan, regional land transport plan, and we will be submitting on the public transport plan as well. But recently, with consulting with students regarding the public transport plan, we have essentially some really strong opinions about transport, and that is that our public transport system does not fit the needs of students as it stands. OUSA has been advocating for student concession fares ever since the B cards came in, and it's incredibly frustrating for us to still not have a concession fare for students, as is the normal in pretty much every other city in New Zealand that has a university. And essentially, this is something, a huge part of how we can reduce carbon emissions in Dunedin. And introducing a student concession fare is a really easy way, we think, to get students actually being able to access the public transport system. So yeah, we will be speaking to that in the public transport plan as well, but we wanted to bring that up today because that was really important for us. As was spoken to by the Polytech today as well, and we have spoken to the DCC in their 10-year plan about this too, but the delay of the tertiary precinct upgrade was something that came as quite a surprise to us, and is incredibly frustrating in terms of safety around campus. We have a number of pressure points that are areas of concern for us for student safety, and if we are trying to reduce car use and trying to encourage students to use our streets as pedestrians, we need to ensure that they're safe in doing so. And that is essentially the main points of my submission, but I am open to any and all questions.
Councillor Hobbs.
Can we just take straight away student safety? Can you give me some examples of places, like I can do Victoria University and the street down from there, but I can't do any here. Which are the ones and how? Yeah.
One of the main ones that we've been speaking to the DCC about is on Albany Street, right outside the OUSA Clubs and Societies Centre, between the library and Clubs and Societies. There's a cafe there, Clubs and Socks there, and there's a huge residential area behind Albany on the other side, extending sort of into Hyde and all those areas. So students cross back and forth across that street consistently, and the amount of times I personally have almost been hit by a car probably extend over 5 to 10 times. So that's a really huge area of concern. Another one is where Castle Street and Dundas Street intersect, just at the end of campus on the other side. Particularly, there are so many students who walk from North East Valley all the way up through Castle Street and cross Dundas Street to get onto campus, and cars. And there is a raised area there, but cars still zoom past.
It's about speed of cars or presence of cars, not about dark places. That's what I was worried about. Talked about student safety. I thought it was.
That's another area. It's something that we didn't speak to in the submission, but definitely still an area with issues on campus. Another thing that we will be speaking to in the public transport plan is the fact that there aren't buses that run late night from the Octagon into North Dunedin. That's a huge area of concern for us. Lyman.
Late night has, I might say 10.
I mean, I mean, I'm actually not 100% sure when the last bus runs. I think it's probably about 10 o'clock, possibly.
I think that it might 11.
11, yeah. I mean, even another hour extended on a Thursday, Friday, Saturday night would make a huge difference until midnight. But students don't have many options to get home from town at all. And if we're trying to, apart from walking, and along George Street, that can be a really, really dangerous place.
Councillor Robertson.
Yeah.
Thank you, Deb.
Quickly, I guess many people go to decision makers salaries. And also probably think the VCAT is. So could you talk about affordability?
Absolutely. So I have had many students tell me that it's actually worth it for them to avoid taking the bus and walking because of that $2 fare. I had a student tell me that currently the bus system is costing them $240 a semester, which essentially just isn't really, and that's at the minimum, they said. It's not really an affordable measure of transport at all. Essentially because most students tend to stay within the tertiary precinct or between the tertiary precinct and the Octagon. That's where most students live their daily lives. That used to be about 90 cents to go from the end of George Street into the Octagon. Now it's $2. That makes a huge difference for students who are wanting to use the buses for short transfers. For long ones, it's great. But, it's not affordable, essentially.
Councillor Wilson.
Sorry, I don't necessarily agree with you about the best way of doing it because then you're giving people who don't usually use the bus a cheap way home. I'm just wondering if the better way is to do a frequent user discount, which actually encourages people to use the bus more frequently, and then they get that reduction. I'm just challenging the way you're thinking about it.
I think for me and for OUSA, it's more about actually making the system accessible to students because it doesn't fit the needs of students. It doesn't go where we need it to go for the most part. So if we take away the first barrier of cost and we actually encourage students to be using it the way that it currently exists, then we can get into the practice of using it. So it's more like the initial barrier. So students aren't going to see, they're not going to think, and I probably wouldn't think either, that using it a number of times when you don't know how often you're actually going to take it is going to be a decision that's easier to make. If you just know that you have a one-off concession that you can access at least once or twice, and then moving forward you can look at the way that you can fit that public transport system into your daily life, that would work better.
Councillor Laws, did you have a question? Or Councillor Forbes? To a question from Queenstown?
Yep. Thank you. Hi, I was interested in your opening remarks about landlords and rent. What role do you think the Otago Regional Council should be playing in that area, given that you have made a submission on it?
I think for us it was just raising awareness that this is happening. So I think that the Otago Regional Council should be considering the fact that when rates increase, although students for the most part are renters, those costs are very often passed on to tenants rather than landlords paying for it themselves, particularly in the tertiary precinct where we have a number of landlords with really high ownership of properties. People own 10, 20, 30 properties each. There are many different landlords who have a huge amount of properties in Dunedin, and they pass that on to students without considering the fact that, particularly in the budget that was released yesterday, students are only going up $25 from, I think, April next year. So that's the student allowance and the student loan. So if rent for rooms are going up $40 each a room, it's not even going to cover the increase that we've been given in the budget. So in terms of what the ORC can do, I think it's just making sure that you are considering the impact that rates rises can have on students who are already struggling to get by.
Thank you very much. Look, thank you very much for your association taking the time to make a submission, and thank you very much for your time today.
Kia ora.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks.
Next, we move to submit a 339 on ours on the second book, page 255. Scott Willis. Good. Let's go. Good.
That's good.
You guys are hard to find. It's been a while since I've submitted to the Otago Regional Council, and I went all the way up
Oh.
The road.
It's good.
Got some instructions. I heard you're on the corner of Rattray and Princess Street, and I thought, where the hell? Where's the IRC sign?
We'll give you a wee bell at 4 minutes, and then another one at 5, and
okay. Well,
and then some questions, Scott. So thanks very much for coming. Much appreciated.
Look, well, thank you, and it's nice to be able to submit. I didn't get, just for your information, the thing in the mailbox, but I did manage to extract one from Brian when he turned up at the Blueskin show. So you it's in Dunedin, yeah, in Waitati. I'm very, very supportive of council considering climate change in everything you do. So that's a great statement, and what I'd really like to see is that backed up by clear plans and actions, because this is what's really missing in the report. And when I look at in air quality, that you are pausing the monitoring when we have not met the national standards for air quality. Sorry, you're pausing. What are you pausing?
The subsidies.
Yeah, everything else. Yeah.
The review and the strategy.
That looks to me as though you're not considering climate change in everything you do. It's a requirement to do this work. So there are many areas where I think you can do better. This is sort of a C- for me at this stage. I'd like to see a very, very detailed review of or understanding of what climate change actions are taken through every department. I'd like to see an analysis of the climate impact in the work program. Where's it going? And I'd like to see real resourcing going to climate action to address the lack of progress to date. And I'm in the past, council has done Council is doing some good work with GNS and with the university, but it's often in the background, and we can see examples of other councils around the country, the Waikato District Council, for example, that are working with using the rates base to help with housing upgrades, to put in rainwater tanks to reduce stormwater runoff, to do some more innovative work. And I would note that in 2008, I ran a series of workshops called Our City, Our Climate. And one of those workshops was for city leaders. We did have some good representation from ORC staff at the time, but absolutely no councillors turned up to those workshops. There was one councillor who did turn up, was from the city council at the time. And that was a bit concerning to me, because I think while we've got some great staff capacity, we really do need at the moment the strong leadership from the Otago Regional Council on meeting not only the nation's climate zero goals by 2050, but the city's climate zero goals by 2030. And that really implicates the council in ensuring that public transport is decarbonised, that contracts are reviewed to make sure that the living wage is actually afforded to everyone, and that our bus service, as the Ministry of Transport's just come out to say, is quadrupled in capacity. So that's not going to be from a rates base alone. That's going to be from central government funding, and this is where the local government leadership has to step up. This is where you need to be working with City Council to ensure that central government money is flowing into public transport, is aligning with the Climate Change Commission recommendations, the Ministry for Transport's recommendations for quadrupling public transport. There are so many opportunities here for Dunedin and our region to do better, and I'm just a little bit underwhelmed by the ambition on climate action in your report.
Questions, please, councillors? Councillor Wilson.
We had a submission yesterday from Dougal McTavish on behalf of Wise Response, where he challenged us in our response to not look at just adaptation, but mitigation. It was a very interesting analogy of a long toenail in a sock. I just want to understand your views on that and your giving your submission and the work that we're doing. Is it transparently obvious to you which one we're doing, or focusing on?
I think you're doing. So looking over ORC's work, it looks more as if you're sort of retired from more of the action stuff, and you're doing monitoring and you're assisting with work. Previously, let's say way back in 2009, I secured $750,000 for a pilot for what became the Warmer Kiwi Home Scheme, and that was run through the Otago Regional Council at the time. So that helped get money into homes to reduce emissions, to make homes warm and cosy. And just last year, I secured Otago's only shovel-ready, or Dunedin's only shovel-ready $2.5 million contract. There's a whole, then it went really messy, and it's now gone to the far north. But had Otago Regional Council been in that innovative space, been involved in action and wanted to meet some of, or add additionality there, that money would have flowed into Otago, could have flowed very easily into Otago, made homes warmer, healthier, and reduced emissions, improved air quality, reduced emissions.
Well, my understanding yesterday there was an announcement in the budget about more money for the Warmer Kiwi Home Scheme. And is that one that we should be, again, targeting actively?
Actively, yes. I definitely think the Otago Regional Council can step up, supporting on the air quality things, the Cosy Homes Trust, which is I declare an interest there. I'm a trustee on the Cosy Homes Trust. But the Cosy Homes Trust is a community organisation which is actively aiming to build warmer, healthier homes, clean up air quality, and can do it far cheaper, quite frankly, than the Otago Regional Council can. So you should ensure that resource goes there. But there's also things like the property assessed climate transformation finance, which I haven't put into my submission, but there's a movement with cheap capital at the moment to work through local government to get finance to improve homes using the rating base, but for finance to come from external parties to evaluate and allow people to do significant home upgrades. So there are innovative ways that council can work with, because local government is actually the implementation end of big government policy, and you've got a whole lot of tools in your toolbox. We should be using them.
What was your project, and did you approach the RRC for support?
In 2009?
No, recently.
You sure?
In 2020, the project was a replacement for the Warmer Kiwi Homes program, an enriched insulation retrofit home upgrade program. No, I didn't approach the RRC because we'd secured the resource. And it, well, clearly, the ORC has shown no interest in helping with insulation for years and years and years. It ended any insulation program many years ago. It's when you're working in the community sector, you have to target people who are interested in doing things.
Councillor Hobbs.
Scott, we're putting up the rates hugely, okay, and we're not covering all the jobs that we want to do. Our water has been an extraordinary priority. I would love to see air up there, but I've got a number of other things as well. So would you tell me, of all the things that we cover, given this is one budget and it's going on for a number of years, air comes in year 3, I think. What would you do in terms of priorities, given what we face?
One of the things that came out of the Our City, Our Climate workshops were that there were 3 principles that came out of that, and that was talking to the community. And one of them was practice adaptive governance, So that was, let's make sure that we're still doing things as best we can. We're learning as we go. Yeah. Another was investing in community, and that's where I think there's a lack of where rates are going. And the other one was practicing good stewardship, so becoming a bit of an advocate to bring people in. So how would I cut the limited rates base? I agree, water is a critical issue, and there's so much catch up to do.
Yeah, that was, yeah.
But we also have central government showing an interest now in what is happening on the ground, particularly in terms of transport. So I would
transport and air, a climate.
Yeah. So I would be looking for building those connections, not simply paying for it out of the rating base, but becoming a stronger advocate to ensure that we bring central government funding into that.
Okay. Agreed.
Scott, thanks very much indeed for your submission. Thanks for coming along today. Thank you.
You're welcome. And if you would like some information on property assessed climate transformation finance, chase me up. There's a whole lot of work going on in the background.
I think it might be a year away.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So now we have the Otokoa Creek and Marsh Habitat Trust. Just the gentleman over there. Cheers.
Hope to have you run.
Cool. Sam Dixon? No.
Oh, sorry, Sam. He hasn't arrived. So.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning. So we give you a buzzer at 7 minutes, and so the time slot is about 8 minutes, so we'll give you another buzzer at 8 minutes and give you some questions. You don't need to use that whole 7 or 8 minutes, but that's available to you.
I'll try and be short.
Thank you. No trouble.
Ko Russia te tūranga waiwai, ko Lufthansa te waka, ko Saddlehill te maunga, ko Otokia te awa, ko Brighton whānau te iwi, ko Victoria tako ingoa, kia ora koutou. So I'm Victoria. I'm an environmental economist at the University of Otago. I'm also the treasurer of the Otokia Creek and Marsh Habitat Trust. And this trust has been established in 2020 to protect and restore the Otokia catchment area. We're also educating, raising awareness. We have received a substantial grant from the ORC, the Eco Fund, and we're actively restoring the native habitat. So it's all about water, but we're also wanting to increase the amenity benefits, and we're making tracks for the public to use. And we're also engaging, well, in our objectives, it is to engage with local and central government and regional government. So I just would like to talk a little bit about biodiversity loss and the framework of thinking that I've seen in the OSC long-term plan. So the Environmental Defence Society said this is one of the most pervasive issues in New Zealand, biodiversity loss. And of course, that's not unique to New Zealand. We also see that internationally. The Intergovernmental Science Policy Platform on Biodiversity and Ecosystem Services has shown nature is decreasing at an unprecedented speed. But what I would like to think about or challenge the OSC about is to really think about that statement, one of the statements that, for example, when we talk about pest control, the larger the land ownership, the more benefit that is likely to be gained from our biosecurity services. So in New Zealand, and worldwide even, everyone benefits from biodiversity. Everyone benefits from landowners, private landowners, who decide to restore habitat or at least maintain it. So, and this is in a number of ways, absorbing carbon, but also ecosystem services such as flood protection, basically being a part in New Zealand's aim to transition to a low carbon economy. The problem is the benefit is shared, but the costs usually fall onto the private landowners, solely onto them. So at the moment, we have no incentives for private landowners, no financial incentives to engage in maintaining and restoring native habitat. So I would like to challenge or encourage the OSC to think a little bit outside the box by thinking about targeted rates that incentivize ecosystem service provision. So a reduction in rates for landowners who are willing to maintain or restore native habitat, and increased rates for those who do not. So actually exactly the opposite to what was written in the ORC plan. So assisting landowners with pest control financially, if they require this, if it meets some sort of biodiversity targets. And this has been done, for example, in the US. In Maine, they have an open space program where they categorize land according to, let's say, an open space, tree growth. And I'm not saying we should adopt that system. I'm just saying it has been done. And we can really start classifying different types of land and adjusting our rates accordingly. It's possible in New Zealand. We've got LINS, we've got broad-scale vegetation cover data available. And it's really thinking about the future, right? How can we incentivize private landowners? A lot of them, like we in our trust, have private landowners who are actively engaging in restoration of land. How can we compensate them and reward them for those efforts? And I'm thinking even a little bit further ahead. I mean, as a trust, if we do get, for example, in New Zealand, some sort of accredited carbon index, we can utilize this and say, we are in the catchment area and capturing this amount of carbon. You could even think about something that's growing very rapidly, a voluntary carbon exchange market where businesses actively look for projects they can invest in to offset some of their carbon emissions. So I guess what I'm just saying is let's think a little bit more creatively and really think about how we incentivize systematic native plant restoration as part of our strategy. And that's only one part. I realize it's a much broader strategy as part of our strategy to transition to a low carbon economy. Thank you.
Councillor Wilson.
Brilliant thinking. Thank you. And ecosystem services and the crediting for them is really difficult in a rating system. But I just want to tear that up, understand that. In some areas where we have, say, flood protection work, we may have tier 1, tier 2 or tier 3 rates. What you'd say in this area, this is a biodiversity area, we've got tier 1 is you do nothing, you've got no regenerative bush or anything. Tier 2 is if you've got some that you might come in at a lower rate.
Yes. Exactly. So
that's acknowledgement of the ecosystem services.
Exactly. So, acknowledging, putting value on a wetland as a flood protection service. At the moment, we don't value that at all. And as a landowner, if you have a piece of land before the new national water policy statement, a landowner was simply responding to the incentives. It might be much more profitable to put a hotel in it, right?
Well, unfortunately, we're putting trees where there may be some really wonderful ecosystem services being provided by Snow Dust.
Yeah. So it's really thinking about classifying the land appropriately, right? It has to be done credibly. Right, so it has to be, it can't just be any vegetation. It has to be done well. So does it really provide the ecosystem service that we think it should? And then categorizing it and rewarding it by reduced rates or targeted rates or any other financial assistance that you deem appropriate.
Oh, thank you.
Queenstown had a hand up? No. Good. Councillor Hobbs first.
Yes.
Climate Change Commission talked about instead of putting necessarily pine everywhere and beginning to have that change over to being natives, but talked about beginning to accumulate all the riparian planting, the gully planting on a farm and using that as a equally strong carbon credit.
Exactly, yeah.
Is that the sort of thing that you're thinking of?
Oh, totally, yes. And if you talk to botanists, they think native planting should have a much bigger role in carbon absorption. Yeah. It takes longer, they grow slower. And I won't go into discussion, but I think that's the reason. Yeah. It's the speed of the growth. It's the speed at the moment. At the moment. Yes, but I think it's thinking into the future. It's not just carbon absorption, right? Native habitat brings all kinds of other things. Don't have to persuade me.
Okay. That's a note.
Thanks, Victoria. With a focus on biodiversity and land ownership or stewardship, don't know how to ask this question without, I don't want to offend you either.
No.
I'm a landowner and I get a lot of benefit out of seeing a healthy biodiversity and ecosystem, etc. So there are lots of benefits to the landowner directly if pest control was done, weed and pest control was done, and that sort of thing. So I think there's a value in that.
Oh, totally, yeah.
And the incentivising, I'm not sure whether I totally agree. I sense we need to think laterally on these things, but do you agree or not? There are natural benefits of having a sustainable pest management program ongoing in private land ownership. So I suppose that was really my question, but a bit convoluted way to promote it.
So sorry, I don't understand. So are you saying private landowners should pay for it themselves?
Well, the rating system is based on land value, and as you've alluded to, the more land you've got, the more you'll pay it through a land rated value system. So and rating is generally quite a blunt instrument. I'm just thinking, okay, bring an incentive system in. How does that work in a practical sense when the landowner is actually benefiting from a system that's controlling the pests and got a healthy ecosystem and biodiversity?
So I don't think we should discount the fact that private landowners benefit from this. I mean, actually, we want them to benefit from it, right? Yeah. I mean, it's just accepting also that they are not the only ones benefiting. It's actually the whole of New Zealand benefiting, everyone, right? I mean, in terms of, that's the problem with climate change. It affects us all, right, equally. And it's really just thinking about how that shared benefit can also be brought back to the private landowner in the sense that they're compensated for providing this benefit to New Zealanders, right, in terms of all the ecosystem services it provides. And how the system works, I think it'll be a little bit tricky. I think it'll be complex. You have to really start thinking about classifying ecosystem services. Are we just talking about amenity like a beautiful native bush for walking, or are we talking really about flood absorption? Are we talking about the level of CO2 absorption, right? And you could have 2-3 categories and provide some sort of graduated system. And I've seen this, talk to people before. People really think this is a good idea, and it's really thinking about what would work. And clearly that needs much more work.
Mr. Robertson, thank you.
Yeah, I've heard about this as well at many meetings, and there's one in Middlemarch where there was a similar thing raised a few years ago with Alan Mark and others. But it does seem to grab the attention of a wide array of society as well, and does seem to make sense to quite a few people. The question is, the land and water plan that we're going to be developing soon may be the space for this type of approach where communities get together in a catchment, they determine what their goals and their outcomes will be. They also map the area. It's about land, it's about water. All those things can come in. You could potentially put some sort small, what you talk about wetlands or something.
Something very simple. You have to start somewhere, right? And
so would that be a place that...
Oh, totally. I think it's just acknowledging the fact that, there might be a different way of thinking we should really adopt. Land is not just land and water is not just water. It has a host of ecosystem services. We need to somehow value them. That's, I guess, my main point, right? And if we don't value them, they will be depleted. Simple as that. Yeah.
Thank you very much for taking your time. Thank you very much for the good work you're doing and for the submission. Thanks very much indeed.
Keep it up. Thank you.
People, we have a break until 10:57. We'll be back here seated, ready to go at 11.
10:57.
Yeah.
No one doesn't believe it. The first speaker person's here.
Yeah, that's
No, Nick doesn't take your proposal.
And our first submitter for this,
Yeah.
our first submitter for this session will be Mr. Chris King.
We'll take 3, 4.
This is a timely submission.
Let's go.
Good morning, Chris. The process, we give you 5 minutes. We'll give you a bell at 4 minutes to let you know 5 minutes is coming up, then a final bell at 5 for you to sum up, and then that will give us a good amount of time to ask questions back to you. So thanks very much for coming along, and the floor is yours.
Thank you. I haven't ever done this before, except for last week at the Dunedin City Council, but the reason I want to talk is, being a yacht owner in Dunedin, I've noticed that we're losing a lot of our facilities, and over probably the last 20 or 30 years, we've lost a lot of our facilities, or they've been allowed to be run down to a stage that they're almost not functional and not able to be maintained anymore. I'm actually based on the Keres Bay Wharf, and we pay very little in rent as such, but we have no power, we have no water. Now, years ago they did have power, they did have water, but it was all removed, seemingly because nobody wanted to pay for it. Whether that is true, I don't know, but I know myself that a lot of yachts are coming into Dunedin, and a lot of people want to bring yachts into Dunedin, but they can't because there's nowhere to put them. If you were to buy a swing mooring, which I've just done,
Swing mooring is the ones that just...
Yeah, just in the harbour that you just tie the boat to. But I did that because, from what I heard, that the wharf was going to be removed, or half removed. I've had no letter to say anything much about that from the Port Otago. It's all been from word of mouth. But we have a lot of overseas yachtsmen coming around the coast of New Zealand, and the stretch of the east coast is very barren and nowhere to really come into. So we have no facilities really for these people other than the Otago Yacht Club, which is usually full, for these people to pull up. And we've also got nowhere for yachtsmen or boat owners to be able to take their boats out. There's just no facilities other than the Otago Yacht Club to remove a boat from the water, other than Keres Bay Slipways, which is commercially orientated and aren't really interested in doing the local boats. So it would really be nice to see the Dunedin City Council, the ORC, and maybe the Yacht Club, whether it be the Otago Yacht Club, Port Chalmers Yacht Club, but all get together, share the costs with the boat owners to be able to afford something where we could all enjoy it. Because I was at the Otago Yacht Club and I wanted to put my boat there for a week, but very difficult to put a boat there for a week to work on it, just because there's nowhere I can take it out, and because of the length of the boat, and nowhere to be able to work on it. I approached the harbour board, the pilot of the harbour board last year, but and to see if I could get it taken out and just by crane and put onto a bit of land in the main basin area, just where there was wasteland there, to see if I could get a job done on it there. But I was told that because of regulations, I wasn't able to do that, and it was just going to be cost prohibitive to meet all the regulations. But it'd be very nice to see the facility at Keres Bay Wharf be upgraded. The boat owners, I know, are prepared to chip in with that, and I know that they do want to take off the end of the wharf for putting larger harbour board vessels in. But what remains, I think it would be good to get that upgraded where it is usable, and I know that everyone I've talked to there would be prepared to make a good contribution to help that happen.
Councillor Wilson.
Good, and thank you, Chris. I just want to ask a slightly different question, because we had an interesting submission yesterday from the Fiordland Marine Guardians. Do you take your boat, and a lot of these boats will go all round, I presume, and what we were advised of is by a security risk of moving boats without them being cleaned.
That's right. Yeah.
So if I put that lens on this, where can you take your boat to, and what is the risk that if you can't clean it, what you may be having to do?
Well, the only places we can take it to, and I've had an experience in Dunedin with trying to get it hauled out commercially, where I couldn't come to an agreement with the slipway owner, and it was just going to be just ridiculously expensive. And I also tried to take it out at the Otago Yacht Club, but my boat's too big to go on their slipway by about 150 millimetres. So, and they also need a loading certificate so they know that their machinery can hoist it out.
Yeah.
The problem is that I think a lot of people, not saying who, but some people will scrape their boat while it's in the water, just for the fact that they can't get it out. So then you've got anti-fouling and pollution going.
There is a real. Where else can you take it outside of Otago? Is it Timaru?
Sail it too.
Yeah. Where do you?
Yeah.
If you want
your boat like mine has got an issue at the moment, I can't sail it.
Okay.
Anywhere.
Yeah.
But the closest one for me, I think, would be Stewart Island.
And we don't really want you to go down there if you've got an issue. Okay. No, that's
right. It's unsafe.
Yeah.
I think we've been told by Port Otago or the harbour master, I'm not sure who, that what was being provided in Dunedin was a low cost option, and what was charged elsewhere from Marino or whatever else is like 10 and no.
Well, yes, it certainly can be.
Is it true that actually people don't want to pay?
I don't think so, no. Well, everyone I've spoken to would like to be able to give the option of actually having somewhere where you can take your boat.
Yes, but if it was 10 times the price of what it
Well, I don't think it needs to be 10 times the price, because we're in a different area and our costs are a wee bit different. But
I'm just saying, is there any likely to be any truth in that contention that actually providing services like other people mostly have would be enough money so most people who used it wouldn't want to pay it?
I don't think so. I mean, my boat was in Auckland, and its berth was $800 a month, I think. And I mean, if I was in Auckland and I had a restaurant at the end of my berth and all the rest of it, I'd probably be quite happy to pay for that, because you could live on it.
What would you pay here?
Well, I think anything from a sort of possibly $400 to $500 a month, you know.
We'll go to Councillor Scott, but you would have at Curious Bay, the Curious Bay Hotel, though.
Oh, we do.
Councillor Scott.
I was actually taken and shown through the Curious Bay walk recently, and in my view, we need to do a whole lot better. Building on one of your comments, staff have promised a report on the possibility of being a stakeholder and doing a harbour plan.
Yeah.
We've been down this track before, but nevertheless, we're awaiting that information. Now, you mentioned some stakeholders, ORC, DCC, the yacht people, but also, port, dock, there's a whole array. There's such a tremendous opportunity to do so much better.
Well, there is, and I mean...
Is that the right mechanisms, my question?
Exactly, yes, it is. That's exactly what we'd like to see. We'd like to see everyone get together and do something, because we've got a beautiful harbour. A lot of people want to visit it, but it's just too difficult. It's the amount of dredging I think that you would have to do in Portobello would be just horrendous. Yeah, it's too shallow.
And it moves.
Again, too shallow around the back. I think the front of the island's not as bad. I mean, I've been stuck in a kayak around the back of Quarantine Island. So, yeah, it is. I think it would be too expensive. I mean, Deborah Bay possibly. would be another possibility for a marina in there. There are swing moorings, yeah, and that's where I've just got a swing mooring. But it's probably going to need dredged in places because it's pretty shallow too. Yeah.
Thanks very much. Thank you very much for sending your submission, and thank you very much for taking the time. Yeah,
thank you.
Much appreciated. Thanks, Chris. Next, we have Graham Lowe. Page 394 on the small booklet.
Thank you, Councillor Malcolm, Chairman Noon, other councillors. Congratulations on getting such a strong feedback from the public. It's great. I'm pleased to be here. I'm here because I think the mere $240 I pay in rates is negligible for the quality, well, my household pays, is negligible for maintaining the quality of the environment that I've chosen to live in. I've come to Dunedin from other places. I love this place. I love Otago. I think the central responsibility of the council is to look after the life-supporting capacity of our environment, and because we've framed our plans and our discussion documents about the price of rates rather than the goal of what we want to do and where we want to go, we've ended up in this place where there's been gross underspending that we've got to catch up on. So I'm strongly supportive of the increase in rates to achieve environmental outcomes that we need to address. I congratulate you on employing biodiversity staff, and the biodiversity grants program has been beneficial of forest and bird, which I'm active in, and I'm pleased to report that this year out at Sandfly Bay, the traps and other materials that the biodiversity grants have provided has led to well over 60 sooty shearwater chicks, leaving the third largest colony of sooty shearwaters on the mainland in New Zealand. In talking about the rates and pest issues, we should have some mechanism to reward people that pitch in and do the right thing and keep their properties clear of weeds, keep their properties low in rabbit numbers, and don't have other pests like deer and goats. There is, of course, a concern raised by the Pomahaka group about the cost of getting consents to construct wetlands to remediate past damage, and I'm on support with that. That's somewhere where the consenting process is missing the point. Lake Hayes, you guys have the authority to control the actions, upstream activities which have effect downstream, and you really need to exercise that. The special rate proposed there doesn't cover the land which is upstream of the lake, which of course is where the problems arise, and of course that significant abstraction of water upstream of the lake doesn't help. I believe though that places like that are severely impacted, we should look carefully before we go to places like Tomahawk Lagoon, which is a similar level of eutrophic behaviour, but we could throw a lot of money into that, and we really need to prioritise two areas that have high threatened species values which are fixable. And we've really got to get on to weed pests escaping early rather than the ones that we really know about and are already dealing. The weed pest list and strategy in Otago is deficient in its ability to respond to newly escaped weeds. I applaud you on your rapid and appropriate response to the wallaby issue. Climate, yes, I'm glad to see that it's going to be in the top of your concerns, but we actually know enough and we need to act now, and one particular area of responsibility that you have some oversight of is of course the management of the port. The port is dredging the channel deeper and disposing of the spoil in a way which does affect the marine environment severely and affects the ability of the ocean to remediate some of the fossil carbon that we've released. It's a speculative thing with all the ports, or most of the ports in New Zealand are competing against each other for ships that may not arrive in New Zealand. And the other aspect with the port, of course, is cruise ships. There's no more intensive way of consuming fossil fuel than the cruise ship industry. You're better off to fly in. So do not provide for cruise ships. And I'm very pleased to see that the Council's concerned about the planting of forests to remediate climate carbon, to sink climate carbon. Most of the forests in Otago were burnt by the Polynesian arrivals. They are fire prone. Trying to plant forests here to drag carbon out, we're just so vulnerable to those forests being burnt again with the increasing heat and the increasing turbulence of the climate we're already in. Thank you.
Councillor Hobbs.
Thank you very much, Graham. Appreciated this. There were a couple of things I didn't understand. You talk about for priority climate change action, you talk about, I've observed retrograde dumping of fill at Pleasant River and Hooper's Inlet.
Well, that's just an example of where wetlands are being infilled to make pasture.
You don't by private companies?
By private companies, usually the landowners, yes. And sometimes they're an integrated outfit, like out at Papanui Inlet, Hooper's Inlet, where spoil from earth moving part of that operation goes onto land.
There. Okay, thank you.
That's just an example.
Yep.
Councillor Robertson.
Just understanding your principles for spending then and protecting biodiversity and ecosystem values. You talked about being careful about spending all our money in certain areas and bang for buck, I suppose. As an ecologist, you will understand the principles of where we normally should spend our money to be the most efficient and have the best outcomes. You've worked your life in that, I'd imagine. What would you say that is? There's probably 3 options and then there's a 4th as well. So there's protecting your highest values. You've already got something really awesome, so protect it. There's enhancing a wee bit, and then there's the total restoration. We've got 3 projects there with significant resources highlighted, which are total restoration. So those are something you talked about, so how you feel about that. And the 4th then is projects that community really want and back them. So they may not, make the most ecological or ecosystem sense, but the community really wants them. And that's where we have to think, how should we spend money and who should pay? So could you talk about that? Because that's something we're grappling with at the moment in this plan.
Yeah, well, you have employed expert staff, Scott Jarvie, who I've worked with, for example, to advise on that, and there's outside people that you draw in. I know with your funding decisions, I know John Barkler's been involved in the past, and that's really where you need to come back to the science community. And I went to Cam Speedy's presentation last night about sharpening your predator control, and he said, make sure it has benefit to what you want to benefit, because we do have a bit of a bomb and hope with this predator-free thing. Oh, I've got traps out, things will be better. Well, on the Otago Peninsula, getting rid of the possums, I believe, is vital to prove proof of concept, but the number of ecological benefits of it are minor. That won't do anything for penguins. It won't do anything for the Cook scurvy grass, the rare plant that's endemic to Otago. People talk about how their roses are better. So I'm still in support of the Otago Peninsula Biodiversity Group getting rid of possums, because if we can't get rid of possums, and I've been involved with killing possums since 1975, we're not going to do the other animals, because they only have 1 young a year and they're big and they're stupid. If we can't get them from Otago Peninsula, Predator Free needs to think again.
And
Councillor Deacup. About the councillors when he said that. Graham, I'm really impressed with your ideas. What ideas have you got of any about the yellow penguin? It's in serious strife. And we've been intervening by way of funding science projects. We're dithering over whether we carry on doing that or not. what would your advice be about the yellow penguin?
It's not been a central issue of mine, but certainly the disposal of spoil from the Otago Harbour dredging for 7 kilometres off at A0 is a very big negative impact on the marine environment. And the Motiti case shows that the Regional Council can have some authority in the management of fisheries in this waters, and I would look at the bottom trawling for flatfish as one of the things that's very negative. It's not in your purview to say about how the fish are caught, but obviously set netting and trawling have direct mortality impact upon yellow-eyed penguins. So those are big areas of concern of mine.
Graham, thanks very much indeed. Thanks for taking the time, and thanks for your presentation. Thank you. Ron Sim.
Page 843
on our big document, page 843, submitted number 1478, Mr. Ron Sim. Yeah. You find a hole, you find a moment. Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, councillors, thank you for the opportunity to come and share and talk to you. I've been through local body things for many years ago. You'll see the submission that I've put in there, and I wanted to basically put an addendum to what I'm talking about, because I've personally and professionally developed with people for virtually all of my life, certainly my adult life. So I rub shoulders and talk to many people, and have done so literally probably to thousands of people. So I wanted to just basically put an addendum to what I have already written, and you may have some questions that you want to ask of me, and I hope that I can give you the right answers. There'll probably be opinions anyway, but I share Alec Hamilton's comments that he made the other day, and Alec and I have had lots of talks over the years, and I think some of his comments are entirely relevant. Coming down to the rabbits issue, this is an ongoing festering sore, and I know that we have tremendous problems with rabbits in the built-up areas particularly. I have one of my ex-relations who runs a dairy unit, and he said the water on the farm solved the rabbit problem, because rabbits don't like wet fur. So if you can get a chance to give them a good hose down and they can go into their burrow, it may work. But I noticed there is a group in the Maniatoto who are having a very successful program as far as rabbits and rabbit control is concerned. And I think it's good that there's local initiatives that are being used to control the rabbit plague, because it is a plague, and history shows that as far as our area is concerned. I think as far as the proposed expenditure of ORC, it's a wish list really, and I guess we all went through that, and certainly I went through that as a councillor years ago, and Deputy Mayor in Oamaru many years ago as well. So basically we have to take into consideration the people who we're basically serving, because I happen to believe and think that people are more important than our environment, because people live in our environment, and I think we have to have consideration for them. Let me give you an example. The COVID thing has changed the scene as far as what's happening very considerably. I was talking to a pilot the other day, and since the COVID-19 thing, system or pandemic came through, he hasn't worked as a pilot since that time. So I said, what are you doing? He said, I'm actually basically just cutting wood. So that's really quite a big trauma for him. A grandmother who looks after a granddaughter, while the mother, who comes from a separated family, works on a dairy farm. The child has all sorts of issues, and I wouldn't go into the details of it, but it's very difficult for a grandmother in those situations. Her ability to pay for professional fees basically is extremely difficult, and usually the doctor has to write off the professional fees that would normally be that she should normally pay. So there are a lot of people out there who are living from payday to payday and pension to pension. And when I have people coming and telling me that is their situation, I know that that's true. it's all right for me because I'm reasonably okay. But we know that the voluntary agencies such as Salvation Army, Presbyterian Support, and other aid agencies, including food banks, are really under a lot of pressure to help people who have needs that are basically quite significantly serious. It's really life issues. As far as water is concerned, it's nice to have rain coming down the road this morning, but as far as the water issues are concerned, it is a difficult one for you guys to address, and I know as far as some of your drier areas, and I'm looking at your catchments in the inland Otago area, they are going to have dry periods. Some of the farmers are basically making storage dams, and that can give them a bit of a buffer, but it's a difficult one in North Otago. I think we have largely solved the problem apart from the dryland farmers, and some of those are quite worried at this particular time. The fire issue has been a significantly serious one as far as my area is concerned, and I know the Ohau area very well, and also the Livingston fire, which didn't get very much publicity at that time because of what was happening up at Ohau, is a significant issue. I have a son who's involved in forestry, and I know just what a problem it is for dry matter. And I think we basically need to look at what we have been allowing a group to do as far as this development of the forestry, and they're not doing anything with it. So I think probably ORC should have a look at that. What are people running into, ordinary people? High rates, not only from ORC as proposed, but also the other rating institutions, and I think you know that. Significant expenses incurred by a lot of people, sometimes partly of their own fault. I was visiting and talking with a patient recently who is over 60. Her husband was a professional, not a health professional, but a professional. She's told me that she still has a mortgage, and she's asked the bank to defer the mortgage payments. Now, that really bothers me, someone who is in that age group and has that particular concern. There are significant expenses incurred by people who do not own property. And unfortunately, there's a lot of people who are paying very, very high rentals, and we know that. And it's all very well for landowners or property owners to use that as a source of income. But often they're keeping people in a state of poverty. And even only yesterday, I had one of my patients reminded me of the difficulties that their family have when they're contemplating perhaps getting a property or versus rental. So there's lots of areas there. Ill health. The health issue is a significant one, and we're reminded of that day by day. And I think unless we start looking at prevention, we're basically looking at the bottom of the cliff instead of putting a fence up on the top. And I know you guys are not directly involved in the health issues, but I think as a society, as Western societies, we have to address causes rather than have the ambulance at the bottom of the cliff. Addiction. We know that, and I know this from my own experience with patients, there's a lot of people out there who have serious and significant addiction issues. That's an issue that I think needs to be addressed. So low incomes with high taxation. The other area...
Ron, I just ask, we're just over the 5 minutes now, if you just...
Right. Do you want to ask a question?
No, I was just going to get you to quickly sum up for time. And there's some questions coming.
Sure. Do you want to address, do you want to ask?
I'm just saying that once you finish, we can ask you questions.
Yeah, okay. The other area that I'm very concerned about is the use of a lot of toxic sprays and chemicals. I've seen the effects of that. I have watched people die, younger than I am, die significantly poorly and bad health issues, and I've asked them, what was your exposure to chemicals? And they have told me just how bad the poisons were from the chemicals that they were using. So that's a significant issue, and I think ORC probably should have a look at that. Broken relationships. We know what it's doing to a lot of people. Single families. So my advocacy today is for people who are struggling. I could make some comments about the port, by the way, but I have a boat in the Oamaru Harbour, but I could make comments about it, but time won't permit. I can make a few comments about that.
Thank you. A question here from Councillor Hobbs.
Sure, Councillor.
In your really interesting submission, you talked about transport and you talked about the use of small buses.
Yes.
I happen to agree and support the idea of small buses, but it's occurred to me, and maybe you've done some work, if somebody is in a wheelchair, how the hell do they get onto a small bus? Because in the big buses, they kneel down for you.
Whitestone Taxis, who were my tenants for many years, have specially appointed buses that people can get in and out of. So there's the facilities for people to use designated vans is there, and they're very good.
Right.
Yes.
Okay.
Yep. Any further questions?
Thank you.
Thank you, Rob. Very much appreciated. Thank you for taking the time to put your submission, and thank you very much for coming down for the day.
Thank you for what you're doing.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
And now if we go on to booklet 1, page 336, Kim Glennie. Good morning, Club. 4-minute bell, then a 5-minute bell, and we'll give you some questions. And thanks very much for coming along, and the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chairman and councillors. I specifically want to address your balancing the budget. Your budget comes from my budget, and I've never had a budget your size. Mine's been hand to mouth pretty much all my working life, like a lot of people. It really concerns me, the increases that you're looking for, considering that Statistic New Zealand shows that for most people, percentage increases are between 1% and 2%. They, over the last 5 years, between 8 and 10% total, and yet you guys are looking at nearly 100% over the next 10 years. I've looked at my rates bills from you guys over the last 5 years, I think it is, and it's a 53% increase. And I've had a maybe 5% increase total in that time. It's just, I think it's unsustainable. I know that you've got a lot of work to do, and most of it I support. But trying to make ends meet, I'm retired now, so my income's limited. Yeah, this is my major concern.
Councillor Scott.
Thank you. I know it's a real issue, but as a matter of interest, what rates bill do you pay for the ORC? What we found is you've got sustainability issues, but we've found that environmentally we've got sustainability issues. We're not doing our job. And as a matter of interest, if we just ignore percentages for a bit, how much are you paying for your rates to the ORC?
In this year, it was 267. Yeah.
Councillor Moon and Councillor Robertson.
Thanks, Kim. Just had a query about, would you prefer the Otago Regional Council took more of a borrowing approach going forward in light of our work program to minimise or reduce the impact on the ratepayer?
Sure. I'm not really keen on that, unfortunately, because borrow today, it's got to be paid back tomorrow. And, you know, I struggled for most of my working life to pay off my mortgage. So I wouldn't wish that on anyone else. People and organisations need to live within their means. And unfortunately for people who are on the benefit or minimum wage, unemployed and retired people, we don't have any
leeway. And unfortunately, we're a significant proportion of the people who pay your rates. So I think, unfortunately, you have to live within the same constraints that we do. And if that means that things can't get done, then maybe this council needs to go to government and say, either you provide the funding or we can't do what you want us to do.
Councillor Robertson.
I was wondering whether you're aware of you probably are, the rates rebate scheme, and whether you thought that addressed the issue or not for those with, a whole range of different incomes. I'm just re-looking at it now up on my screen of what people are eligible for, whether that answers the question, or are you putting to us that there's projects that we're doing that aren't important enough at the moment for us to be funding? And yeah.
I'm aware of the rates rebate. I didn't look at your one. I looked at the DCC and I missed out by about $10.
Oh gosh.
Just simply because of when I finished work.
Right. Yeah.
Yes, it would help. A lot of the things, I read in the paper about what you guys are doing, want to do, I agree with them. But where does the money come from? I would like to do things at home, but I can't because I don't have the income. You would like to do things around the province, but if you don't have the income, you can't do them. We're all stuck in the same boat.
Queenstown. We had a hand up in Queenstown.
Hi, it's Michael Laws here. Yeah, actually, do you know what you paid for your Dunedin City Council rates? You know you paid $267 for the regional council. Do you know what you paid for your city council rates?
About 2,500. I can't be exact.
Right.
Thank you.
Yeah, can I just follow up Councillor Robertson as well and say that the rates rebate schemes were $655 to you this year. So you've got to put the two rates together and then you can get a maximum rebate of $655. So that's quite a discount when you think about it off your combined rate bill.
Yeah, well, I didn't realise I could put the two together, and I'll have a look at that. Yeah.
Maybe we should see to the
Thank you, Councillor Laws. Councillor Calvert.
When you suggest that we look to government has specifically said that it wouldn't put taxes up and therefore it has told us to do things that it would like us to do. And 35% of our rates increase is actually directly as a direction from government to do stuff that they want us to do.
Yep, the government wants you to do it. Yeah, I understand that.
No, the government's insisted we do it using our ratepayers' money rather than taxes. So the chance of us going back to them and saying, you've just insisted we do it,
well,
is that likely to be, do you see that as having any successful option? Or?
If all the councils, regional councils around the country said to the government that it's we can't do what you want us to do because our ratepayers can't pay or struggle to pay, then if all the regional councils said it, then maybe the government would take some notice. But you'd all have to act together.
A very pertinent comment, and I thank you for that. Is there anything else you'd like to add?
No, not really.
Good.
Thank you.
No, good. Look, thanks very much for taking your time, and thanks very much indeed for expressing the view I know that so many would have at the moment. So,
thank you.
Thank you. Then we have submitted number 94, which is Bus Users Support Group Otipoti, page 211 of your.
Kia ora tātou, I'm Peter Dowden and this is Liz Angelo.
We'll give you a wee ding on the bell at 7 minutes. If you require that long, then another minute to round up, and then we ask some questions. But feel free, and the floor is yours. Thank you very much.
Well, I won't read out our submission. You've all got access to it. And I'm also aware of the overlap between this discussion and the upcoming draft Regional Public Transport Plan consultation process. So I'll try to avoid the overlap. And it's my feeling that the long-term plan, 10-year plan process is sort of more about funding. And so I'll try to limit my discussion to that rather than saying I think this bus should go around this particular corner. We'll steer away from that. So what I want to particularly highlight in our submission is our request, repeated from some years ago, that there be a discount for those passengers who hold the community services card. And we have really appreciated all of the efforts that have gone into making the bus service more affordable. And that has helped a lot of people. And then I note the submission yesterday from, was it Generation Zero, I think, who suggested that the bus fare be halved yet again to $1. And of course that would make it also more affordable. But affordability, there's really only one price that's affordable for everybody, and that's zero, of course. And well, bring it on. We'd be happy with that. But if you have a price, even at Generation Zero's $1 fare, which would be lovely, there would still be a few people who would quite appreciate it if it was knocked down to 75 cents. And society has a diverse range of incomes, and the community services card is a really good way to deal with that. It's issued to people with the lowest incomes, the working poor and the beneficiaries, and it's already existing. And we know that the rigmarole and trouble the Otago Regional Council used to go to run its own eligibility card system, it caused a lot of headaches and administrative effort, and you were quite right to drop that. That's what we call the Go Card Extra system. You were quite right to drop that, but the community services card is already out there. It's available, just as you do with the Gold Card. People could then go onto the website, register their bus card, the B card, enter their community services card number and the expiry date, and then of course when it expired they would revert to an adult fare. And this is the sort of thing that you can do with computers. So I really do want to commend that to you. We did really in Dunedin enjoy the long-standing discount of 25% off for the beneficiaries that used to be eligible for the Go Card Extra, and also for students. My understanding is, and I could be corrected on this, I understand that all students are eligible for community services cards, so that makes that easy, although you could run it separately and use the OUSA card or the Polytech card, but I don't know how that would be done. But yes, I do want to include the students in this, a 25%, so that would be on the $2 fare, $1.75 for students and people who hold the community service card. And the other thing that, in the same vein, we would really like to see that the so-called half fare, which is what people colloquially refer to a child fare, we really would like that to be actually a good, honest half of the fare, and not the sort of 2/3, 3/4 that it keeps sort of creeping up to. And at the moment it's 12 20ths, which is what, 6/10. And we haven't in Otago had a genuine, honest half fare for many, many years, going back dozens of years actually, and that is something that we really could remedy and really make public transport, especially to things like school, after school activities, ballet practice, rugby practice, really, really more affordable and accessible to families, and importantly get a lot of those cars off the road that cause the sort of March madness, the back to school traffic jams. It would be very beneficial to Dunedin to really make children travelling to school by bus a thing that it used to be. And so yes, limiting myself to those funding-based matters. And then my colleague Liz would also like to make her statement, but I just have one more thing on a slightly different matter. Noting the submission of our good friends, the Dunedin City Council, that they would quite like to take over the bus service, lock, stock and barrel, at least the Dunedin one, not the Queenstown one, presumably. I've often mentioned that I think that has benefits, because it would enable the design of the bus service to be carried out at the same time as the design of the traffic layout of the roads. And there are benefits, but I would like the Otago Regional Council, when considering the City Council's request, I'd like you to base your decision on the Dunedin City Council's track record of how well they operate that part of the bus network that they already are responsible for, namely the bus stops. If you believe the Dunedin City Council is doing an excellent job maintaining and designing and operating bus stops, then that would be a very good way to decide that they are capable of running the rest of the bus network. And if you think they're doing a bad job at that, then that would be a good way of determining that perhaps they wouldn't do a particularly good job of running the rest of the bus network. So I'll leave you to draw your own conclusions on that matter. And over to you, Liz.
Thank you, Liz.
Well, I'll try and be very brief. 4 words. Electric bus for Central City. And your main thought is how and who's going to pay for it. I've put this proposal to the DCC, and I see no reason why you, at this point, before you've actually handed over any of the public transport to them, at this point, you couldn't work together, and you could put in a proposal to the central government to get a small electric bus to go from the hub around to City Rise, because they're totally isolated, because this council took the bus away from there in the last round. City Rise along and down to the university and the Polytech back to the hub. We have loads of students living on that isolated hill and very poor bus service. So that's my brief proposal.
And so we'd love to hear your questions, and do please feel free to ask questions about other aspects of our submission. It would be very nice to answer a question from a councillor who knew they weren't going to be involved in the draft regional public transport plan hearings, because of course they won't have an opportunity to ask questions of us then.
Councillor Olsen.
2 questions. One is at the suggestion of Councillor Calvert earlier about a liaison group for buses, that we can actually ensure that we're getting good comms between staff, council, governance and users to understand what the issues are. What would you think of that as a one step forward for some of the issues we've heard about? Ongoing meetings.
That really would be a splendid idea, and I'd also like to suggest that bus drivers also be included, because I think they have a wealth of knowledge that's often neglected.
Thank you. Second question is, I noticed you talk about school children. I'm really frustrated that we keep on having them not being considered as people. And what is it that makes school children different from just being people that want a service in the city?
Well, because school children...
In Greater Wellington, they don't see them separately.
Do you want to charge them the same as adults?
No. You talk about using school bus services, and I'm just wondering, we often talk about school children as being an exception to everything else, all the other services, and I appreciate at the moment Ministry of Education runs services, but the moment they get out of school and they're still in the school uniform and they want to get to a sports field, are they a school pupil or are they a person who wants to get somewhere? And I just get frustrated we don't seem to see them as people.
No, just for the record, it's my overall, what I always envisage, at least within the city, is children travelling on the regular public transport services that are open to everyone else.
Yeah. Could I just answer that as well? I happen to live in the 5-school central city zone. We have thousands and thousands of children, and that's another reason to have this electric bus. There's one right outside Otago Boys High School, but it doesn't have the timetable on it. So do the kids know that that's their regular bus stop? It's that sort of communication that's important. They can hop on buses all the time. All those schools could be serviced on that hillside.
Councillor Robertson.
Thank you. I can't remember whether it was Polytech or University, but anyway, a submission stating that there's a problem at the moment with the $2 fare and shorter commutes. Is that something as well that you're...
Student Association.
It's Student Association, yeah.
So that
experience?
$2 is, if you live in Palmerston, $2 really is an absolutely marvellous deal. But yes, if you want to just pop from perhaps the Gardens corner where New World is down to the university, yeah, $2 is actually a wee bit steep. Of course, that would, under my suggestion, with a 25% discount, that would be cheaper. And then also my understanding this is based on rumour, not actual knowledge, but I've sort of overheard that there are moves afoot to have something like fare capping, which would mean that if you caught a dozen buses, to go to the florist and the tobacconist and the hairdresser and the supermarket and then the butcher and the baker and the candlestick maker and then home again, the sort of thing you might do on a trip in the car, you really do get penalised using the bus in that same way. And the fare capping is a really, really good way. The idea is that once you've racked up a certain amount of revenue for the bus service, it doesn't charge you any more for the rest of the day. That's a really good way.
Prescriptions.
Yes, it's a little bit like that, yes.
A certain amount, and then if you keep using them in that year.
Or maybe a bit like an all-you-can-eat restaurant. It's my favourite kind of restaurant. Yeah.
Awesome. Thank you very much.
Basis, surely not a daily basis.
Thank you very much indeed for coming along and making your submission, and we've read your submission and certainly will be considering it. So
and of course we'll be back at the RPTP deliberations as well, so looking forward to that.
Good as gold.
Thank you. Changeable.
Now, Morgan Trotter.
Submission.
Page 98.
Book 2.
Good morning.
Morgan, we have a 7-minute bell, then an 8-minute bell that will give you time to tidy up, and then we'll throw you some questions. So the floor is yours, sir.
Thank you very much. I'll just skim through some of the main points of my submission, or on our Te Aki Maniatoto submission. So I have just started as project manager of this project. It's aimed at achieving positive environmental and economic outcomes for the Apatari catchment. We haven't mentioned it in our submission, but it's largely MFE funded, approximately $1 million per year, and an important part of the project is also creating jobs for the community. There are 5 main areas we are requesting assistance from the RRC on, and I'll just go through those. Perhaps the backbone of our project will be the development of an enduring catchment management plan, all aimed towards improving the freshwater quality for the catchment. And by doing this, we also hope to protect the financial viability of the farms, so that the farmers know that they're meeting regulatory requirements in the future. And of course, it's going to be really important for us to work closely with the Regional Council to achieve this. In particular, we have some challenges in the Apatari area in regard to the Greater Scroll Plain, with some uncertainty regarding upcoming regulatory changes. And we would like to develop the concept of a wide buffer that excludes all development close to the Scroll Plain wetland areas, that protects those landforms, but grazing of drier and higher areas when it's suitable to control rank grasses and willows. So we have first-hand experience of some areas where stock have been taken off, some dry areas, and the willows and the long grass that have come away has been quite significant. Although we are aware that the proposed regulations will still enable sheep to be grazed in some of these areas, and that will be quite a useful management tool. And also we're interested in finding out more about an exclusion for developed pasture areas. So we certainly recognise there's some areas where there shouldn't be stock, but if we had a blanket stock exclusion right across the whole area, it could have unintended outcomes. Another area we're seeking support is management of pest plants in the Apatari, in particular management of crack willows. We have ongoing issues with crack willows. Way back in the old catchment board days, the catchment board spent a small fortune trying to straighten the length of the river to stop willows that had impeded flow, and we want to work closely with the council to control these in a more planned manner. We want to eradicate the willows from the upper basin and then manage them through the middle part of the Maniatoto and the Kaiburn. So we'd really appreciate more support in that area. Of course, a vital part of our project is riparian fencing to improve water quality, and working closely with council to help us design and implement a water quality sampling program that just identifies key areas required for fencing would be really appreciated. And an enhancement of regal exit populations. We understand council is planning some work in the catchment, and we would like to work closely with the council to make that money go further. We would like you to consider waiving consent fees for ecological restoration projects. We are aware that often the consent fees for larger ecological restoration projects may cost more than the actual physical works of the project, and that is obviously a deterrent for farmers. I guess I'd also say that in terms of protecting water quality in the long term, waiving of consent fees would be cost beneficial, I think, in the long term, and also send a strong message to the farming community that the Regional Council want to enable them to put in wetlands and silt traps. We're also aware there's initiative for integrated catchment management, and we think this is quite a similar model to what we're hoping to achieve. We would like you to consider bringing this work program forward. We are in the process of starting now, and by 2024 we'll be well down the track. So the sooner you could consider bringing that workload forward, the better. And yeah, just I guess in summary, we really appreciate the help that the council has provided us already. Particularly, I'd like to mention Pete Ravenscroft. He's been very helpful in starting moves towards redelineating the Squirrel Plain wetland area. And David Cooper and Lewis from the consents team visited us recently, and they helped us understand the upcoming regulations that may change about stock requirements in their waterways, and we think they're more workable than we initially thought, so that was very helpful. And we really appreciated Andrew coming up and having a look at some of the issues on the ground. And we didn't have an opportunity to have a committee meeting to form a consolidated position on where we think funding for this type of work should come from. But I am aware that council has taken on a lot of staff recently, and I guess I just make the general comment that the application of staff resources on projects such as this that are going to have direct and meaningful outcomes to the community is perhaps a worthy consideration.
Councillor Scott.
Thank you.
Thank you for your work. Currently, we don't have a mechanism for waiving wetland or ecological restoration projects. One particular group proposed or suggested that we do it for community projects that have an environmental basis for wetland restoration. But I think what you're saying is you're actually trying to open it up to all wetlands. And just before there's obviously going to be a financial issue wherever, I mean, from my perspective, I wonder if it's all about just making that consent fee a bit more competitive for non-community wetlands. I'll shut up. What do you think?
In a previous role, I did a lot of small wetland restoration projects in South Otago, and the consent fee was considered, it's the uncertainty about the consent as well, was considered quite a hurdle for a lot of farmers who are looking to create small wetlands and sediment traps. So I'm opening it up. I'm suggesting that it should be for community projects and small on-farm restoration projects as well. And I'd put it to you that the long-term benefit of having functioning wetlands that ameliorate flood events and provide summer flow and improve water quality will negate the short-term costs of consent fees. And it also sends a really strong message to the farming community that the Regional Council are backing them, helping them to improve freshwater outcomes.
Ms. Robertson.
The comment about the integrated catchment management work that the council might be doing, and also that you are doing as well in the Maniatoto, which is great. Sorry, I'm just trying to get the timing. So you've asked us to bring forward our program so that it aligns with the work that you're doing and we're not duplicating, I suppose, and is useful. I'm just trying to understand your timeline for when you're going to be working on it. Is it a priority for the start of your project, or is it lining up with our FMU process?
Yeah.
How does yours work?
Yes, making sure all those three processes link together will be very important. We'll be starting to develop our catchment management plan in the first year, and obviously an important part of that will be the redelineation of the wetlands, which you're helping us with. So it may not be essential to bring the integrated catchment management plan forward to the first year, but the sooner the better. I'm just conscious, wouldn't it be a waste of everyone's resources if we developed our catchment management plan, there's an FMU process working as well, and then in 2024 your integrated catchment workload comes on board. I'd just like to see us working all together if we can.
Councillor Wilson.
You make a comment about we request ongoing assistance with the ORC to design and implement a water quality sampling program.
Yes.
One of the issues that we've had, and we've heard it in a number of ways before now, is about when that information gets to you, so that you can actually react. And you talk about there being ongoing issues in some parts of the catchment. I don't know enough about the water sampling, but should that be available to you in almost a real-time way, so that you can react more quickly?
That would certainly be very helpful, but also we'll probably undertake physical water quality sampling as well, and we just want to make sure that that's all working in conjunction with ORC and helping design that program and analysis. And
so you'd like to be able to feed in your data as well as citizen science, sort of to complement
yeah, that's a concept we'd like to develop. Okay. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. No further questions. Oh, thanks very much indeed for coming. Thanks very much for your submission and certainly giving us plenty to think about.
Yes, thank you very much for your time, guys.
No problem. So we're just about sticking to time, ladies and gentlemen.
Nice one.
Now, Ian Bryant, which is on page 287 of the smaller booklet.
Booklet 2. Oh,
Booklet 2,
yes.
Yep.
Sorry, just gone. Every now and then I confuse the number.
Good morning, Ian. Or now we've just into afternoon. We'll give you a wee bell at 4 minutes, and at 5, if you could just wrap up in about 5 minutes, will be great. Then we'll put over to question time. Thank you.
Thanks. Right. I was just going to talk about. I wasn't going to talk about general rates because. I want to talk about targeted rates, and because general rates get all the attention and they're most of the ratepayers, but targeted rates actually pay more rates than general rates in total, and there's few of us, so I'm going to represent targeted ratepayers today. So I was interested in, you've got two new targeted rates in this document, the Lake Hayes and the Pest one, and the Lake Hayes one, I've been intrigued by reading the media focus on and the submitters from yesterday about the Lake Hayes one, because the arguments that put forward about how contributing factors in the wider catchment should be taken into account in setting the rate is what we've been arguing for the last 10 years on targeted rates on the Taieri, that having a narrow band around Lake Hayes of based on the economic assessment seems unfair. And I read the Castilia report of the economic assessment for Lake Hayes, and it seemed very subjective judgments to reach their conclusions. You know, a cyclist is worth $10 and a walker's hiker is worth $5 and a kayaker is worth $30. It seemed very subjective. So the contributing factors seem to be a much, or I think your official term is exacerbator factors should be taken much more into account in the Lake Hayes one. So that was my comment about Lake Hayes. And then the new targeted one for pest rates, it gave the option of choosing between land value and capital value. And I didn't think either were very good because I thought, there'll be an economic assessment or there'll be a contributing factor assessment to set the pest rate, but I could see neither. It looked more like a wealth tax based on land values or capital values to set the pest rate. And I pointed out in my submission that a low, say a dairy farm on Paratai, Inchclutha, no rabbits, no wilding pines, no real pests, will pay a significant contribution to that rate. And compared with, say, the similar area of land in Galloway or Maniototo that does have a rabbit problem, does have a wilding pine problem, they'll pay, based on land value, will pay much the same as this dairy farm down on Paratai or Inchclutha. So I couldn't really tick either land value or capital value for setting the pest rate. I thought land area might be a more appropriate way of setting the pest rate. So it's what. And then on page 13 of your document, it had what targeted rates are going to go up to in the next 4 years. So I was just going to say what effect that has on myself, on my own farm, average sized farm on the Taieri, and I pay $37,000 of rates at the moment, and based on those figures on page 13, in 4 years' time I'll be paying $59,000 of rates, and there didn't seem to be much justification of where all that money is going to be spent. So contributing factors on the Taieri to targeted rates should be reintroduced. They were in before 2011. 2011 they had the rating review and exacerbating factors were taken out. So and there's still contributing exacerbator factors that are increasing. We have the severity of floods nowadays commented on because of climate change, but there's also land use change. And when you think about, I do a bit of tramping, you go up to Mangatua and the snow tussock is disappearing at the end of, at the Waipori end, it's disappearing. When I look out my kitchen window to the Mangatuas, it's almost green to the top. You look at travelling over the old Dunstan road lately, lots of snow tussock being ploughed under there. So all these contributing factors, and then you look at subdivisions in Mosgiel, subdivisions in Outram, infill housing in Mosgiel, all contributing factors that don't get recognised in the way ORC set targeted rates at the moment. And then lastly, as tangata whenua, I was just going to bring up Scott Fold, the engineer that we had down temporary. He commented that on the Hauraki Plains where he used to work, it lives, they had they brought in contributing factors, catchment-wide exacerbator factors into their rate and got taken to court and won the court case easily. So he said that's a legitimate way of setting targeted rates, is using contributing causal factors. So then just wearing the tangata whenua hat from Hapu down to Henley Kaik, the ORC and their predecessors doing flood schemes on the Taieri and drainage schemes that have been detrimental to us in the past 100 years, flooded the Kaika, the Urupā, drained Lake Tatawai, and all those things that have contributed to the demise of our hapu in Henley have, and these contributing factors that are not taken into account is continuing that history of detrimental effect on our hapu and our ability to survive on the lower end of the Taieri. So, Marty Wire, that's my submission.
Thank you. A question from Councillor Scott.
Yeah, you may or may not want to answer this, but environmentally, you know, the Taieri Plain, even the lower of the Taieri River, any comment, you know, water quality of the river, water quality on the Taieri Plain, biodiversity, how are we tracking? We spent a lot of time bitching about flood protection, but how are we going?
As a keen whitebaiter, whitebait catches have improved in the last few years, and I actually swim in the Taieri River this year and other summers, and I find it perfectly.
What about DD sampling?
I don't do physical sampling, but in the 60s when I was much younger, we couldn't swim in the Taieri because we had pollution notices up. So it's significantly better than the 60s and 70s when Mosgiel sewage went into it. So no, it's in my view just not scientific, but just observation. It's improving.
Councillor Hobbs.
I'm trying to get this as clear as I can. There you are on the Taieri farming, and the rates that you have to pay are to protect you from flooding, correct? Those special rates. But you're arguing, and you have a sort of support from me, is that wider than the farming area is the concretisation, word, of Mosgiel actually exacerbates your flooding, and yet they don't pay those sorts of rates.
No, they pay some rates, but yeah,
they don't pay rates that share in protecting flooding or the causes of flooding. I've got that right?
Yes.
Okay,
yeah.
I think I've got it now.
Thank you.
Sorry, I just had to check.
Yeah.
Alan Kirkland's met on his submission.
I understand.
Any further questions?
Yeah.
Councillor Robertson.
Yes, the important one there that came through for me was you in your own instance feel that the sustainability of your farm is impacted by the rates projection, which you said in 4 years would be $59,000 for your property. I guess the premise is that the land value and the productivity value of the farm is improved by the flood scheme, like Councillor Hobbs just said. But are you saying that it's approaching a threshold where the productivity value is not keeping up with the rates?
Yes.
And it's the actual sustainability is...
exactly right, yeah. Because talking about us, is my family moved 4 times to escape the effects of the flood scheme. So we had to move from Henley to Dodakaya and then over into the flood protected area. And now we're getting a creeping effect of these rate increases making, we might have to move again. So. And I'm the only, it used to be about 10 of us hapu my family are the only ones left on South Taieri now.
Councillor Wilson.
Sorry, I just want to clarify that because I think that was oversimplification. The floodplains, the flood works themselves have caused that requirement that you move rather than the actual flooding itself.
Yes.
And so the exacerbator is actually the flood works as much as the ongoing, I think that's what you told us last year. One of the issues, and I think this comes to the level of service, you aren't getting to see what the actual works that are being invested in and added to your rates bill. So I think part of the, if you thought they were good value and worth it, you may pay it, but you don't actually know what they are. Is that correct?
Yeah, and that's the other thing about Scott Fold's visit to down here is he identified that the actual level of service performance of our pumping has gone down. It used to be 10 mils per 24 hours and now it's down to about 7. So we're paying more rates and getting less value for those rates.
Thank you very much indeed. That wraps up the questions. So thank you very much indeed for your submission. Thanks for taking the time to come in and talk to us. It's very much appreciated.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I think the email was Penny Road, that obviously.
At this stage, we were to have Department of Conservation in Queenstown. Unless
They're all shuffling
unless
around.
Nick Donnelly's moved to taking a position with Doc, we have not.
Only a matter of time.
Have we got a submitter?
They're not here, so
What we'll do, we'll take a lunch break now, and I see we've got lunch to 1:30, but let's keep an open mind on that. If we could work till 1:15 to be present, just Brian, if we could be back to here for say 1:15, because if we track Doc down, we may slot them in then. Is that okay? Yep. Thank you.
Thank you, people.
Thank you very much.
Just gone out of that.
If Nick's and if they're set to go, we'll go. Are we on?
I think so. Can you hear us, Queenstown?
Hear us, Queenstown?
We're right ready. I've got Richard Bond is with us. All right. And Richard, we've got Richard Bowman and Leslie Van Gelder's here too, so she's going to sit in. But Richard is going to do his own presentation. Then he's going to present Friends of Lake Hayes because they're not, because Mike Hampson apology. So we're going to start with Richard Bowman, if that's all right with you, Mr. Chair, his first submission.
Perfect. Yep.
You want to take Richard through the rules?
Yeah. So Richard, on your personal one, we'll give you a bell after 4 minutes and a wrap up at 5 minutes and give you some question time, and then we'll pop into the next submission after that, if that's okay.
That'd be fine. Okay. Go ahead.
So the floor is yours, Richard. Thank you, and we're all waiting. Thank you.
Right, that's fine. Well, look, thanks, Clyde Regional Council for letting us present our submission. You'll have undoubtedly read it, so I'm only really going to try and emphasise some of the key points. But one of the comments I made in my opening remarks was it's actually quite difficult to get your head around the proposals in the long-term plan because of the brevity of the document. It really doesn't give much information. I'm used to seeing more, and it's very difficult to make rational judgments about what's being proposed without much in the way of detail or any kind of financial backing, or let's say very, very slight financial backing. It's unfortunate, but that's the position we seem to be in. I've also noted that in the last year, there's been quite a bit of positive change happening in a number of areas in the council: biosecurity, biodiversity, water quality. That's really pleasing to see. But it's really difficult again to get a clear picture of exactly what is happening. And I sort of think this is rather a simple with poor public communication. The good news isn't necessarily getting out, and I think it should. I think ratepayers deserve to know how their organisation is performing. Now, one of the key issues in this long-term plan is really funding. In fact, I think it's more or less the be-all and end-all of it in many respects. And I said last year that I wouldn't object to a reasonable increase in my rates, providing I can be assured the funds will be used by RRC to effectively meet its statutory obligations to sustainably manage the natural resources of the region. So in general, I am reasonably comfortable with an increase in rates, providing I know we're going to get results from them. And I might need some more convincing on that. However, I do have a bit of a beef about the funding for the rehabilitation of land of Lake Hayes, and I'm sure you've had other submissions in that line. In that respect, I'd like to say I would strongly argue that option 3, to create a uniform targeted rate spreading the cost evenly across every ratepayer in Otago, is the most equitable and sustainable method of funding. And thank you for giving that option. I think if option 1 or 2 is used, first of all, Lake Hayes, it's going to cause discord and unhappiness amongst stakeholders, and it may become an unnecessary distraction to what we're trying to do in the case. I think it could become a distraction. And I think if that same principle is applied to similar projects in other parts of the region, it will discourage and impede similar community-based projects. So I think I could go on at length about that, and I have in my submission about the rationale behind that, but I won't delve into that. But anyway, I'd just like to sort of summarise my view is that in my view, the health of water in Lake Hayes should be seen primarily as a public good. Accordingly, the cost of improving it should be shared at least across the whole region, as proposed in option 3. If exacerbators can be clearly identified, in other words, those that contribute to the problem or cause the problem, then they should pay or contribute over and above the beneficiaries. I don't think we've got that sort of outcome in the current proposal. So I won't go any more there, but I will talk a bit about helping to manage pests, because that is quite a big part of the document. And in general terms around funding, I would prefer option 1, 4.6 million from year 1 onwards to fund an immediate and significant increase in capacity and capability to manage pests. And I think this is necessary to compensate for many years of underfunding and lack of resourcing in the biosecurity area. And the shortfalls of this, I'm afraid, are evident in growing public concern about things like rabbits, wild conifer, wallaby, lagroscypher, biodiversity pests and weeds, etc. I also agree that a regional targeted rate for biosecurity activity where costs are shared across all ratepayers based on their land value as a regional targeted rate as the most and I can state that based on my professional experience in regional councils, we've found that sort of combination, that kind of approach to be the most appropriate, fair and generally accepted by the community. I'm also pleased to see that RC is doing some initiatives in rabbits, coordinated rabbit management involving landowners and agencies. And when I attended the drop-in at Lake Hayes a few weeks ago, I was really quite impressed at the positive tone of that meeting, and I thought it was quite a productive and positive meeting, and I hope it leads to good outcomes. With wilding conifers, this is an ongoing issue. Whilst I think we will be given a little bit of respite with the $100 million from government in the last COVID budget, this will run out in 2023 and the problem won't be solved. So I think that regional councils in particular will come into strong focus at that point to look at the options for at least managing the maintenance of the gains that have been made through the program up to that point. I also like to point out there's a number of areas of Otago where wilding tree threats are not being currently dealt with. And I would urge Otago Regional Council to investigate the wilding conifer threat that exists outside the current control areas in the Wakatut and Central Otago and start working with the affected communities and the relevant agencies as soon as possible to develop effective management responses. Moving to biodiversity, I'm pleased to see there's been some progress there. It's a little bit slow as far as I can see, but you are getting there. And I certainly support increasing the use of the Eco Fund to support community groups who want to get involved in protection and enhancement projects. I've been a bit shocked recently looking around parts of Otago, particularly Central Otago, to see the incidence of invasive weeds, very visible ones such as Old Man's Beard. Now, I see them, and the way the photographs I gave you are taken. Yep.
I'll get upset.
Okay, so the other thing I'd like to briefly talk about is biocontrol. So those, I think there's considerable work to be done both in the area of invasive weeds and in the area of biocontrol as a tool to help control invasive weeds. And I applaud the councils for the efforts they've made with broom bullmite, which I think is quite impressive. But I think, again, the council needs to look at expanding those programs and taking proper advantage of these tools, particularly for Old Man's Beard, Budlear, Gorse, Broome, Darwin's Barberry, where there are agents available. So I'll leave it at that. And I have questions, I guess.
I've got one.
Yes.
Combine a second bit of it first.
No, we'll go to Councillor Deaker on this. Councillor Deaker has a question.
Not so much a question, Richard, but
typical.
I just wanted to say thank you, Richard, for a thoughtful, excellent, thorough submission. Very grateful to you. Well done.
Councillor Hobbs.
Thank you as well, Richard, but can you put your mind on wilding pines and carbon forests? We're going to see the increase in carbon forests, namely pines, in our area. Have you got any thoughts about that?
It all goes back to the New Zealand strategy, management strategy, which says the right thing in the right place. Unfortunately, the incentives provided to forestation, particularly for carbon, are very strong incentives, very strong financial incentives, and unfortunately the environmental safeguards have been weakened through the National Environmental Standards for Plantation Forestry. So I would urge the Regional Council to take a very proactive stand in terms of identifying where is the right tree for the right place and ensure that environmental goal is followed. Otherwise, we're going to face the sorts of problems that we had 30 and 40 years ago, ill-considered plantings. We're going to see another generation of them in the future.
Councillor Laws.
I should explain my colleagues. Richard is in charge of security, Southern Regional Council, who has outstanding background in this area. And that's why I'm really keen on testing on this issue of pest management and control. You say we're not doing enough. I take it that control, so you're looking for us to play a much more active role, because at the moment we tend to be putting everything on landowners, and that's manifestly failing up here. What would be an alternative strategy for you?
I don't advocate going back to the past, the old service delivery system like rabbit boards and noxious weeds inspectors. I've had their day. I think the role of regional councils is to act as an informed and I think an enthusiastic supporter of achieving environmental goals in pest management and biodiversity. And it should be able to provide that knowledge and support wherever it can, particularly to assist communities that actually want to do things. I think it's that facilitation, that coordination, that education role. That's where the regional council plays. And most importantly, where rules exist, it has a compliance role. So when all else fails, then compliance measures can be used to protect the rest of the community from people in the community that won't actually pull the weight. So those are the roles I think the regional council should be playing today. I don't think we should reinvent the rabbit board.
I'd like to know, do you know what the ORC is proposing to spend the Lake Hayes money on? Do you think it's what it should spend the money on if it was spending that amount of money? Do you know also where the money is likely to come from, the rest of the 14 million? And could you be a bit more specific on when you think of polluter pays, are you thinking of people who've in the past polluted, or do you think there's anybody polluting on an ongoing basis that you think we could somehow capture?
Look, there's a lot of questions. I'll try and remember them. First answer is no, we're not sure what Otago Regional Council is proposing to do with that $3.5 million. We have asked, and we haven't got what we consider to be satisfactory answers. So we would like more information about that. In terms of the funding for the Vision Lake Hayes project, the majority of it will be sought from government through Jobs for Nature scheme and through the freshwater, whatever it is, the major government freshwater program. And that funding will be sought by our partner, Mana Tahuna, the Iwi Trust. And we hope that in that fundraising process that we will be successful in raising this very large sum of money, majority of it from government. Depending on after that, we will have to look at other alternatives.
Can I just follow up on that?
Yeah, ask a question, sir.
Thank you. Richard, so you actually haven't secured that funding yet?
Not yet, no. It's been bid for.
Yeah.
And I think currently they're awaiting results of those funding rounds.
Okay, thanks.
And the last bits of the questions about polluters, do you think that there's still polluters that we might be able to chase, or are you thinking of past polluters that have got us to the position we're in now?
Look, I think it's very difficult to the historical aspect of it. I think we have to look forward, and that's why Friends of Lake Hayes are so concerned about the catchment and what happens in the catchment from here on. This is why we've submitted to the district plan, and why we're at part of an appeal, which we've had to take on in order to try to establish a much more effective regulatory regime in places like the catchment to ensure that the damage that's been done, if you like, accidentally or historically, won't be repeated in the future. And that comes back to, I think, much better standards in terms of planning rules, and I think more effective monitoring and compliance.
Thank you.
There being no further questions, Richard, thank you very much indeed for your submission. Thanks for the depth and the thought that you put into it. Very much appreciated, and also thank you very much for presenting to us today. So will you now present the Friends of Lake Hayes?
That's correct. And I'm doing it for Mike Hanford.
I understand, Richard. That much appreciated. Thank you.
Fine. Okay. We'll launch into it. Do I get the same 5 minutes?
No, you get 7 this time, because, yeah.
I'll go to the price. Other people can cut short.
Sorry?
We need to fix the deadline.
Yeah.
Other people can cut short, people.
That's all good, Kevin. You don't go. You don't go.
Ooh. Right. Look, as you know, Friends of Lake Hayes is a community-based group formed in 2008 whose aim is to improve the currently degraded water quality of Lake Hayes. And since that time, we've delved heavily into the issue, and in recent years, we've come up with a solution to the problems which we believe is appropriate and necessary and will work in the long run. It's based on science and good economics, and we call it Vision Lake Hayes. Now, this project has 3 parts. First of all, I think it's necessary to improve the outflow of Lake Hayes by replacing the culvert under State Highway 6. We think that augmenting the flow of water through Lake Hayes by adding cool, clean surplus water from the Arrow Irrigation scheme in spring and summer will help to flush the lake. It's not the complete answer, but it's part of it, as is one. And probably the biggest one is implementing a major integrated catchment management program in Mill Creek from its headwaters to the lake, involving riparian planting, the re-establishment of wetlands, and the operation of sediment traps. It's a major undertaking, take a decade to do, and could well cost up to that $10.5 million level. We've got really good support in the community for this concept, we've got a great partner in Mana Tahuna. And now, as I say, the progress is contingent really on funding. And I think that Otago Regional Council staff and council will be aware of that initiative. But going back to the long-term plan, we'd like to commend Otago Regional Council for highlighting the water quality problem in Lake Hayes in its long-term consultation document, and for recognising the need to invest in the remediation of Lake Hayes as a priority. We also acknowledge that Otago Regional Council has a central role to play in the remediation of Lake Hayes and its catchment as part of a whole of government and whole of community partnership approach based on scientific evidence and sound economics. So you've got to be in there. You have to be in there. You are in there. It's really important. And also we appreciate the assistance that we've had from Otago Regional Council in recent times, from staff and from some councillors to move this idea forward. We just talked briefly about the $3.5 million that Otago Regional Council proposes to contribute to the remediation of Lake Hayes. And unfortunately, in the absence of any detailed information about what this would involve in the consultation document, we assume that this expenditure will be used to complement the community-led work. And this could be done by, first of all, completing the existing Arrow augmentation project, which is already largely in place, paying the annual costs of taking surplus water from the Arrow Irrigation Company to help flush the lake in spring and autumn. And 3, providing ongoing maintenance of the remediated catchment sections and removal of sediment from both existing and new sediment traps. Removal of sediment from the catchment between rain events will play a significant role in reducing the amount of sediment and phosphorus exiting the lake. And I've been asked to add a 4th one to that, and that is having a policy that allows the consent fees for community-based environmental projects to be waived. And I think this has come to light particularly through the Pomahaka River Care Group, where they've had some, I think, successful negotiations with the Otago Regional Council. And I'd just like to say that this policy is used by other regional councils, and I must say that it was a bit of a blow to us when we spent $5,000 putting in some piezometers in sort of as preparation for this development of the wetland project at the lake to be hit with a $2,000 bill for consent. So 40% of our cost was actually consumed by consents, when we would believe that the actual environmental impact of those piezometers was absolutely minimal. I won't say any more about that, but I think you've got my message. Now, in terms of the funding, I'll probably repeat what I've said before, and probably what other people have said, so I don't want to go into that in too much detail. However, Friends of Lake Hayes strongly supports option 3 in the consultation document, a new uniform targeted rate across Otago, and we strongly disagree with options 1 and 2. We believe that they're fundamentally flawed because they were based on inappropriate economic model applied to an incomplete technical solution provided by Castalia across inconsistent geographic boundaries. Now, I could go through and explain this in detail, but I don't think time permits that. What I would ask you to do is, if you haven't already had Professor Nancy Devlin present a submission to you, then she has a short paper which she's put together where she's commented on the fundamental economic rationale for, she critiques the rationale used to set up this option one. And I think as a professor of economics at the University of Melbourne, she's well placed to come up with some fairly strong and I think credible views. So if you haven't seen that document, or you haven't spoken to Professor, she hasn't spoken to you in submission, then I'm more than happy to provide a copy of the paper, which I've already provided to Councillor Scott previously. I think that pretty much sums up our views about the rationale. I will say too that unfortunately that the local reaction to that proposal has been quite severe. You probably haven't heard it in Dunedin, but I can promise you, and I talk to people anywhere around the district, there's a very dismayed and perplexed number of people out there who can't understand why such an approach would be applied to targeting funding to the people who live immediately adjacent to Lake Hayes to fund the remediation of a problem that was caused historically by people who have allowed sediment carrying nutrients to come into the lake. It's a peculiar set of logic, and I think it doesn't really stand any sort of scrutiny. You've done a lot of work, I think, that shows that the lake really, whilst it has a big resident load of phosphorus in the lake, and that drives the algal blooms, doing work in the lake is not going to provide a permanent solution. What we have to do is to reduce the rate at which phosphorus enters the lake, and that can be done, I think, quite reasonably by a fairly major catchment remediation project. It's not rocket science. It's done many places around the world. There are plenty of good examples of where these policies and strategies and operations have worked. So I could go into more detail, but I just don't think that it's necessary. So I think I'll start to wrap it up here. Friends of Lake Hayes looks forward to developing its collaborative relationship with the Otago Regional Council, as well as Queenstown Lakes District Council, Department of Conservation, Fish and Game, NZTA, LINZ, and other agencies in progressing It sees an effective and productive long-term relationship between stakeholders and the community, with agencies that are responsible for managing our natural and built resources as critically important. Partnership is the key. This relationship will not only bring about early strategic alignment on key issues, but it will empower everyone involved to collaboratively solve water problems in Lake Hayes in the most timely and cost-effective way.
Thank you indeed, Richard. Have we questions? Pretty clear message. Richard, thanks very much, and thank you indeed for your organisation putting the submission to council, and we're certainly considering and working through that.
Can I just say something to it?
Certainly, Councillor Hobbs, no trouble.
It's not for lack of interest, Richard, that we're not asking questions. I think it is very clear to us by your submissions and by many of the submissions that have come in from Lake Hayes, particularly about the rating, but also about what we need to do. So thank you. Can I also say thank you, because you people talk out and have organised, and it always makes it really easy for us when a community organises and sets out clearly what it needs and wants. So you've done that. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you, Richard.
Since 1996.
I know, they've been really going at it.
So next we have page up to page 565.
Southern Lakes.
Yep.
Good. And we have Southern Lake Sanctuary.
Okay, Kevin, we're in? Away?
Yes, we're all good. Yes. We'll give you a buzz in 7 minutes.
Excellent. Sure.
Thank you, Lizzie.
Leslie Van Gelder. I'm speaking on behalf of the Southern Lakes Sanctuary. About a year ago, I spoke to all of you, I think. It must have been about June of last year, to share with you the Southern Lakes Sanctuary. And so the beginning really of our submission is simply to speak to the idea to ensure that you understand the proposal of the Southern Lakes Sanctuary, because in this past year, it has gone from an idea into a reality. And when I first spoke to you, it had really come out of work that you had helped to fund, and which we're deeply appreciative of, which was the Wildlands Report. And the Wildlands Report looked at the question of, could landscape scale predator-free activity take place in the Queenstown Lakes District? And while normally you wouldn't necessarily bound this by a local government district, one of the big questions was, could we sort of combine the power of a local government district and the activity that really tends to fall under a regional council, and in this case, both. So we were very, very lucky to have both you, QLDC, DOC, and then the chair of my trust supporting this work. And as you probably know, historically, that document came out with its recommendations in March of 2020, just about a week before we went into lockdown. And during that time, we were approached soon thereafter by Predator Free 2050, who came to us and said, do put in a bid. We think you guys are very eligible. And in the end, they offered us $8 million if we could match it. And as you all know, the challenge of Predator Free money is that it must be matched with non-Crown money, which was a challenge to us. So last year, when we first approached you, we knew that we were not within the last 10-year plan. However, we are now within the next long-term plan. And so what I'd like to suggest is that we begin the conversation starting today with how do we work together so that that opportunity, when it circles back to us again, which it will, the next time we can meet it and grow with it. Because we still are held very favorably by Predator Free 2050. They would like to do eradication projects with us. We certainly have the terrain for it and the necessity. As I know you all know, we have 23 at-risk species in our district. So that's not the Otago Regional District, that's the Queenstown Lakes District. And we're also in a World Heritage Site, which I think we often forget what that means in terms of our responsibility to the planet. And so just to remind us all that when we talk about the need for us to be supporting predator-free work on a biodiversity level, that it's not just DOC's responsibility or someone else's responsibility, it is all of our responsibility. And so the Southern Lakes Sanctuary is working to raise that notion and to bring this forward. What we'd like to see, obviously, during this long-term plan is that you come alongside, and I think Richard was such a wonderful introduction to the same questions around how can you help? And initially, the way you can help is to come to the table and plan with us and be in communication with us. Quite frankly, we don't even know who your biodiversity expert is in this region because we've never been approached. And we represent 84 trapping groups in the region. It's astounding to not have a relationship locally. And I don't think the onus is on us for that. Surely at some point there should be the meeting of. So that first we'd like to encourage the meeting of and the joint conversation that says, how can we work together to achieve outcomes that amplify the best of what we can do with our community groups, what we can do with our potential Jobs for Nature funding, which we have high hopeful expectations of receiving, and then how we can take a project that we've budgeted, which we believe over the next 30 years is about a $30 million project, and how do we work together so that we can be an entity where we've joined together to do this remarkable work. My colleagues in other parts of the country regularly tell me these wonderful stories about how their regional council led them in these projects, and particularly when I speak to friends up in Wellington and Hawke's Bay. And I want to be proud of my regional council in the same way they're proud of theirs and say that, gosh, we're so supported. and that we're growing off of what our regional council has come alongside with us to do together. Because this is in early stages, it's a really wonderful opportunity. As you all know, our DOC office is about to have a new operations manager who starts on Monday. So again, I think it's a new page and a new time, and that this project has the potential to solve a lot of the issues that here we are discussing. How are we going to reach these goals? How are we going to get on top of our pest species? This is a way to do that. So initially, we're looking for collaboration. Beyond that, we're really looking to come together in partnership and to look for those both hard and soft financial opportunities that allow us to achieve those biodiversity goals together, because we see this really as a partnership, and we would like to enter into that partnership together right from the beginning. I'm not going to speak to the specifics. I think you've probably heard them in terms of responding to the long-term plan. Obviously, I want to echo some of the things actually that Richard was saying around support in this area. Some of our largest trapping groups are in the Lake Hayes catchment, and naturally we don't support the idea that the local people should have to pay for historical issues. But what we would like to see is an acceleration of that spending on predator activity. With climate change, this isn't going to suddenly get better quietly. As you all know, mast years are driven by warming temperatures. And so each mast year puts us closer and closer to extinction, particularly for mohua. And so we would like to see the council accelerate that spending in this space. And we believe that the community is completely behind that. So I'm open to questions. I know the last time I met with you all, I think I had about 4 minutes. And so we might actually have time for maybe 3 minutes of questions if I've spoken fast enough. So I'd be very open to answering questions.
Great. Hi, Leslie. Thanks very much for your submission. Just really wanted to understand, when you talked about having a relationship with staff on the ground, what are you looking for in terms of that relationship, in terms of deliverables?
Sure. Well, first of all, we would love to have a person who we know could be part of our team in the same way that the biosecurity, what's Lisa's official role? We've got a person assigned to us from DOC who works side by side with us now, so that as we develop our strategy, we know that our strategy isn't working in a silo. So in the very initial, I would love for us to be aligned with whoever it is who's designing your strategy for this region, so that in no way are we stepping on top of each other, and that we could be amplifying each other. And similarly, we're working with the Parks Department at QLDC. So you're the empty seat at the table at the moment. So that is a sort of basic starting point, is to have a regular and ongoing relationship with whoever it is who's tasked with that role.
Calvert.
Hello, do you have any idea how much of the area that you're wanting to control pests in is DOC land or other?
Yes, we do know.
Yes.
60% of our district is our public conservation land.
Right.
Yes.
And that's apart from government land that isn't public conservation land, or local body land that isn't.
I believe so. It might be slightly less than that, but it's close to that at any rate. It's somewhere, it's 60-40, so it's about 60% is public conservation land and 40% is not. And to us, the key is obviously that each partner is coming to this project hopefully with the strength of their background. So if the ORC, the animals don't care who has their jurisdiction. So quite frankly, the Stoats don't check in with passports and say, oh, now I'm on ORC land. So we need to be working in a concerted way, and we're happy to lead that in the community, but we need everybody to with their best game.
Yes, it's not so much jurisdiction as that, because they're not our ratepayers, is all I'm heading for there.
Councillor Wilson.
Just understanding, we've had long debates, and you would have heard Richard talking about that for the Friends of the Lake Hayes, about how we rate for the benefit. When you're coming to us for a contribution, are you seeing this as being something that we would flow on the rate increase to be covered by the Queenstown Lakes District area's rates?
No, we see
ratepayers, or are you seeing it as general?
We see it as general across all of Otago, because what other district will have the benefit of having both predator-free Dunedin and us, and the benefit of having both within your same district? We personally, and this is me speaking personally, not necessarily for my consortium, but I really don't understand this separating out of bits and pieces across. We are Otago and you are a regional council. And so eventually we will be a predator-free Otago. And the only way we're going to get there is if we've got large projects that are working together that eventually fill in the gaps. So just as my organization started out with 5 trapping groups 3 years ago and now have 55, where we've filled in the gaps in our region, I believe on the larger scale, we'll do the same thing, but only if we start thinking of ourselves as Otago, not as Dunedin, and as someone said to me today, Dunedin West, which is where I'm speaking to you from today. And I think it's really critical that we are one region and that we are rating ourselves as a one region.
Thank you.
Thank you, Lisa. Look, thank you very much indeed for your submission. Thanks for the vision and ambition of your group. It is very special that we have an organisation with that vision and ambition. And thank you indeed for coming along today and going over that. So thanks very much indeed.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Leslie. We've got other people sitting out here, and I think I see Trish Fraser, who was from Sustainable Glenorchy, who was to be here yesterday.
Oh, right. So we should have a Bruce McGill.
We've got Bruce McGill, I think.
Right here.
Oh, hello, Bruce. Is Trish coming in? Is she going to sit up just as sit up here? Yeah, come on in, Trish. You were supposed to be here yesterday. Okay, we'll see what
It's Alexa.
Yeah.
Councillor Forbes, we'll go back to Sustainable Glenorchy just after we're finished with the Gary Todd. So we won't be too far away. Oh yeah, it'll be closer to 3 o'clock.
Oh, closer to 3. Okay, so we now have got Bruce McGill with us here. Welcome. We've got here, and then we have got in Dunedin, Marion Hobbs, Mike Pickett, Hillary Carlton, Nicholas Bride Scott. Can't quite see Ketchum Robinson's there. So,
got a call on that one.
Oh, yeah, more. And Kevin Malcolm is chairing. Tell us what you want to do, Kevin.
After Andrew Noon is waving his hand, he's sitting. We've got him pushed in the corner. So, Bruce, so we give you. Bruce, so we give you 5 minutes. We'll give you a bell at 4 minutes, and then hopefully you could wrap up within 5 minutes, and then we'll give you some questions. So that'd be great. And thanks very much for coming along. And the floor is yours, sir.
Okay, don't shoot the messenger on the messenger today. I noticed that the government and the district, Dunedin City Council, have implemented a climate emergency. Have the Otago Regional Council done that?
No.
No, why not?
Do you want an argument now, or do you want to later?
No, you're just representing to us, so please carry on.
Keep going, okay. There's lots of mentions of climate change in this 10-year plan. Before I can continue, I really need to know, what does climate change mean? What does it mean?
Well, I can give you some answers if you like, but not in this forum, because we're here to hear you.
That affects, it's in here, it's in this document, this 10-year document, climate change. Very hard for me to give a submission on climate change if I don't know what it means. I really need an answer as to what climate change means.
Actually, I could give you a quick one.
Well, you said it'd be different for you than for me, and
No,
it's
it'll
not
be the
what we're
same.
here for.
But it means that the climate is changing.
I agree.
Mr. Chair,
So how
maybe
do
you
we
want to pop in
respond to the
here.
climate changing? That's what it means.
Councillor Laws.
I'm not doing anything wrong. I'm just explaining something.
No. I'm just about to help you out. Hey, Bruce, Chair Kevin Malcolm here. Hey, look, Bruce, we would be happy after the submission process for you to contact us and give you the definition that we have of climate change, if you're not too comfortable with what's in our document. But we're really here to listen to your submission and then ask questions from that submission. Thank you.
Okay, we're talking about natural climate change or man-made climate change?
We're here to listen to you. It's not, no, we're not entering into those discussions. I will lovely to have that discussion with you later, but we'll all have, there's as many views on that as there are people around the table.
Okay, let's go for it.
So give us your opinions.
If we look at climate change, natural climate change, and we'll go back a couple of thousand years, the Roman warming period, 500 BC to 500 AD, it was much warmer than today. Humans thought it was great. Then the Dark Ages came, 500 AD to 900 AD, it got cold, not so good for humans. Medieval warming, 900 to 1300, it was great. Then the Little Ice Age came along, 1300 to 1850. The Thames froze over. Was that man-made? No, it was natural. Okay, then we have the modern warming, 1850 to year 2000. That's been great for humans. They've done very, very well. Now, they are major natural climate changes. Let's look at some smaller trends in climate change. We had a warming period from 1930 to 1950. The Americans know all about that because that was the Dust Bowl era. After the warming of 1930 to 1950, we had a cooling period that arrived in the 1970s. And a lot of scientists asked their politicians to stockpile food because we were going to run out of human food because it got cold. And then the 1980s came along, a warming period. And they called it, the climate scientists were pretty slick, they called it global warming. They got it right, global warming. Then 2000 plus, which is today, we've gone into a cooling phase. Planet Earth, on average for the last 20 years, has plateaued, the temperatures have plateaued or cooled. And they're pretty slick, these scientists, they're calling it climate change. So it's got climate change. And they call it climate change. Is that a bell for me?
You get another minute.
Okay, let's just break it down real close to the last 100 years. The hottest year for planet Earth, guess what year it was? 1934. The second hottest was 1998. The third hottest, 1921. The fourth hottest, 1931. Three of those hottest years all occurred in early 20th century. Were they man-made? No, they weren't. They were natural. What's causing all of this climate change? It's the sun. The sun is the biggest single driver of climate change. Can man change the sun? I doubt it. If we look at CO2, and that's what they're all blaming now, the IPCC is saying it's CO2. Currently, CO2 in the atmosphere, and I want you to write this down, 0.04% of the atmosphere is CO2. CO2 is not a poison. It's plant food. It's plant food CO2. I'll stop me, are they?
Yeah.
Okay. Are they?
Yeah.
Just getting started.
You got through your time.
No, Bruce, you have 5, as I explained earlier, you've got 4 minutes. 4 minutes as a warm-up, another minute to sum up, which is your 5 minutes. Look, we're happy now to take questions from, and we understand your submission. We have your submission, and we appreciate the comments that you've made. Are there any questions for Bruce?
Michael Laws had his hand up.
Councillor Laws?
Bruce, I'm going to show you something. This is
this a question?
NASA site. I'm sure you appreciate those scientists.
Now, according to them, the hottest days on record have been 2020, hottest years on record. And internationally, they're talking about the climate, or the global climate having warmed 2 degrees over the last 100 years. Now, that's NASA, that's the site. They're reputable scientists. I'm pretty sure they're only interested in space exploration, but that's what they're doing, and that's their figures. Where do you get your figures from?
I get my figures from, I've been studying the climate for 40 years.
Now, my friend, I asked you a specific question. Where do you get your figures from?
From these two climate science books that come from there, which have been researched internationally for many, many years.
Those are, as you well know, books. One of them is called Aircon, and that's a climate change debunking treatise. Those are not acceptable science books in any stretch of the imagination, are they?
No, I don't accept that. I don't accept. Let's look at NASA. NASA's had satellites whizzing around planet Earth for 30 or 40 years, and they've been looking at the climate.
They have.
And the scientists thought, Earth's getting greener, and everybody wants a greener planet Earth. And they sat down around the boardroom table, these climate scientists, and said, why is Earth getting greener? If it's warming up, we should be getting browner. It's getting greener. And they sat down and thought, why is it getting greener? More CO2. CO2 is good for the planet. It's good for humans. Humans do better in a warmer climate. They don't do too flash and roll.
Mr. McGill, very much appreciated. If you do wish, all our email addresses are on our website, and you're most welcome to contact any of us that you wish. And we thank you very much for coming on today with your submission. Thank you. We've listened, sir. Thank you.
Don't believe it.
Is a short book one or two?
Queenstown.
Two. Thank you. Come on, you old sozzle. No, not you.
Sustainable Glenorchy in Queenstown.
Two.
Oh,
You're muted, Alexa.
it's like someone else.
I'm just another mutant, don't worry. Barbara Armstrong is with us, and I think she's about 30 seconds to get herself together.
Oh, sorry, have we also got Sustainable Glenorchy there?
Yes, do you want to go with that first?
We'll go with that, then we're going to pop back to here for Sam Dixon, and then we're going to go back to your next person that's there as well.
Okay, fine. That's lovely.
So
thank you.
Sustainable Glenorchy first will be great.
What page are we on? Sorry.
We've got Trish.
I'm sorry, I'm probably confused you. But I was supposed to be here yesterday, and
Page 1, 2.
something happened. So thank you very much for allowing me to speak today. I really appreciate it. I'm the Secretary of Sustainable Glenorchy, and I'm sure most of you know who Sustainable Glenorchy is, do you? Or do I? Yes, everyone?
I do, and the others may not, they may not.
Okay, says I didn't include in my written submission actually, which I apologise for. Sustainable Glenorchy was established in 2016 by a group of Glenorchy residents who were concerned about the consequences of some QLDC proposals for Glenorchy. So we currently have a membership of 41, and today I'm speaking on behalf of Sustainable Glenorchy. So you have a copy of our written submission, which covered a range of topics, but today I want to specifically talk about public transport to and from Glenorchy and our concerns about the Dart and Reese Rivers flooding. At the time of preparing our written submission for the long-term plan, I had not even heard of the 2021-2031 draft ORC land transport plan, and therefore I had incorrectly assumed that Glenorchy was probably not a priority area for public transport for the ORC. So we're therefore really pleased to see that Glenorchy has been included in the regional plan, only as an example, but it was great to see it there. An example of somewhere where a trial service could be developed. We would love to see Glenorchy also included in the 10-year plan of funding allocated to develop such a trial. There has already been much discussion in the community about alternative means of travel to and from Queenstown for some time. Much of that discussion has been around utilising existing transport options, such as car sharing, ride hailing, specific tourist passenger service vehicles and buses. We believe the community would be very responsive to a public transport trial. With the growth of communities along the Glenorchy Queenstown Road and predicted high growth in tourism in this area, there should be demand for public transport services by road and or by water. Currently, Glenorchy is a car-only destination, apart from buses and passenger service vehicles for specific tourist activities. We would like to see it become a destination with several alternative methods of getting here. We're very keen to contribute to reducing emissions in the Queenstown Lakes District. And as a first significant step, we believe we could if we reduce the number of car trips to and from Glenorchy. We therefore would like, I don't know if this is the appropriate place for this, but we want to request a meeting with ORC staff and or councillors to discuss developing a public transport trial to and from Glenorchy. I'm not sure whether that can be noted, but we really...
No. Precedent has been created.
Putting our hand up, we want to be become that example. And finally, just a little bit about the recent Dart Rivers. As stated in our written submissions, we're particularly concerned about the management of the recent Dart Rivers. To date, we've been very pleased with the ORC's collaboration with us, primarily at this stage to identify adaptation strategies to manage flooding. However, a major concern for us is that the funding allocated to ensure the strategies are not only identified, but also developed and delivered over the next year, 10 years, is something that we really want to make sure happens, and the funding doesn't disappear somewhere else. And that's it.
Thank you, Trish. Back to you, Chair.
Questions, Councillor Wilson? You had a question, comment?
Council was sitting up in Queenstown next week, and if you're wanting, some of us will still be there on Thursday. I'm just putting it out there. If anyone's in town on Thursday that wants to talk to us in the afternoon, I'm
here in the ORC.
Good. No, I think we're Novotel.
Oh, okay. Yep.
Available at any bar required.
Well, we've got transport meeting afterwards. Oh, okay. Yep. Okay, that sounds great.
Further questions?
I do have one actually, Mr. Chair.
Certainly.
Trish, I'm wondering, how do you think public transport for somewhere as remote as Glenorchy with such a small population could be funded?
Yes, well, that's what it's like. There might be some funding in the 10-year plan, because I didn't see any.
Well, it would be targeted to your community.
Targeted, yeah.
Yes, because of the cost would be quite significant.
Yeah, and it's not going to work if it's not affordable. Yeah, that's an issue, and actually in the transport submission, we actually put that we wanted ski buses included in that. And the reason why I think my interpretation of why Kiwis are not using the ski buses is they're too expensive. It's $27 for a trip up. So unless the ORC takes over those buses, or unless the ORC, I don't know, unless it's subsidised, it's probably not going to be affordable.
And that subsidy, of course, comes from the ratepayer and are targeted to the area of benefit
Yeah,
in the current model.
yeah.
Councillor Wilson.
I'm very interested in understanding the area of benefit, which is an area that we're having a amazing debate about, and this is absolutely timely in the 10-year plan. Is the area of benefit of providing a service to Glenorchy? I was in Glenorchy for 2 days recently. A lot of the people that are going up the road are not from Glenorchy that could benefit from a bus service. So what I would really like to know, to take this discussion further, is what is the sort of public transport you would consider would be appropriate and what times, and because it doesn't have to be expensive if it's just there and back each day. What does it look like? Because it's actually a lot cheaper than a car, and it's a lot cheaper on the planet.
Yeah, I think if you could get I did put in my written submission some ideas. I think if you could actually, if it could be a commuter service, that may be a way of it working.
Yeah.
But also piggybacking on these existing passenger service vehicles that are going up and down the road like Dart River. Yeah. I don't know how that would work, whether you'd actually have a couple of 2 or 3 seats on their bus that were actually for people travelling to going on their bus on their boat trip. But they would obviously have to be compensated for that, I guess. But maybe worthwhile.
Trish, thanks very much. Thanks very much for taking the time to put a submission in, and thanks very much for coming along today. Thank you.
Thank you for letting me come on.
And Trish, we do have our meeting in Queenstown next week. If you want to contact me directly, I can give you all my website. There's always a customer forum.
Okay.
Which you can show up to
on
Thursday.
Yes, okay, that sounds good.
Thanks. Over to you, Mr. Chair, or do you want to carry on here with Barbara?
No, we're just going to backtrack for one moment, if that's not too.
Sorry.
Yeah, that's right. We're going back to page on the big book 373. Sam Dixon from the Otago Catchment Community.
He made it.
Thank you. G'day, Sam.
Oh, this is from earlier today. Gotcha.
It's 209.
G'day, Sam. How you going?
Hey, thank you.
Good. So we give you a buzzer at about 7 minutes. Which should give you about a minute to wrap up, which will be 8 minutes because you're from the Catchment Community Group. And then we'll give you some questions. You don't need to use that full time, so just whatever suits. The floor is yours.
Firstly, apologies for tardiness, and thank you, Mr. Chairman, for allowing the availability of this spot. Kia ora, I'm Sam Dixon, the Regional Coordinator of Otago Catchment Community, and here to speak on behalf of OCC Incorporated. So we would like to extend a gracious thanks to the Council for supporting OCC in its establishment by generously funding $200,000. We are in support of the long-term plan with regards to continued support from the Council. We have our incorporated society status and have employed myself into the regional coordinator position and Anna Robinson as a coordinator for 2 days a week based in Alexandra. So I thought I'd also take this opportunity to give a quick update to the Council on where we are. Currently we are quite bogged in admin, setting up the background of any sort of not-for-profit you can assume. But our main role is to support new and emerging catchment groups to establish themselves and provide guidance and support towards our existing catchment groups of Otago. We're working towards establishing a network for the catchment groups to connect with each other, stakeholders and experts. And stakeholders, that's also inclusive of Otago Regional Council staff and councillors. So OCC recognises the need for environmental change and also understands the pace and scale of change that is needed. For this change to happen at pace and scale, we need the community and council to work together to implement change. I asked you to keep in mind catchment group events and trying to attend your local catchment group events, as support is not just in financially funding the program, but it's also being present. We support the expanding of the biodiversity and rural liaison teams and encourage this to be a priority as catchment groups and their members need quality advice on navigating this policy framework for now and for the future of Otago. Thank you.
That's fantastic news.
Well said, Sam.
It's really good.
Questions? Councillor Noon.
Andrew Noon, Hegan on. Just wondering time frames to have Otago fully covered with catchment groups. Have you got some anticipated time frame to achieve that?
So I have a personal goal, which is within 2 years, to have a full map. But in saying that, I mean, I would be crystal ball gazing if I was to confirm that were to happen. Not knowing fully why there are full gaps, and not knowing the players in those areas doesn't give me solid commitment to give a 100% answer, sorry.
Councillor Scott.
Yeah, thank you for your words, Sam. So you're looking at establishing a calendar that would communicate to councillors and others about key events, maybe catchment group events.
So within our website, we want to create it as a network platform, and part of that is creating a calendar. It won't be a block form because that's horrendous. Most likely a scroll feed looking at, so you can sort of plan in future what groups are what's happening with the groups, but also for other groups to look at what's happening around me. Do we need to do a winter grazing field day if our neighbours are? And can we combine so that we can start looking at saving resources and time and being able to combine a lot and sort of connect Otago's groups
Because I think it's fair
on a
to say
page.
Some of the councillors will be interested in attending where they can.
Councillor Decker.
Yep, Sam, kia ora. Tell us a bit about yourself.
Yeah,
are you an economist, geographer?
So briefly, I have a Bachelor of Agriculture from Lincoln back in early 2010s. I have spent the last 7 years at Environment Southland in a land management role. So within that, I project managed the terms of reference change for river liaison committees, and also spearheaded the rates review of Southland. So I've had a little bit of project management experience, but also really enjoyed working on the ground with farmers and pulling in catchment groups together within the land management role.
Are you a Southlander?
No, born and bred in Canterbury, so I come from both borders. Finally slotted in the middle.
It's okay.
Kind of local, not really.
Near enough. That's good. Thanks very much.
Any further questions?
Yes, please. Yes.
Yeah. Councillor Forbes.
Hi, Sam. Loving your work there. I think it's a fantastic idea, and I would really love to see those things pulled together into one place. Often can't make things because don't know they're on, or I have notification too late or whatever. So something like that would be really, really helpful. But I was curious on question 18, what the option for a targeted rate for Lake Hayes, and you're saying that you support option 1, a new targeted rate for Lake Hayes, which actually means that I'm wondering if you had any reasoning for that, or if you understood that meant that the people who are kind of the victims of pollution are the same people paying for it, rather than the people up the valley that perhaps contribute in the catchment area itself, who might be contributing to the pollution, are outside of that targeted rate area. Only the people living around the lake and then further downstream of the lake are actually being targeted in that rate. And I wondered if that was intentional, if you really thought that.
I will apologise for that answer and take that as I didn't fully understand the point. The main part of my submission was to be in the comment section, not in the foreground with the other questions.
That's absolutely okay. I just wanted to check there wasn't reasoning for that specifically. Thank you.
Thank you. Sam, thanks for readjusting your schedule, and thanks very much for the work you're doing and coming along. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
And we want to see you again.
Yeah, now, just a wee bit of guidance from you, Councillor Forbes. Who shall we put first on the list?
I think Barbara should go next, and then we'll have Anita Golden from Lake Hayes.
Just we'll find our page. Book 2, page 209.
Correct.
Oh yes, you're right. Okay, so Barbara, over to you. I think you've picked up the rules now. You'll get about 4 minutes, and then somebody's going to expel them. Okay, we're away.
Thank you, Barbara.
Call Barbara Armstrong Aho. You have my written submission in front of you. Instead, I'll use this time to talk about the unique and fragile wilderness areas that surround the proposed airport site at Terrace, and how detrimental it would be to the ecology of the region to bring into the Cromwell Basin anywhere from 2 to 7 million people per year on huge low-flying passenger planes. The Otago Regional Council should be involved in the airport debate because it affects both regional transport and the environment. It should not be a given that the airport goes ahead. Christchurch Holdings have spent a huge amount of money already, and financial backers are now appearing from Queenstown. They're keen to dump their flights into our basin while reaping the rewards of the tourist dollar and their own subsequent increase in land value. The greedy directors from Christchurch are attempting to give this project unstoppable momentum before it has even been debated. Reported in the ODT a few weeks ago, they were planning flight paths, which no doubt will avoid the towns as much as possible. This will put even more pressure on the wilderness areas as they fly low and close over them. How many native bees does a jetliner kill each flight? What is the impact of noise on ground nesting birds? How many rare and special moths will die on each night flight? How does air turbulence and noise affect moth breeding? When resource consent is applied for, Otago Regional Council must be equally aware of the environmental negatives of this proposal. If you're unfamiliar with our flora and fauna, then I direct you to Wild Central by Neville Peat and Brian Patrick. Hopefully you will fall in love with our amazing creatures and their habitats and defend them against money and greed and the consequent destruction of their homes. I draw your attention to the Department of Conservation Threat Classification Series, which I hope you become familiar with. Read them and you'll see what dire straits our wilderness areas are in. Conservation Status of New Zealand Birds, Series 4. Moths and Butterflies, Lepidoptera, Series 20. Of over 200 species of moths and butterflies, only 40 are okay. Reptiles, Series 17. Indigenous Lichens, Series 27. Hymenoptera, Series 18. This is the order of insects mostly beneficial to humans. And finally, Orthoptera, Series 16. Hemiandris cromwell, the ground weta, which lives in the Cromwell Chaffel Beetle Reserve, has recently moved from naturally uncommon to nationally vulnerable. The Science for Conservation series also has a number of reports specifically about Central Otago's unique biota. Some of these are older publications, and the positive writing is not reflecting the current situation. Some flora in our vestiges of dry shrubland forests show only old age specimens. The young plants are grazed out by the usual pests as soon as they appear. I also refer you to the master's thesis by Frans van Wingarden, which includes the Cromwell ground weta. The Otago Regional Council states it is building a better future for you and our environment. I say that allowing the proposed terrace airport to go ahead will definitely not build a better future for our environment. It may be a better economic future for Christchurch Holdings. Instead, it will hasten the destruction of my basin's environment. To close, I quote a Year 11 Columba College student, Alia Drake, published this week in the ODT. She asks, why do we allow ourselves to continue on, leaving a path of desolation in our wake? This is what I believe an international airport terrace will do to our natural history. It will be history. Kia ora.
Thank you, Beth.
Jim? Or I think a question with a quick answer perhaps. What makes you say the Crown's not looking after its land for rabbits?
I think the Crown isn't, because I volunteer for Mokihi Reforestation Trust, which has put in a submission. It's not my submission, this is my personal one. And I'm the planting officer for Mokihi. And I am face to face daily with the problems we have with rabbits. We have major infestations at all our sites. 45th Parallel Car Park, Richards Beach area, and our last site is the Bannockburn area we call Stewart's Ferry. It's just at the Pearsons Road crossing. As a Mokihi person, I'm extremely grateful to the Orc Eco Fund because that's been wonderful for us. That's meant we've got a lot of plants out there and we're buying them. Our house is surrounded with them, about ready to go in. So I'm extremely grateful, but the rabbit problem is my second burning issue. I decided for this oral submission just to focus on the Terrace Airport because I wanted to get that on the record.
Councillor Wilson.
I appreciate your interest in the Terrace Airport, but ours is on financial, so I just want to go back to the rabbits, if I may. Can you just explain to me the cost of planting and maintaining, say, just a tree, if you have to put in rabbit protection? Because, I presume you get your trees at about $8?
Yes, round about that. It varies depending on who we get them from and what they charge us. Some of them give us discounts, some pass on, Contact Energy money or someone else's money. So it varies anywhere from sort of $6 or $8 to $12 a tree. Sometimes we get them free from the Matariki Tobacco, which is MPI. They're hopefully giving us some more this year.
So what is the cost?
It's about $4 last year. We priced it at, I think, $4.50 to rabbit protect a tree or a shrub. And we use the cardboard sort of trying to move towards biodegradable guards, which are cheaper. Yeah, they are cheaper. They're not terribly effective in some respects. At 45th parallel, as soon as they got wet with dew or very little rain, the rabbits butt their heads into the bottom and they butt and butt and butt until the cardboard weakens and then they eat the crown of the plant. So we've lost a lot from that. So we have to turn them into cages now and try and keep the ones going that are there still alive. So for my volunteering part, the rabbits is a huge problem. For my own personal, I love walking in the wilderness. I roam all around the hills all around us. The Peas, the Kenmuras, the Dunstans, Bannockburn Sluicings, Poison Creek. They're the places, they're my go-to places. And I see them most of the time.
So Barbara, I want to understand, I just want clarification. What you're saying is that 30% of your costs of planting go towards rabbit control, which in many ways we should be better focused on controlling rabbits. From preventing damage by rabbits, which isn't able to be, we should be focusing that sort of money onto actual rabbit control.
Yes, I do think that.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Barbara, thanks very much indeed for your submission. Thanks very much for taking the time out, and we'll be certainly considering what you've said. Thank you.
Oh, thank you very much.
Okay, shall we go now to Anita Golden?
Are you driving back through the gorge?
Yes. 380. We're on to 381, page 381 on booklet 2.
That's Anita.
And it's Anita. And are we back in action?
Mm-hmm.
Welcome, Anita. We've frozen the picture, but how do I know if they can hear me?
I don't.
Something's happened.
No one can wave at me because we can't see them.
We could all strip naked.
It's a
Point made.
Good afternoon, Queenstown.
Hello.
G'day, Mr. Laws. Councillor Laws, sorry.
We can hear
Can you hear us?
We're going to start again.
We didn't hear that speaker at all.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Anita, apologise for that. Apologise for that. So we'll give you a buzzer after about 7 minutes, so you can wrap up at about 8 minutes and ask you some questions. So thanks very much for being patient, and the floor is yours.
Fair enough.
I'm going to come back to the other question.
So I am Anita Golden. I'm the chair of the Lake Hayes Estate and Shotover Country Community Association. So we represent about 4,500 residents, which is the largest residential population in the Wakatipu Basin. We're a very active and young community, I might add. There's a lot of families out there. So I just wanted to reiterate that we fully support remediation work on Lake Hayes, but we would like to see a whole of catchment robust plan so that the remediation work works and we don't have issues coming through from the catchment area of Lake Hayes, and we can protect it for generations to come. We do have a number of concerns relating to your preferred funding model of option 1, which would put the bulk of the remediation work onto realistically our residents and a few people who live around the lake, which would pay a higher charge. We're concerned around using an economic benefits study, which I was actually involved in 2018 with your consultants, and at the time I said what I'm going to say to you now is that yes, on a map our area is very close to Lake Hayes. It's just across the road really. However, it's not a particularly accessible thing to us. We either have to drive there to reach somewhere where we can get into the lake, or if you're very brave and no one takes children with them, we have to take a deep breath and try and run across the state highway, which has cars going at 100k an hour, and the crossing point is not great. So we can't see Lake Hayes from where we are. And in fact, we're actually downstream of Lake Hayes. So we haven't actually contributed in any way, shape or form to the current state of it. Hayes Creek is even far enough away from us that I don't think during development there would have been any impact on that. And Hayes Creek is the one that comes out of Lake Hayes into the Kaura. I think one of the things that concerns us as well is the way that the information was put forward within your consultation documents. On the face of it, option 1 of getting people that live closest to it to pay for it probably looks quite good. But if you actually look more closely at it, I don't think most people realise that meant that a lot of the people who have contributed towards the pollution of Lake Hayes will not actually be paying for it. Instead, it's the people who, like us, are actually downstream and have not contributed at all. So that is quite a big concern to us in terms of the responses that you would have received. I did have a quick look through the submissions, and I think there was one quote that I just want to read for you that sort of says, yep, option 1, wealthy people sitting in their holiday homes and driving their BMWs should have to pay. Now, I can assure you that within our area, there is very, very few people sitting in holiday homes driving BMWs. We are, as I said, a young area. We have a lot of families. We've been very, very badly hit by COVID. We have very, very high mortgages, and there's a lot of financial stress in the community as well. Now, when I added up what that would actually do to our rates with your increase in rates plus the targeted rate, that's an extra $125 a year per household on average, which is actually really significant for an area that is not financially particularly well off. And I don't think that we would see the economic benefit of that work with Lake Hayes. Additionally to that, the area is used by a lot more people than us. There is things like the Lake Hayes Triathlon that bring people from all over the country. You've got numerous wedding photos. You've got the promotion of New Zealand. You know, you've got businesses in the catchment to the north that use it for promotion. And I think as well, you know, you described it within your consultation document as a national treasure and one of the most photographed lakes in New Zealand. So what we are asking is actually let's treat it as a national treasure. Let's not burden particular people who may live nearby on a geographic basis with the full cost of that remediation. Let's spread it across the whole area that does benefit from it, and let's get it fixed so that we can actually really use that lake, because unfortunately for the last 4 to 5 years, it's, I won't take my kids there. A lot of people won't run their dogs there anymore. It's beautiful, but we're scared to go in it. So yes, so I just ask you to please reconsider that funding model and just consider the answers that you might have and how much people have actually understood about what is being asked. So any questions?
Questions, Councillor Calvert.
Hello, do you understand what it is that, and this isn't a challenge to you, it's a genuine question, what it is that ORC is proposing to do in its document? I get the feeling, looking at this application, that you're not sure that what we're proposing to do will have a useful effect. So I'm just asking, is it clear to you what we're proposing to do? And as a separate issue, is the are you wanting us to try and in some way rate the people who might be polluting, according to you, 11760 tonnes of sediment rather than local residents?
So, in answer to your first question, are you asking if I understand what the remediation works would involve? Is that what you're asking?
Yes. Is it clear to you?
Yeah, and actually through my previous role, I was quite involved a number of years ago when we almost got it off the ground, and the discussions around the preferred 3 options then. So I'm quite, I'm not scientific like the Friends of Lake Hayes. I am in contact with them, and I did do quite a bit of work with them. So I do understand what's involved in remediation, and I understand it's a really big job. To your second point, I think what we're asking is actually let's make sure that what we're doing is actually fair. And if you're asking if I think the people who are putting the sediment and the pollution into the lake should have to pay, the answer is absolutely yes. Do I think that our area should actually bear the brunt of the remediation costs? Then I think the answer to that is no. I think that cost can be spread throughout the area and make it a lot more, a lot more fair in a lot of ways.
Councillor Scott.
You should be able to safely access the waterway, Lake Hayes in this instance. Are you investigating, or is anybody investigating an underpass on that road you talked about?
Yeah, so I'm not sure if you're aware of it, but at the moment there is another massive consultation out, which is Ladies Mile development, which would put another approximately 2,000 plus high density housing across the road from the existing residential area. Part of that plan does include a new roundabout at the Howards Drive intersection, which is the one that turns down into Lake Hayes Estate. And I believe that there is an underpass potentially to go in as part of that. However, that's all kind of caught up in the Ladies Mile Master Plan process and funding, obviously.
Thank you, Anita. Thank you very much for taking the time to make your submission, and thank you very much indeed for coming along today. Thank you.
No problem. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Anita. Thank you. We're moving on to Gary Todd next. Is that your plan?
If Gary is available, we've got time for Gary now. We'll just, he's on page 809 of the big booklet.
Yeah, his submission is mostly already presented to Dunedin. Come on in, Gary.
Principle through.
You
charge everybody who's living anywhere, wherever you're going to do any work. It's just close there, I think.
Wherever you want.
Because you can see how they'll see you contribute.
Yes, that's right.
So
That's right.
we've got and they're live on YouTube as well. So I think, Kevin, would you like to welcome Mr. Todd?
Get things underway.
Give him the rules.
Good afternoon, Gary. Gary, we give a 5-minute talk. We'll give you a wee buzzer at 4 minutes so you know where you're at, and then hopefully wrap up at 5 minutes, and then we'll have some questions for you. So you can take your submission as read, and the floor is yours, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Kia ora, I'm Gary Todd, an architect with an ecological vision who cares about our natural and built environment, like many of you. I'm part of a group that made DCC aware of exploring a vision to regenerate South Dunedin with a catalyst project at Forbury Park and seek to do the same for ORC councillors and the public at large. I share a holistic ecological vision with a systems approach to be tested so it can inform us all and be adopted perhaps throughout our region. Your feedback sought 3 issues however, I think climate change emergency is something that needs to be considered alongside your regional policy statement in a 10-year plan. And I won't be perhaps the only person that brings up climate change. The difference might be that I have perhaps a project as well as just a vision. The ORC work is driven by central government policy, and our climate change emergency needs responsive co-leadership. I think that can come from ORC, DCC, the private sector, Mana Whenua. No one sector can resolve this alone, so climate change is due to our human activity, so we perhaps suggest need to change our behaviour, how we learn, how we live. The government, I foresee, is laying down foundations for transformative adaptation. It follows on from COVID-19 economic recovery. The climate change is a framework that is involved with reforms for the RMA and 3 waters. The Climate Change Act, I think, will trigger what we do in the future. ORC, like DCC, have a duty of care for the people and the place they serve, which is why you consult with the community like me, consider the feedback, think and rethink on how you achieve purposeful outcomes. Managing pests, ORC budget and Lake Hayes is important. However, climate change is involved in everything we do. So while South Dunedin has huge challenges, it also has huge opportunities, which I believe is of national interest. Our group is an example of cross-sector collaboration, which I believe is the best method rather than a business as usual approach, which often sees our roles working in silos. The vision of Forbury Park in South Dunedin is to explore if public and community sectors can work closer together using a holistic approach with greater consultation, sharing of ideas, information, collective coordination before it's perhaps too late. ORC has capability and knowledge from monitoring laws and reports to make a huge difference to our understanding of groundwater, stormwater, seawater rises, and it's not limited to those subjects. I believe there are solutions to climate change that ORC can explore with our group to create innovative regenerative solutions around water, air, soil, waste, ecosystems, the coast, energy infrastructure, floods and liquidation hazards. By global best practice of urban development and circular economy, you'll find these in the Climate Change Commission reports. We also use a whole of systems approach to people and places aligned to a shared vision. Regarding air, we should consider an inland port. I've mentioned this to the council so that freight is moved by rail, not trucks, to reduce our harmful emissions. Changes from fossil fuels to more electric vehicles, more public transport aligned to your Transport plan. Regarding water, we should understand why the South Dunedin flooded, I believe, and explore using Bathgate Park, Tonga Park, ground levels as a stormwater detention design linked to the reuse of Forbury Park as a restored wetland to monitor the groundwater change and a pumping facility to actually draw down the groundwater to mitigate flood risk. I base this on scientific evidence, and I want to share that with the council in talking to various people, including Simon Cox from GNS. This solution has more capacity than the existing groundwater drain pipes that are actually undersized. They were put in 1960 and they need to be replaced. So what we need is cost-effective, whole-of-life solutions using the best scientific advice, which I'm happy to share with your group and with the DCC. Optimum land use of Forbury Park could include things like a mixed-use, eco-smart, medium-density housing neighbourhood with raised ground levels and floor levels and roof gardens to provide an elevated natural outdoor living that filters the rainwater slowly down to sustain a wetland and resolve our stormwater capacity issues in South Dunedin. Regarding soil, I believe we should prioritise coordinating optimum land uses with high density upward urban development of existing brownfield sites. Those are ones we can reuse rather than lateral greenfield spread, the need for more infrastructure, adding to our existing infrastructure. Highly productive soils for food production should be retained to feed our growing population. Regarding cross-sector collaboration, it's not new. However, we should help. You should perhaps consider helping it to develop your regional policy statement. So please consider collaborating with my group or our group as a reference group to share skills, knowledge, experience and expertise in a big picture thinking needed so ORC and DCC are able to be co-leaders of climate change, as I believe you both have a lot to offer and a lot to gain. I look further to having conversations. I'm hoping to try and facilitate the community, the public bodies, the government, and I thank you for reading my submission, listening to my summary. Ka mihi.
Thank you, Gary. Questions, please. Councillor Scott.
Thank you, Gary, for your work and your thinking. We're actually getting a report at this council on Forbury Park, I think maybe at one of our next council meetings, so I'm looking forward to that. But I must say, my instinct is, like what we talk about with forestry and so forth, is the right tree in the right place. And I do wonder whether your right house is in the right place when you put it in the place you're proposing to put it. My question is, have you considered alternative sites for, modern housing, like up on the hill? Is it Corstorphine, or where the community can actually see that they've got an alternative not too far away?
Thank you for your question. I would say this to you, that South Dunedin has challenges, and I would like to be proactive and suggest that the housing in conjunction with the restored wetland is a totally appropriate solution. You can always put houses on the hills, but the existing problem needs to be solved. And I'm wanting to facilitate that discussion, that understanding of the fact that we can adapt to the challenges of South Dunedin and celebrate the fact that it's a low wetland at the moment. You can always put houses on the hills, but we shouldn't neglect South Dunedin and the businesses and build elsewhere. So I'm not ruling out alternatives. I'm trying to find a climate change solution. Does that help you?
Yeah. I look forward to the discussion. Big thank you.
Councillor Hobbs.
Just to be clear, Gary, what you're asking of us is what you've written down here. I'd like the ORC to join the conversation. You want some work between our staff, our councillors, DCC, Ed Elliott. Is that what you're looking for? Or are you looking for hard cash?
I'm looking for the conversation, Marianne.
Right.
So you're totally correct in the fact that I'm asking ORC and to come to have the discussion with the community, with the council, with the members of parliament. And I think that could be a really good discussion. It might be a way, something I want you to think about in your deliberations. Obviously, within a 10-year plan, it's totally appropriate to have these discussions.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Gary.
Thanks,
thanks so much indeed. Thank you very much for taking the time to forward your submission and for taking your time today to submit to us. So thanks very much indeed. Thank you.
Thank you.
We have a wee break. Can you mute? Mike's back on. You there, Queenstown? Have you got me, Queenstown? We're having a break now for 30 minutes.
Okay.
So you make Michael some scones. Thank you. Have we got? Sorry.
Shut up, Barry.
I think we've got
Barry.
Julie Perry from Waiwanaka.
You may be good for people, but I may go quiet.
But seriously, for the young at heart that's getting up at 4 in the morning.
Julie, is it?
Letting Julie through.
I may go quiet.
No, it's Marion's yesterday.
We are zooming. Julie,
Hi.
am I correct?
Hi.
Hello, Julie. Yeah, Kevin Malcolm here. Look, thanks very much for joining us. We have basically an 8-minute talking time, so we give you a buzzer, a bell at 7 minutes, and hopefully that will give you a minute to wrap up for 8 minutes if you need that amount of time, and then we will have question time after that. So the floor is yours, and thanks very much for coming along.
Thank you for that. I actually won't take anything near that amount of time, so let's get going. So my name's Julie Perry and I manage Waiwanaka. Our submission outlines the ways that Waiwanaka is working with ORC and the community and many stakeholders and partners to deliver on our community's goals for healthy ecosystems and community wellbeing. The Community Catchment Plan completed last year is our community's roadmap for action. This plan was completed through the Wanaka Water Project, and we couldn't have completed this without ORC's support and involvement right from the start. Page 2 of our submission sets out some of the key priorities from the Community Catchment Plan, which we would like to see being funded through the long-term plan. As you are no doubt aware, Waiwanaka is one of a handful of groups in Otago to have received Jobs for Nature funding from the government. We now have more than 40 people employed in part-time or full-time. This has been a huge step up for us as a small community group, and it's been a lot of hard work happening behind the scenes. Having 20 people heading out each day to work alongside local landowners and seeing their passion for the environment and for giving back to the community is incredibly rewarding, all of us here at Waiwanaka. Our trustees are also very conscious that this government funding is a one-off. So we've already started looking at how we might transition from Jobs for Nature funding and still carry on this work that we're doing well beyond the next couple of years. Our funding from MPI only allows us to carry out work on farm properties. As we all know, pest animals and pest weeds do not respect property boundaries. So Waiwanaka is working hard to find ways to enable our Jobs for Nature work teams to carry out the same environmental work on public land and on the conservation estate, so that we can make sure our work is effective and provides enduring benefits. This is why we support option 1 in the long-term plan, and we encourage ORC to invest in an immediate and significant increase in capacity and capability to manage pests. We also urge ORC to work alongside the community and other agencies to develop a comprehensive and properly resourced long-term water quality research monitoring program for Otago's 3 deep water lakes. Scientists continue to tell us that we are not adequately researching, monitoring or managing Otago's deep water alpine lakes and their catchments. The monitoring buoys on Lake Wakatipu and Lake Wanaka are a great start, but we also need a buoy on Lake Hawea, and ultimately we will need more than a single buoy on each lake. Jobs for Nature funding doesn't provide Waiwanaka with the funds we need to enable and connect our community. So we want to be sharing what we are doing with other groups in Otago. We want to enable urban communities. It's not just about rural. Urban communities need to better understand the actions that we can each take to look after our land and the water and the environment that we all enjoy so much. We want to work with local businesses and develop business and environment plans, not just farm environment plans. Every business has some impact on the environment. We want to support tourism businesses because tourism businesses are looking for practical ways that tourists can give back to the communities that they visit. We also want to develop resource materials specific to the Upper Clutha to make these more meaningful for our communities. Page 5 and 6 of our submission provides a glimpse into our community outreach and awareness raising activities. We're asking for partnership and funding support from ORC to help us do this work together. We guarantee solid returns for ORC on this investment because we can offer the Jobs for Nature workers, We're also working with industry and technology partners on pilots that are coming out of our Jobs for Nature work. And of course, we're working hard to harness the power of the community and to support on the ground action. So why Wanaka is here to continue to work with ORC, to enable collaboration and to get on with doing. It's easy to see how well our work aligns with the vision for Otago. We are connecting communities with the environment. We're prioritising healthy ecosystems and community wellbeing. We are building resilience through our work with farmers to measure and mitigate greenhouse gas emissions. We're providing jobs, and we respect the connections between people, land, animals, air, and water. You can see that we still have a lot that we want to do. We've always been a very ambitious group. I encourage you to explore our website, ywanaka.nz, which contains a lot of information about our work and our people. Everything we wanted to say is in our submission, and I'm very happy to answer any questions you may have about the submission, our operations, or our projects.
Looks like the sound might have gone, Julie.
You got us, Julie?
Yeah, I've got you now, yes.
You've got us, go. Just Councillor Hobbs, repeat, thank you.
Thanks, dear. Just wanted to know, you asked for some money and support from ORC. How much money, PA? And is that money the stuff that's liable to replace the MPI or other funding that you've had from central government and which may come to an end?
It's both, really. We would want funding to support the activities that aren't funded by MPI, so that's really in the category of community outreach engagement activities. And then longer term, we are looking for how we can carry on doing this work, including on farm properties, but without the MPI funding. So this is work that does.
How much does the MPI funding, how much is that worth a year?
It's 3 million over 3 years.
Yes, thank you. She wants 3 million over 10 years.
Yeah. Over 10? Councillor Scott.
Yeah. Hey, thanks, Julie. Thank you for your work. We had one submitter saying to the ORC that we should be a more hands-on, on-the-ground type of organisation. And then I listened to you talk about your organisation, 40 people all out there doing it, most of you. What can we, the ORC, learn from your organisation?
Jobs for Nature has actually helped us become much closer to ORC, and ORC is a very active partner in our work. We had Richard Lord here this week, working with our teams, talking to them on the biosecurity. We've had ORC people out helping us to eliminate Nacella tussock on farm properties. We work very closely with Andrea Howard on the biosecurity and biodiversity front. So, ORC is doing, but it's not necessarily seen to be doing. So, this is where the partnership comes in with community, and together we can do more.
Somehow we keep losing the...
Yeah, sorry.
Sorry.
I'll repeat the question. Julie, can you hear me?
I can hear you, yes.
Okay. In terms of our capability, capacity to deliver certain roles in the community, it's a challenge for us to have the resource. So do you see why Wanaka is playing perhaps even a greater role than it does now in terms of delivering some of the deliverables that we currently either can't provide, or we just simply haven't got the people to, I suppose that's the main point, we simply haven't got the people to deliver them.
I think where the opportunity lies here is for, again, partnership and collaboration. So we applied to the Freshwater Improvement Fund, the third round of the Freshwater Improvement Fund, in partnership with ORC, and unfortunately that was unsuccessful. The government had $394 million worth of applications for $19 million of funding. So there were a lot of community groups like us that weren't able to be funded. So I think the opportunity arises there for us to work together on funding applications, and the government certainly seems to be encouraging community and regional government and local government partnership on those kinds of projects. So again, it comes back to the doing more together.
Councillor Wilson.
Sorry, the clarity for the money that you want, and I'm sorry I couldn't see it in the submission, is you've got the interim expense, which is what your MPI aren't funding you to do that you want to do to make the most sense of doing it all together. How much is that in the next financial year? And when does your MPI contract expire?
The MPI runs through to the 30th of June 2023. So we haven't got in our submission a dollar figure. We deliberately didn't put in a dollar figure because it is very much going to depend on what ORC's capability is for working in the Upper Clutha. So we will basically flex to be able to support and build together. But yes, the funding gaps are the non-farm properties, so that's between now and the 30th of June, and then it's the whole of the Upper Clutha beyond the 30th of June 2023, and then there's funding needed for all of the engagement, community outreach activities, and also to help us help other groups in Otago to get on with doing, because we're getting approached all the time by other groups to say, you know, how can you support us? But the reality is we don't have the resources at the moment to support other groups.
And I just look at, I hope I can ask us simply, if it's costing $3 million, did you say $3 million or $1 million a year for your project, and that's covering, what is the area of land comparatively? Is it 1/4 of that land you're needing to cover, or is it a lot more that isn't farmland? Presumably DOC are putting in for their own.
A huge amount of our area is conservation estate. Sorry, I can't tell you off the top of my head what the farmland is. We have mapped it, but I don't have that figure that I can recall. Sorry.
Sorry. Lost her again.
Oh, sorry, Julie. The Jobs for Nature money is DOC contribution to that to cover their own land, though, isn't it?
No, we applied to Kaimahi for Nature, and we were unsuccessful with the Kaimahi for Nature funding. That would have funded.
Sorry, somewhere else.
Okay, are we good?
Got Jobs for Nature in there.
Good, thank you. Julie, thank you very much. Plenty of food for thought for us, and continue the very, very good work that you're doing up there, and keep dragging that money out of central government would be very, very good. And so thanks for your time. Thank you.
We'll do our best. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. We've got Bruce McKinley online.
So we're Bruce McKinley's coming online, and that is some page 50 on the small document. Page 50 on the small document. Bruce McKinley. He's there.
Good afternoon. I'm
Bruce,
here.
Yep, awesome. We've got a 5-minute slot for you now. We will give you a buzzer after 4 minutes to let you know where you're at, and if you could round up in about 5 minutes will be great. Then we'll have some questions.
We'll give it a crack. First of all, councillors, thanks very much for this opportunity to present on the long-term plan, and you've got my submission. I just like to emphasise the fact that, as I say, that I don't think low-cost regional government, it just doesn't work, and I think we've got to get the rating and the other institutional arrangements in place for a healthy environment. And Otago Regional Council is a key part of that. Like last year, I was involved in the reference groups for the Regional Council's regional policy statement renewal, and it's quite clear that the conversations we're having there are going to take Otago Regional Council in a new direction, and having the funds and the institutional arrangements in place to make that happen, to me, is really, really important. And let's talk about wilding pine trees for a couple of minutes, because having proactive control on wilding pine trees, if we don't do it now, we're going to have huge costs into the future. So getting it sorted now is really appropriate for biosecurity control or weed control. So that's just an example. And I guess the only other thing I'd like to cover off is the fact that there was a focus on Lake Hayes, but what about the other coastal wetlands, Tuakatoto, Waihola, Waipori, and Kaikorai Tomahawk? These are equally important in my view in terms of important wetlands that make up a regional network in Otago. So just need to think about spreading the effort there and picking and doing some work on all of them. And I know that staff from Regional Council are doing some non-statutory planning in terms of Tomahawk and other places, and I support that. I'd like to see more of that happening. Final thing I'd like to say, councillors, is that the council currently funds the science advice position at the Yellow Penguin Trust. My observation as a member of the trust is that this is making a real difference. The commitment by the council is adding value and improving the conservation management response for Hoiho yellow penguins, and I'd really, really like to see that carry on. So thanks for your time.
Excellent. We have some questions. Firstly, Councillor Scott. Just push your mic.
Good afternoon.
Yeah, good afternoon. Hey, thank you for your comments in relation to the yellow-eyed penguin. But generally, can I say, are you available for a PR campaign? I loved what you said. Thank you.
It was just
Councillor Calvert.
Hello. Do you have, you're mentioning wilding pines. Do you have any thought that the people whose pines are wilding should make any contribution to the wilding pines?
Yeah, I do, but I think, yes, I do. So I think that there's leadership and there's operational, and I think that the scale of wilding pine tree invasion across Otago requires coordinated multi-property leadership, and so I think that's a really important role for the Otago Regional Council. How the operational control is funded, whether it's all rates or whether it's all a mixture or private benefit, needs to be discussed. But if we don't get the whole operation in an integrated fashion at the top and the bottom, then we'll struggle. So I do think that landowners do have to contribute. I do think that the Regional Council's particular role, particular expertise will be coordination across the region.
Thank you.
Any further questions?
Succinct.
Bruce, thanks very much indeed. Thanks for taking the time to join us, and thanks very much indeed for your submission. Thank you.
That's great. Good luck, team.
Thank you. Thanks indeed.
Bye-bye.
Well, we're trying to get a hold of James. He came in early and is gone again, so we're still trying to find him. Craig Gordon isn't there, but Grant Campbell is. So we could skip ahead to Grant Campbell.
He's on Zoom now. So let's just give us a breath till we find him. So on section 2, on our book 2, page 262, if you just head to that, and we'll bring in Grant Campbell in just a moment.
I'm admitting Grant Campbell now.
Give me one. Gosh, you're putting the pressure on me.
Yep.
Yes. Good afternoon, Grant.
Good afternoon. We're live, are we?
Yep, we are live. Grant, Kevin Malcolm here from the RSC. Hey, we give you a 5-minute talking slot. After 4 minutes, we'll give you a wee buzzer to let you know where you're at, and then a final buzzer at 5 minutes, and then some question time. Thank you, and take your submission as read.
Right, thank you very much. My name is Grant Campbell. I'm a ratepayer and live in Alexandra. Regarding proposal 1, I disagree, as I believe you need a wider forum strategy, as other submitters have recommended. I noted Dr. McLeod's submission, which I thought was a very relevant one. Pests, no boundaries. Regarding proposal 2, I do not believe monopoly organisations such as Aurora, DCC, CODC or ORC should increase their charges by more than the Consumer Price Index. Where customers have no alternative to the services or charges, any increase should be capped at the CPI. I recommend you adopt a policy to reflect this and let the council live within its ratepayers' means. If you can do this by borrowing and reduce the rate spikes, then fine. It will never be cheaper. Regarding pausing the air quality work, there could be some low-hanging fruit you could consider. For example, in the Alexandra Clyde Basin, there are 2 air zones around each town, but the basin includes rural area, where each winter burn-offs occur, which affect the whole basin. This could easily be remedied, which would go some way to reducing the winter pollution problems we have. Regarding proposal 3, I believe you have bigger issues that you need to address, which aren't mentioned. 1 million tonnes of silt is being deposited in Lake Dunstan per year, according to Contact Energy. So that's 28 million tonnes to date. Lake Roxburgh collected 40 million tonnes before it was recognised this was causing the flooding in Alexandra in 94, 95 and 99. When the resource consents were issued in 2007, a flushing program was required to remove the silt and a reporting process to the ORC put in place. The last report, issued in 2020, shows the program is not working and the silt is not being transported at anything like the rate Judge Jackson called for at the time of the consents. The report concludes that larger, shorter duration floods might increase the rate of removal. Catch-22, it might also flood Alexandra. The problem identified in the report is that the bed velocities are not high enough during flushing. These could be increased if the lake level chosen for flushing was lower. The current level was chosen to allow Contact Energy to continue generating electricity at the Roxburgh Dam. If the lake level at the Roxburgh Dam was reduced further, using the bottom outlet gates in the dam, the silt would be transported to the sea in a flood, as it has been for thousands of years before the dams were built. This policy is carried out at dams all over the world where situations where siltation is an issue. ORC has the power to require this to happen. If this does not happen and the consent conditions continue the way they are, what will be the result? Lake Dunstan fills with silt, which then spills through to Lake Roxburgh, which increases the flooding risk to Alexandra, which has not been remedied as Judge Jackson called for. We should not have to wait any longer to get this problem resolved now that it has been identified. The problem will not go away. It will only be like watching an hourglass deposit 1 million tonnes a year and doing nothing. Do you have any questions?
Questions, team? Copy of that. It would be. Yeah. Councillor Scott.
I just to acknowledge and thank for your submission. I suspect the silence in our reply is a bit deafening, and I look forward to getting some more information on this because it is a looming issue. Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Councillor Deacup.
Yeah, Grant, thank you. Very thoughtful stuff and very provocative stuff. You talked about dam management internationally. I'm well aware from recent reading that I've done that a very large number of hydro schemes built in the 40s, 50s and 60s are now being decommissioned because of exactly the issue you raised. Do you see that as the likely future of both Roxburgh and Clyde?
No, I don't. I believe they're capable of flushing that would remove the silt. But it's like all of these things. Flushing has its own issues as well. It's unsightly if you I mean, if you do it in Lake Roxburgh, nobody notices it because it's down the Roxburgh Gorge. If you did that in Lake Dunstan, you'd be turning the lake back into a river. It might only be for a short period, but not very pretty.
Yeah, thanks, Grant. Grant, at least.
Grant, thanks very much indeed for putting your submissions in. It's certainly getting some thought going, and yeah, again, we thank you very much, and thanks for your time today. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you. What have you got on there?
We've got Waikouere Coast Community Board.
Oh, in person?
Yep.
The Waikouere Coast Community Board. Which is page 378 on the small book.
Small book?
Yeah, it is.
Hello.
Bananas. Good to see you.
I've lost it. I think I'll turn it off and turn it on.
Hello, good afternoon. Nice to see you all. And thank you for the opportunity to come along for a chat. We've got quite a diverse group on our community board. I'm a marine engineer and I get involved with big ships and do a lot of stuff with the Navy up in Auckland, none of which has got anything to do with the Regional Council. But we do have experienced people on our board who are closely involved in rural matters. And our submission has made comment on the interaction between ORC staff and the farming and general rural community and the need, as we see it, for an improvement in relationships. I've observed how Maritime New Zealand has become an extremely unpopular entity with the marine industry, focusing on rules and prosecutions rather than relationships with the industry. And I wouldn't like to see ORC going the same way. After 3 o'clock on the afternoon of the 2nd of February, many of us became a bit wiser about the subject of lead in drinking water. And in the weeks following, some of us became rather busy, and it would be fair to say that the whole thing came to us all as a bit of a surprise. I knew virtually nothing about the lead in water topic up until the public announcement, but after fielding many media phone calls and participating in radio and television interviews, I ended up becoming a bit of a pseudo-authority on the whole issue. I'm aware of the testing in the river water that has been going on in the last wee while, and that needs no further comment at the moment. But there are two issues that we do have, and one is controlling forestry plantations close to the Waikouere River catchment area to preserve the flow in dry periods. We don't know exactly what the government Three Waters reform will bring, possibly abandoning the river as a drinking water source. But that would probably not be implemented for a number of years. So we're very keen to see the entire length of the river being looked after, and some of that task, of course, rests with the Otago Regional Council. So we'd be keen to hear from you in due course about how you will go about that. The other issue is continued testing of the water as it enters the reticulated system, and I know that you'll be working closely with the DCC Three Waters team on that for the foreseeable future. And as part of that process, we do need to see transparency in keeping a very concerned community updated on all of the issues. We're concerned about the health of Blueskin Bay, as are those who commercially harvest shellfish there. And we urge you to be fastidious in your testing of that environment and in investigating the potential detrimental effects of any upcoming developments there along the shores of the bay, particularly on the southern side where there is no reticulated sewage system. There is a real concern here. We're submitting to your regional public transport plan, so I don't need to repeat any comments we will be making to that plan here, except to emphasise that the bus service to the North Coast area is very poor and needs to be improved. We enjoy a good relationship with Gary Maloney and Julian Phillips of your Transport Department, and we look forward to working closely with them in the near future. Our suggestions for an improved bus service will have budgetary consequences for your 10-year plan. I don't think you will be able to fit our suggestions into current budgets. In our submission, we asked you to provide support for the local cycle network group that has been formed to bring about cycleways. The group's in its fledgling infancy and needs an injection of practical help to get things moving, and I think this is something that you should be able to provide. And finally, I'll just repeat an invitation to any ORC councillors to come along to one of our board meetings one day, just to say hello and share some ideas. Excuse me. That's what you call a good ringtone. Let me just shut this up.
That's what we call an outside noise.
Is that the 4 minutes?
Were you about to start dancing?
That's the pipes and drums of the Royal Scots Dragoon Guards playing Highland Cathedral. I need noisy thingies. Anyway, just saying that I would invite any of you to come along to our board meetings. We do rotate them. We have them in Waikiki, Karatani, Warrington, Waitati, and we do one in the city each year. And that's about me for the moment.
Do you have those on your website?
Pardon?
Do you have a website with those meeing schedules on?
Oh yeah, it's on the DCC website, yeah.
DCC, thank you.
You just go into council meetings and scroll down through there. So we'd love to see you.
Questions? Councillor Decker.
Alistair, thank you very much. Am I right in thinking you're going to come to our regional public transport hearings as well? Or do
yes, very much so. Good. Yeah, we put one into the transport plan, which was a few weeks ago. This is the year of submissions, you know. There's zillions of them. And we put a bit of detail into that one. We've put a little bit into this one, and we'll go into a great deal more detail in the public transport one.
In that case, I'll leave my
yes, we put a fair bit of detail into the other one together with.
But thank you.
Schedules we had.
Very good submission. I'm grateful, Alistair. Thank you.
So might get round to writing it tomorrow. I haven't done it yet, but a pretty good idea what's going to go into it.
Pretty much there.
Councillor Noon.
We might seem a little bit bruised and battered, Alistair, this time of the day, but just on the point about attending community boards, I'll just take the opportunity. This is something that Marion raised relatively recently, and we just feel it's a really good exercise for us to stay connected with the boards, and so expect to see some of us rocking up.
Just let us know in advance, and then what we would normally do is put you on at the beginning of a meeting after we do the public forum stuff, and then we can have a good chat.
Cool, thank you.
That's beautiful.
We were thinking we were listening now. We thought we imagined we were coming along to listen.
You can come along to listen, you can come along to chat, you can have a dance, you do what you like. It's just be nice to see you.
Councillor Hobbs.
It's not a question, darling. It's just to say your public pronouncements and management during the lead thing was superb. Absolutely great. I think they gave enormous faith to people in the community. It's great leadership.
Thank you. We did find out that in the earlier days, a lot of the people who were calling up were looking for sensational stories.
Oh, sure.
And, you know, they'd pick on somebody, maybe a young mother or something, and then they'd go and expand on that. And then they'd ring me up, and I disappointed them because I wasn't giving them all that nonsense.
It was wonderful.
And we were just talking about facts, really.
You haven't heard any more, have you?
Yeah, no, it's quietened down quite a bit at the moment. They stopped using the mobile tankers for water, and we put 9 5,000-litre tanks around the communities. So people are still having to go along and fill their plastic containers, which the council provided. So that's a bit of a nuisance for them. A lot of people did remark that the water that comes out of those tanks is rather nice. The water that comes out of the river tastes like poo. And so in this coming financial year, there are new cartridge filtration devices going in there to attend to the taste and odour in the water. And by the time that gets done, then that water supply will be very, very good.
Well,
it'll be the most tested water in the country, I think.
Has the lead source been tracked down?
No, there was a funny thing in that there were spikes. Initially they were testing for corrosivity in the cast iron pipes. And where cast iron pipes join together, you've got a sort of male and a female, and they used to pour molten lead around there. And that can leach out. And it leaches out more if the pH of the water is reduced. But quite what would cause the water pH to reduce isn't quite clear yet. And it's quite possible that it's something to do with that in the river itself. So Yeah, they've been looking at every single thing from old rubbish tips and the mine up the head of the river and all that kind of business. So that's all going to be coming out in the next wee while. The Edinburgh Street pipes should be finished in about another 4 weeks or so.
Of the actual new pipes?
Yeah, that's the new pipes. So that's all.
Is that what we heard before? Is that what we heard before? The Edinburgh pipes.
Ha ha ha. It's been a long week for you, I can tell that. Yeah, once they get that done, and this other device that they bought from Belgium, it cost about $100,000 to bring it in. That tests the water coming in from the river into the raw water reservoir, and that does readings every 20 minutes. And if it detected any lead at all, that would immediately be fired off to the lab
That's fantastic,
up at Mount Grand, and then they can automatically just shut the thing straight off. And because they've got that, and because they're removing the old pipes, they can then say to the health department, we've mitigated everything, please let the people turn their taps on again.
Yeah.
And that's likely to happen by the end of June.
And that could be an exciting time, just to give all the air bubbles.
Oh, might have a party. Yeah. That's just the one thing that has come out of this, though, and that's the advice to everybody, not just up there, but everybody in the country. When you turn your tap on, let it run for a wee while, because there is no government control over taps and tapware that comes into the country. And if there is a lead content in it, you get a thing called plumbosolvency, that water can actually cause lead to leach out of castings. And so it's always very advisable just to run your tap first.
Thank you.
Just as there's no government rules about testing for metals in town water supplies. And I think all that's going to get washed out and it'll all change in the future.
Thank you very much indeed. Thank you for the very good work you're doing up in that area. Thanks for taking the time.
I'll look forward to seeing you.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. Biscuits. I don't know.
We haven't put the rates up there.
Water does rot your boots, so it's better off straight. We're just running it slightly ahead of schedule, but if the Strathtorrey...
to Craig Gordon?
No, just a no-show at the stage.
Okay.
So if the Strathtorrey Irrigation Company was warmed up and ready to go, we'd be happy to listen to them now.
Nice pink shirt. Well done. Pink, it is. Well done.
Oh. This big hut.
You're welcome to come and look.
Well, welcome along. Thanks very much for coming. We will give you a bell at 7 minutes, with hopefully to wrap up in about 8 minutes, another bell at 8 minutes, and then question time. So the floor is yours, and again, thanks very much for coming down.
Thank you, Councillor Malcolm, and thank you, councillors, for inviting us. So we are submitting on behalf of the Strathtorrey Irrigation Company. I'm Bevan Wilson, the chairman, and alongside me Ros Day, who is from McKee Consultancy. The most limiting factor to our region's production and community wellbeing is water reliability. Hence why we are here. We have been active for a couple of decades in trying to increase the reliability of the Torrey River. We would like to put weirs in the headwaters of the Sutton Creek, the Stony and Bergen, and through diversion races put water into the Logan Burn Dam, potentially raise the Logan Burn Dam for another 10 million cube of stored water. This would then be delivered through existing infrastructure of ownership of Manitata Irrigation Company through the Trustpower power plants and down approximately 70 kilometres of the Taieri River. Abstraction would be in the Strath-Taieri Valley. We'd envisage approximately a cubic, 1,000 litres per second extra in the 70 kilometres of the Taieri River. Our project is very much community focused, benefiting everyone, not just those receiving the water. The more water in the valley can be used in a plethora of ways. We'd also like to see and envisage one water right for the valley, and we manage it from there. As stated in the submission in front of you, it will alleviate the impact of climate change. Climate change has indicated to us that we're likely to receive more rainfall, but more sporadically in higher amounts. So water storage is paramount. We believe that this will offer diversity for agriculture and huge potential for horticulture as well. We would like to build community resilience, and we think that this is the best way to do it. A huge investment of monetary investment in local economy, unlike we're seeing with forestry. This project is particularly exciting because it's not just taking water for irrigation. There's huge environmental benefits for it, for increased flow of, for a better word, dodgy parts of the river that can get very low during summer months, and just better for sorry, words lost me now, just for the habitat throughout the river. We would also like to see development along the Taieri River, whether it be plantings, removal of crack willow and planting of better species for bank stabilisation and so forth. We believe that we align with central government's direction of small-scale community water storage, and this also couples in hydroelectric power generation, so we're using the water in multiple ways. Thank you.
Kia ora koutou, everyone. Thanks for the opportunity to be here today. I thought I would just introduce myself very quickly and my role in the project thus far. I'm a resource management consultant. I've been a planner for 20 plus years. I do some commissioner work here and there as well. I'm part of a project team that has assisted the group in their project planning and the feasibility stage under funding from the Ministry of Primary Industries. So my involvement started in about 2017, helping with project management, but also helping with some of the planning appraisals and moving the group through identifying some of the risks and costs and benefits of the project, and ensuring that they had appropriate assessments for impact assessment on the environment. So far with the MPI funding, the group has undertaken structural feasibility assessments for the Logan Burn Dam structure itself. They've undertaken preliminary assessments on the risk of the project on water quality. Earlier in 2008, there was a cultural impact assessment undertaken. They've undertaken extensive consultation with stakeholder groups and also consent appraisal. Up until very recently, the ORC has contributed positive messages for this project, and indeed was a funder, a co-sponsor of this project for the feasibility stage, and provided $80,000 worth of funding to get the group through that stage, along with other co-funders. So at this point, we would like to note that the submission is taken as read, and that you might have some specific questions for either Bevan in terms of how the scheme is intended to operate and how that would run, and if you have any more technical planning related questions, that could be directed to myself.
Councillor Hobbs.
Thank you. How does this sit within the land and water plan, proposed land and water plan?
Well, at the moment,
in terms of timing and things like that.
In terms of timing, up until very recently, all the messaging from the ORC had been very positive under the current regional water plan, in terms of storage, working collaboratively, working at catchment scale, and then obviously with the proposed plan change with the water permits introduced short-term permits, but also it introduced a restriction on the expansion of irrigation. So clearly that presented a rather big kind of showstopper for the project in that sense, but realising that the objective of the plan change is a transition to the integrated plan, the group is hopeful that the council would be able to meet and discuss the merits of this proposal, because Plan Change 7 doesn't speak to the merits of a particular project like this, that there may be opportunities to meet with councillors and workshop the merits of the proposal, the benefits for the community and the region, and then perhaps identify ways in which the new plan may be able to have enabling provisions for a project such as this, which we know central government is wanting to support and encourage in terms of water security.
Help me out with your geography. Which FMU are you involved in?
This will be Taieri.
Taieri. And when is that, people? Next year. It's the next one, is it? Yes.
Yep. I think it's the next one up.
It's the next one up.
Yes. Yep.
So within that, such like conversations are possible, aren't they?
Absolutely.
So there's a second question is,
certainly,
are you asking for money from us? I know you're asking for discussion and involvement, which I think comes through the FMU process. That's why I was just checking that. But are you also asking for money?
The idea...
Sorry, blunt.
No, well... Any funding for any specific kind of catchment-based riparian planting work, restoration work that could come as part of that catchment planning, and it would be additive, I guess, to the work that the adjoining subcatchments have received through the ministry and the Maniatoto and also the upper. Yes, absolutely. And so, in that sense, the group sees an opportunity in relation to this project. The permit applications that are already in the mix, the integrated land and management water plan that's coming up, and also any funding opportunity or funding available for the group to front foot in a cohesive and holistic sense.
Yeah, understand.
Yes, there's no kind of detail around such a funding request, but I guess just making the project visible and using and getting the message across that it could very much be a vehicle for broader catchment solutions to water management.
Councillor Calvert.
I'm sort of guessing, but I might be wrong about this, that when Plan Change 7 is finished, what it would be doing is preventing this effectively until the possibility of that being, as it were, overridden by the new land and water plan. Is that sort of where we're...
Correct. At the moment, the group has some of the primary permits in place. They organised the primary permits a number of years ago now in anticipation for the project proceeding favourably. The Plan Change 7 essentially just puts a complete halt to the project being able to advance because of the short-term for all the remaining suite of permits. But also this proposal is, the STIG project represents a chance to expand irrigation and diversify the range of land use options with that to horticulture, to use water in a different way. And the Plan Change 7 provisions at the moment restrict any expansion to irrigation to the current permits. Yeah.
You're hoping that from our point of view, that being the case, the best you can get is for the Land and Water Plan to change that landscape. But if closely talking to you over that period, you would become more or less confident that you would be able to proceed because we were heading in a direction that was likely to. Is that sort of where we're all going?
Yes. Yeah. Clearly, it's been a project and it's in long gestation. It's received substantial funding and has undertaken numerous studies. And the group is very committed to realising the implementation of the project, but also would dearly love to kind of have some positive messaging and some collaboration with ORC to see that the project has a future.
A fair chunk of the project is reliability for those existing rights. Yeah, not just all new water. Yeah. So it's giving reliability to right holders that is already there. Yeah.
Councillor Noon.
That was sort of my question, just understanding what the reliability means. Let's say everything falls into place and you eventually get approval and that. So the current, obviously, what you've currently got available is obviously limited, but a new scheme, an enhanced scheme, takes your reliability to what level, what percentage?
Well, it depends how much extra area was added, but it would, if nothing was added, it would give it 100% reliability, basically, yeah.
Just remind us.
You can never say 100, but...
yeah. In terms of
over 95.
Yeah.
Yeah. So in terms of the existing land use, obviously mainly sheep and beef, you're talking about the potential to land use change to horticulture. Is there likely to be other land use changes in your view in terms of the, I suppose, comparing with other schemes that have been enhanced over the years?
Well, there's plenty of options of what you can do with water. One thing we've ruled out is dairy. We did a project on land use and the implications about modelling. We did modelling, of the soils that we've got, and dairy was ruled out. Dairy's been ruled out as well because of basically central government view as well. It's also our view as well. And so, yeah, there's plenty of things we can do. It's also quite noticeable in the area. A lot of the properties, they won't be 100% irrigated. They're just part of the existing properties that are irrigated. So, yeah, that sort of.
Why the soils weren't suitable for dairying? Were they just free draining? There was, basically, yep.
We do have the preliminary assessment available if anyone was interested in the specifics of the soil compositions and that kind of profiling. Yep.
Councillor Deeker.
Yeah, when I read your submission, and thank you, Bevan and Ros, for it, because it's actually very clear, I noticed that Trustpower are hoping to get a 7.3% lift at Waipori, which made me think you've sort of gotten to bed with an elephant in a way. I mean, they are your main collaborating partner as far as I can tell, but power companies are notoriously precious about every litre of water they can lay hands on. And we saw that in things like Project Aqua when it was being proposed for the Waitaki. They didn't want to let anybody else have any water at all. So how are the farmers going to cope with a electricity company, a generating company, wanting to maximise every ounce of profit they can out of your proposal?
So that's when it gets down to contractual stuff, and when the water is available to be used for generation. So we would envisage that we have the power of the water, the control of the water, and whenever it goes, that naturally goes through the Paeroa and Patiaroa power stations, and if the more people that can use that water, the better. So a lot of it aligns with what we would like to do as well.
I didn't realise there were power stations at Paeroa and Patiaroa.
Yeah, so it would go through 2 power stations.
Small ones.
Councillor Scott.
Yeah. Anyway, Bevan, can I have a look at your map as well?
Certainly.
Just carry
You're
on
more than
talking.
welcome.
I need to just get a bit.
He likes maps.
Yeah,
Besotted with maps.
I'm just interested in the environmental dimension to it as well. You know, is that a story you're telling? Like, do you measure your water quality? How, you've mentioned that you're going to stop dairying. How would you actually do that,
Bevan may be able to talk to this, but at present there's no dairying within.
No, I realise that, but how would you stop dairying?
So that would just be part of...
Prevent it.
That would just be part of the company's having a share, would just be the company I envisage would just say you can use the water, but you can't use it for this or that,
Okay.
Yeah.
So there would be...
So there'd be around the guidelines and of having a share in the company.
And just the environmental story, like do you test your water quality and stuff like this? 'Cause it seems to me that was one of the whole things about Plan Change 7 and the short consents, because it was a conservative reaction to the environmental situation that we found ourselves in. But if you can tell a different story in your area, do you test your water?
Not currently, no. We drink it. That's a good enough test.
Oh, God. Can I just ask a little last question?
Yes. Yep. And his hair's still reasonably dark. Yeah.
I think what I'm reading too is that part of the project would be that you would have confidence that we would be supportive in our water plan, and that would be supportive of the company which is building it having a sort of a global consent,
yes,
which would have in it the limits to other people, and
yes,
then that company would
deal with
distribute it to its shareholders,
yes,
or however,
yes,
which would be known by us in advance when we granted the consent
yes,
to the company. Is that?
Yep.
Yeah, that's correct. And I think it's written in the submission, but the community has been well aware of the changing landscape, if you like, of water management, and has been preparing in numerous ways. Some of the likely shareholders, like for example Lone Star Farms, have been undertaking comprehensive water testing. They're aware of the soils, they're aware of the environmental limits, they're aware of the national direction, and it would be and anticipate conditions around appropriate environmental protection and land use management moving forward.
So, just a question from up here. Look, so to me, 1,000 litres a cubic second. So obviously that's for that 70 k's is going to give and I'd like you to sort of explain that, what the environmental impact that's actually going to have on the sustainability of the ecosystem within the Taieri River. So how do you see that playing out?
Just be a huge benefit, and an extra cubic through the upper Taieri scroll plain right down through, and that would and obviously at the moment there's minimum flows that are imposed, so there would be some implications around the governing of them, because there's more water going through, how that would work. But that's just, is that?
And that's good. Yep. Excellent. And with it's a huge community focus that you have. So would you envisage making an application to the Regional Land Transport for a bus service going to Middlemarch? I say that in jest. Look,
don't know if it would be widely used.
It's late in the day, we apologise.
Look, thanks very much indeed. Thanks very much for your vision for your community, and thanks very much for submitting, and thanks very much for coming along. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mike.
Thanks for your submission, Mike. Yeah, thank you. Sue?
Sue, yep.
So on our small book, page 398.
Yeah, that's it. Up there. Right.
It's just an individual. Good afternoon, too. Good afternoon. We've got a 5-minute speaking slot, so we give you a buzzer at 4 minutes to give you a reminder how far we're going through, and then a bell at 5 minutes. So you don't need to take that full time. So just whatever. Yeah, thank you.
The warning, Sue, we're all stir crazy.
You've been drinking too much lead. Kia ora koutou, and it's good afternoon, councillors and chairman. It's really nice to be here. It's nice to be able to partake in the long-term plan because the ORC is one of the pivotal organisations for looking after biodiversity, which is my great focus. It's really, I think that council's kind of turning a corner. It's fantastic that you're proposing a rates increase, and it's fantastic that you've realised that the work that you do needs to be funded, and it needs to be properly funded. And it's decades and decades of everybody being fearful of putting up rates means that we're where we are now. We're facing a biodiversity crisis and we've got water degradation. And so that's just penalising this generation and the next generation that's going to come after me. So congratulations for biting the bullet, because somebody has to do it. And
you've got some lovely ratepayers that you could meet.
Questions only, please, Councillor Hobbs.
So, of course, when it comes, I'm only going to focus on a couple of points in my submission. And so, pests and weeds. After you've protected the habitats, you need to do your protection for weeds and pests. And so, I support option 1. Because the part of the big thing with option 1 is that you're looking ahead, you're looking to predict what's coming into the region. And that's where you're going to get your biggest bang for bucks, is keeping the pests that are about to arrive out of the region. And good work on the wallabies. It's great that you've tackled that. It would have been great if they'd been tackled when they first arrived, and then we wouldn't be facing the dollars that we are now to get rid of them. It's also important to look at the community-led responses, and so they need to be increased rather than reduced. And I'm thinking there needs to be a lot of much more joined up connectedness between your pest management and your biodiversity management, because with your biodiversity management, you've already got an action plan, and I understand that you've pretty much completed the mapping of all the ecosystems in Otago, which is a fantastic job and well. But weeding is a bit annoying. Weeding is quite pesky because you're dealing with prickly, thorny things, difficult things, expensive things. So often weeds get overlooked, and there are some pretty tough weeds that need dealing with. And I think council needs to sort of prioritise and help facilitate and do some more operational work when it comes to weeds, and also to target your funding and your community support and your community-led projects to ecosystems and habitats that have been prioritised through your overall mapping system. So that's really kind of trying to join up. And it was good to read your annual plan, although one of the things that I did note with the annual plan is that there were quite large red round circles against you're meeting your targets for compliance for the regional pest management plan. And that is quite an important area, because you've got landowners and community groups doing their best on their patch that they're looking after to keep out pests and weeds, but then you might have neighbours or somebody across the valley who's not doing it. And that's not fair. And so it's no good having your strategies and plans if there's no backup, as well as education and awareness, but you do need to back up enforcement. So it'd be great to see some green dots against those targets in your next annual plan. please keep funding the Yelloweye Penguin Trust. Poiho are in serious trouble, and we're likely to lose them from Otago in my lifetime, which is pretty disheartening and soul destroying. Don't rely on the Southeast Marine Protected Areas program to be protecting marine reserves. They don't protect areas in the habitats of Yelloweye penguins. So a lot more needs to be done. So disappointed that you're putting the review of the coastal plan a little bit on the back burner. I think you've got a threatened species that's likely to go extinct within our lifetimes, and you guys have got responsibility for that, as well as DOC and Fisheries and Yelloweye Penguin Trust and iwi. And I think you don't really need to do another biodiversity strategy. You've got your biodiversity strategy. It might need updating a little bit to reflect the new national policy statement, well, the one that's coming on Indigenous biodiversity. But basically, you've got the framework there. You just need to activate it and action it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sue. Councillor Wilson.
Just checking about the Yelloweye penguin, which it's scary when you talk about it going in our lifetime, not being here. Can I just understand that better and where our best resources are put into that, or the limited resources? We've been putting money in for the Science Advisor. I understand the Yelloweye Penguin Trust have a substantial amount of money in their bank account already, but whether our efforts are better coordinating what seems to be groups doing stuff here, there and everywhere, but not actually doing it necessarily combined, or have I got the wrong picture?
I think the funding for the Yelloweye Penguin Trust and the Science Advisor is important, because I gather that position would come to an end without the council funding, and that position has been quite crucial in doing the work that you were suggesting in terms of coordinating all the different groups and pulling all the research together. We know that it's really at sea what's the problem, and it's protecting the habitat at sea. And so the habitat at sea is not protected, it's trawled, and there are set nets out and about, and those are fisheries impacts, but you also, as a result of the Motiti decision, have a responsibility to look after that Yelloweye penguin and make sure it doesn't go extinct. So you need to do that, I think, through bringing your coastal plan forward and planning for that habitat protection.
So I don't know enough about Yelloweye penguins, and apologies for that. So in the coastal plan, which we've only got a limited scope to go out, 12
miles,
would that cover their habitat, or is it? Do they go further? I don't know where the trawling distance is, sorry.
Well, it's a diving depth thing. So, yes, mostly they are within the 12 nautical miles, although we have seen them feeding out in the canyons, which are largely beyond the 12 nautical miles. But, yes, they are feeding and foraging within those areas.
And so in the coastal plan, we could have rules which would...
Yes, you could, that would protect. You can manage the effects of fishing. You can't manage the fishing and the quota management, but you can manage for the effects.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Cool. So thanks very much for taking the time to put a submission, and thanks very much for coming today to further enlighten on it. So thanks very much indeed.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Last one question.
On the same book, page 293, we have the Otago Chamber of Commerce. It's a horrible place to have that poll. Yeah. Oh. That's good.
Hello, young man.
Hello. How are you? How are we going?
Pretty good. Thanks for staying involved on a Friday afternoon, which is very, very good indeed. We have allowed sort of 8 minutes for your presentation. We'll give you a wee buzz at 7 minutes just to give you an indication we're getting close to 8 minutes, and then another bell at 8 minutes, and open up for questions. So feel free, the floor's yours.
Excellent, thank you. Those who know me will know that I won't need 8 minutes. So thanks very much for letting us come and speak to our submission today. We'll basically take the submission as read. I'll make a few general comments. Nikki is the subject matter expert, and I'll defer to her as appropriate. And then I'll talk a little bit about the pressures that businesses are facing at the moment, so because it's not easy out there. So I guess the feedback we've had from our members is obviously this is a significant rates increase. and that is a problem for the business community. We're facing significant cost increases, and any savings that can be made would be much appreciated. We're very keen for the council to start to look at some efficiencies. Ironically, I managed to find a set of your accounts that were to the 31st of December. And look, you've made some significant staff savings this year. I'm not quite sure why we need to have quite a big increase in salary costs next year. There's also going to be, there's always a lag from when you start something up as well. And I'm fairly sure that hasn't been budgeted for. So it looks like you're increasing the rates unnecessarily, at least in the first year. Well, the rates increase doesn't need to be as high. We're also we're very keen for you to look at other ways that you could fund some of this work. We do note that you are using some of your reserves, but you've got about $24 million by my reading of the numbers in reserves, and how much of those could be available for the short to medium term at least. As I said earlier, we're also concerned about whether you're going to be able to complete the work in time and in a timely manner. Any major capital works or building of teams does take time, and there does not seem to be any allowance for that in the budget. And then finally, the last of my summary points really is that we're really keen for you to support local business. There doesn't seem to be any comments about any preference for local suppliers, and as a council, I think it's part of your obligations to try and assist out the local business community. So the business sector at the moment, we've got some significant cost increases that we're facing, and most of the time we've got little control over it, which is the worst case scenario. So I've listed quite a few. So we've got electricity costs going through the roof at the moment, line charge increases as well. We've recently had the minimum wage increase. The additional costs associated with another statutory holiday. There's been an increase in sick leave provision. We're seeing raw material cost increases, shipping cost increases as well, and significant delays in shipping, which is creating a problem for many retailers and manufacturers. I know of one retailer who used to have 100 motorbikes in their showroom who's now got 3. So it is a real concern. Lease cost increases, and we've been approached by a number of people who've got leases with Chalmers property, and there is significant cost increases there, some in excess of 300%, and Chalmers still will not even look at freeholding the land as well, even though they've been asked many times. And then lastly but not least, both territorial and local authority rate increases. So they've been significant across the board. Ironically, I was in the West Coast yesterday, which is probably why I'm slightly tired today, and they're facing similar increases over there. So it's an issue for the all businesses really. So I guess my final point here is that like all these cost increases have an impact on the viability of businesses. We do not have a captive market. We just can't rate to increase our bottom line or to cover our costs. We really encourage council to start to look at efficiencies and any other way that they can do, whether it's cooperation, shared services, to look at reducing that impact.
So I think it's important that we're it's clear we are in support of the many things that are put forward, and particularly the investment in infrastructure, recognising that a substantial investment is needed. It's not saying that that's not required. It's just looking at other ways that it could be funded other than increasing the rates. So I think that's an important point to get across, that we are in support of many of the things that are put forward. It's just about how can it be funded? Is there a better way?
Councillor Calvert.
Imagine, I'm sure you haven't. Would you imagine, I'm sure you haven't actually asked your people, but that we could or should have a look to see if Port Chalmers Properties through Port Otago could give us a help in this regard?
Have we asked them directly? No, we haven't.
No. But you would imagine that that might be a synergy that you would have. Instead of putting the rates up, getting money from Port Otago. I'm just.
Yeah, look, there's many options you could potentially look at there. So, but we haven't asked our members about that. So.
Councillor Wilson.
One of the measures, and you may have covered it over, and I've too much data lately. I know that it's several years ago, I think at the last long-term plan, you came along to, I wasn't here then, and talked about starts with the depreciation levels. Yep. And I think we had them relatively short for some of the flood works.
You do.
And is that one of the things that we could do now that would actually have a drop in if we extended those out still? Is that still relevant?
Yes. Look, at the last time I was lucky enough to submit here on behalf of the Chamber, I made an observation that your depreciation, useful life of the asset is very short. So, for instance, I think the example I used was the Leith Lindsay flood protection area. That asset is probably a 50-year asset, and you would depreciate it over a 20-year period. And that becomes an intergenerational argument. It's something that, at some stage the council should address, because, that asset is going to be there for a long period of time, but it's only going to be costed against 20 years. So it is,
Is it the sort of thing that if we did now would actually have quite a big effect on the rates?
It could, but I'm sure your finance people have modelled it a hell of a lot better than I have in the back of the envelope.
Okay.
Could be checked quite easily, Councillor Wilson.
Thank you.
Councillor Noon.
Yeah, two questions. One was you touched on, Grant, the buy local policy.
Yes.
And I remember along with the city, they came up with a formula. It might have been if the contractor submitted a price it was within 10% or something like that. That's what you're suggesting, having a policy that gave preference to local providers with some sort of
within a wee band.
Yeah, within a wee band. That's what it is.
So normally for a procurement policy or an assessment of a procurement process, you'll have in weighted attributes.
Able to deliver on time, etc., etc.
Yeah, correct. It's normally price, quality, and then there'll be other aspects that you add to it. It might be sustainability, it might be local, whatever it is. I guess what we're asking for here is for that local business community, can we look at having some preference for local, and that might be a percentage of the assessment for a procurement process has a local component. I know Dunedin City Council did something recently, during COVID, that they upped that percentage. So,
the other question, Mr. Chairman, I had was, you quoted the Chalmers property ground lease increase of 300%. It was obviously an example that you'd heard about. With other landowners who lease land to people who lease their building or whatever, would you say that is it a bit out of kilter with what the market's doing?
So there's a couple of issues.
I'm trying to ask that question carefully because.
Yes. Yep. Yeah. So there's a couple of issues that I see at the moment that you've got. The two issues I see is, one, there's been a fundamental change in the discount rates in New Zealand, and that's not currently been reflected in ground cost leases. So if you take this time last year, you could go to the bank and you could give an interest rate of about 2 to 2.5%. Now you go to the bank and you give an interest rate of 1%. As an example, Chalmers Property are still using a discount rate of 6.5 to 7%, which is way out of kilter with what there should be for a lease. So there's a fundamental change. Now, it takes time for that flow through into the marketplace. The second thing you have is when you have a company like Chalmers Property that has a large bulk of land, they then basically become the dictator of what the ground lease is, because they'll fight you tooth and nail until they get effectively what they think the ground rent is. So it is not a fair playing field.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Councillor
Just make the comment that whenever we've sort of challenged the court on this, they've always actually said that that the leasehold land is available for purchase.
Well, I know for a fact that someone recently offered to buy the land and they were turned down.
Yeah, but was it price or was it concept?
It didn't even get that far. The response was, since COVID has arrived,
Oh, okay.
They're not selling any property.
Okay. Thank you.
Any further questions? 7 Queenstown. Good.
Thank you.
Thanks very much for taking your Friday afternoon. Thanks very much for the submission, and thanks very much for the comments through it. So,
and if you can get rid of the rabbits at Patiaroa, it would be much appreciated. As a complete aside.
As a Chamber of Commerce, you're saying everywhere.
There as well.
Does that mean the rates go back up now?
I thought Maniatoka was one of the success stories, actually.
Not at Patiaroa.
Aren't you paying?
Lifestyle blocks, it's called.
No, not in the middle of town. Anyway, right, thank you.
Thank you. Thanks very much.
I did, I know.
Page.
It's got two separate ones. So I'll let him.
Just hold them for a tick, and I'll just let me get to my page, eh?
Conflict of interest over here.
She's doing a great job. Don't distract her.
Oh, you just knew that. Plus 3 new. I don't know.
156 and 199. Guardian of Lake Wanaka and Guardians of Lake Hawea, and we will go to page 156 first, and he's coming through now, so he'll be on Zoom and coming through. Don, welcome.
Hi, Don.
Are you there? You got us?
Smile. Yeah.
You can hear me?
Yes, we
got
can.
you. Got you. Good. Don, we have a buzzer at, we'll ding a bell at 7 minutes, and then for you to give a final wrap up for an 8-minute time slot. So the time is yours now, and take your submissions as being read. Will you start with the Guardians of Lake Wanaka?
Okay.
Or combine them? What do you?
It'll be combined.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yep. So appointed by the Ministry of Conservation. Guardians of Lake Hawea serve the Hawea Community Association as a subcommittee. My background, some 40 years in ocean science. Our comments from the Guardians are confined to what we see as the lack of focus in the long-term plan on water quality and ecosystem health, including biodiversity status and biosecurity risks of the 3 deep water lakes, Hawea, Wanaka and Wakatipu in the Upper Lakes Rohe. Each of these lakes face a similar environmental threat or set of threats, and a lack of understanding of key attributes and processes and absence of evidence-based management puts all 3 lakes at risk of accumulating nutrients, sediments, toxins and pathogens through the human development in the catchments and the establishment of new invasive pest plants and animals. So risks to these very important Otago lakes are not acknowledged or addressed in the long-term plan. The entire economic, social and cultural well-being of the communities living beside and enjoying those deepwater alpine lakes is entirely dependent on the lakes remaining in a pristine state. And we contend that this will not happen in the absence of evidence-based management of the lakes. And we don't see any evidence in the long-term plan of the intent to raise the level of monitoring and research supporting active management or the development of stakeholder or community engagement processes that would assess existing information, recommend new research and monitoring to support management actions and policy review. We're also concerned that if this doesn't happen, then many of the compulsory values in the new National Policy Statement for Freshwater Management may not be met. So we believe that the long-term plan should include specific objectives to ensure commitment to sufficient monitoring and research to substantially raise our level of understanding of these deep water lakes and their processes, to continue to take a minimal approach to understanding of the lakes places their health at risk. You've all seen and experienced the central government initiatives around urgency for enhanced water management across New Zealand, and partly as a result of that, we expected to see more of a response from ORC regarding its monitoring and research of the alpine lakes. We're concerned that the very large marginal areas of the lakes that are most exposed to catchment land use runoff and the huge water volumes in the deep basins are not being researched or monitored, and yet that's likely where most of the action is happening. Much of the colder tributary inflow into the lakes is likely to sink down to these basins carrying nutrients, toxins, sediments and organic matter. And the lake's margins and deep basin changes, including, for example, nutrient accumulation or oxygen depletion, would be unlikely to be detected by ORC's very limited and shallow offshore measurements at only a few surface sites around 10 metres deep in these lakes. So these limited measurements wouldn't provide a good basis to determine with confidence that the lakes are in a stable condition and in a good state of ecosystem health. You probably recall in 2017, ORC commissioned NIWA to carry out a review of ORC's state of the environment monitoring programs for river and lake water quality and ecology. And NIWA recommended that in light of their very high regional and national values and potential for change in condition, ongoing monthly sampling of open waters sites on Lakes Wakatip, Wanaka and Hawea is highly recommended. The sampling of these lakes should be modified to ensure that a full vertical water column is profiled on every sampling occasion for water temperature and dissolved oxygen, with periodic profiling of nutrient conservations. We believe that these recommendations should be specifically addressed in the long-term plan. We note that the ORC states that over the next 10 years, you'd work closely with communities at a water catchment level to improve the quality of our precious waterways. The Guardians strongly support this statement and agree that close community collaboration is essential for successful water management. However, in the long-term plan, this sentiment is expressed regarding only very polluted Lake Hayes. No such attempt is evident in the long-term plan with respect to the 3 deepwater lakes. The consultation document talks about more investment in monitoring networks and environmental studies. And while we strongly support the intent of these statements, Guardians are concerned that the absence of any specific reference to these 3 lakes means that ORC may carry out these actions in other less challenging and possibly lower priority areas of Otago. We support ORC's planned community outcomes, but our concern is that in the absence of more specific statements of intent regarding the 3 lakes, another decade will go by without progress on evidence-based management towards these desired community outcomes. And that's been the situation really for all 3 lakes for the last 150 years. We've some concern about the lack of specificity regarding the absence of any reference to the large and important lake ecosystems in the long-term plan. We see broad generic reference to environmental monitoring, including aspects of biodiversity and biosecurity, but the word research doesn't appear in the whole of parts 1 to 3 of the long-term plan. We're also concerned that the high importance of the lakes and their future to Kaitahu won't be addressed if the current lack of progress towards understanding the ecosystem health of these deepwater lakes continues. This is the theme that I've been riveting on about now for the last decade, and I am seeing slow signs of change in ORC, but I still think we've got a long way to go. Thanks.
Councillor Hobbs.
Thanks, Don. I'd hate to not treat this seriously, but what I'm hearing from you is that if we changed wording by making specific reference to monitoring, etc., to apply and name the 3 lakes, that would meet some of your, or is that just facile?
No,
sorry.
Not facile. The absence of naming isn't consistent with the naming of Lake Hayes.
Right, I understand that in a sense. The second question I want to ask is about what do we call those things? Those monitoring buoys, yeah, as they put them. And so we haven't got one in Hawea at the moment, correct?
Correct.
Right. And you're talking about them being in only 10 metres and they should be out in deeper areas.
No. At the moment, there's none in any of the 3 lakes. I know that ORC has the intent to put one in each of Wakatif and Wanaka by the end of June.
Right.
And they will profile maybe down to 100 metres.
Okay.
But again, if we're to understand these lakes, it's not the question of whether or not we have buoy in them, but how many dozens. You know, we have to think of these lakes as quite large, complex ecosystems, and single observation points are not going to tell us very much about the process.
So if I were looking, and I'll use Wakatipu for an example, I would have something down in the Kingston Arm, something up in the Glenorchy Arm, some around some of the shallower areas, because wouldn't I understand that there would be more runoff from housing, etc., in those areas, or not? Is that what you're looking at? The spread of where they go and the different environments?
Yeah. Yes, spread would be good. Only a part of the problem and a part of the solution.
Okay.
We would need to have, in my view, an active 5 to 6 year minimum monitoring program, research program, funded by MB to the tune of maybe, I don't know, $12 to $15 million, that would actually get these lakes on an understanding basis, something that we don't have and we're not likely to get. We'll get little snippets with buoys if they're established and maintained properly, but even when they're in place, they're only going to be able to go down to about 100 metres max. We've got these 3 lakes is sort of 350 to 400 metres in the basin.
Okay.
Councillor Wilson.
Where to start? The first question I've got is that when people are separately rated in community groups for certain projects, as we do with flood protection and we're talking about Lake Hayes, the suggestion we've been toying around as we've asked questions is about having liaison groups in the community, because you obviously as guardians want to have some specific knowledge that we don't always understand, because we may be collecting it for other purposes, or for statutory purposes rather than the bigger picture purposes that you may have. Would you see that guardians would be in a good place to be on a liaison group that may help us come up with the science that we're looking to research and minimising some costs when we do that? So where do we invest? Basically, we go through the lens of using a guardians group to say, does this work for you as well? Would that help?
Yes, it would. But, and the but is another one that I've been going on about for a while. There is no formal process owned and committed to by stakeholders, a formal process that assesses all the existing information, looks for the gaps, looks for potential solutions based on the existing information, proposes new research. If we're really serious about managing these huge, amazing assets, then we're going to have to look at some effort, and we're going to have a formal stakeholder process with buy-in from MFE, LINZ, councils, community, and we don't have that. We don't have any sign of that.
The land and water plan, and 2, integrated catchment stuff that some people have been talking about for a long time. I would anticipate that we should be at a governance level championing for that, for those parties to be around the table to get to that point. And I think there's obviously very clear indication that we should be at that level, making sure there's other parties rather than just the ratepayer paying for them, given their significance.
They have national significance.
Absolutely.
And I think that's been acknowledged by parliamentary commissioners.
Councillor Noon.
Yeah, Andrew Noon. Don, how are you?
Hi, Andrew.
Hi. Good. Hey, look, the conclusions with regards to the State of the Environment Monitoring Review done in 2017, now that we've got a new freshwater policy framework, would those conclusions now be a mandatory requirement to deliver on them, or like they were in 2017, that's not a mandatory requirement?
I think they would. It would depend to some extent on how the National Policy Statement for Freshwater Management is interpreted. And I guess it's early days with that, but certainly I would see the National Policy Statement, the one gazetted last year in August, September, would certainly put in a very strong case, or could be interpreted as helping a very strong case for the kinds of recommendations that the NIWA review made.
Thank you.
Councillor Scott.
Yeah, just briefly, I think, thank you for your insights. It seems to me a lot of your frustration, or a lot of what you're talking about, is that organisational development, where at the moment we're still in this policy space and we're trying to get up to speed to get a science perspective. So we've significantly increased the state of the environment, but in terms of detailed stuff in catchments and lakes, in my view, we've still got a lot to do. We don't have a science director. To me, it's an organisation that if we really want to deliver, we need to continue to evolve. Do you have any further advice? Do you agree with what I've just said? Or do you have any advice to help us actually get there?
More or less agree with that, but I think the history has shown that it's difficult for councils to maintain a science team long enough and strong enough to manage these sorts of ecosystems, and that's why I'm suggesting that the ideal solution, sorry to be a bit pie in the sky, would depend on significant funding, a bit like the 380 Lakes project funded by MB for Cawthron and GNS.
Okay, I see.
Similar program, similar scale, similar time span for each of these three lakes to get a good baseline understanding of what it is that needs to be done to ensure they stay the way they are. That's assuming they're okay now.
Thank you.
And if they're not, we need a process to assess information that would be gained by such research, and a process to turn that research into management action. Policy decision.
Thank you. That's helpful.
Sorry, one last question that's a totally different point. Yesterday we had Fiordland Marine Guardians in talking about marine pest pathways. You raise in your submission the issue with lake pests being introduced by recreational or other boats and things. I'm just wondering, as we develop up, or we could consider whether we should be doing a marine pest pathway and when we could do that, you're suggesting it should be wider than just marine, I presume? And that we should be looking at boats that could go between marine and lake and everything else, spreading pest plants.
I guess if the marine vessel's only going to marine, then that's simpler. Well, actually, not many marine organisms will survive in the lakes anyway, so
okay, and
vice versa. But yeah, a variety of means of transport, boats being one. But I think incoming fishermen from the Northern Hemisphere, possibly with moist salt waders, quite possibly introduce Didymo and Lindavia Lake Snow to the South Island.
COVID's doing a wonderful job at the moment for that.
Yep.
Except it's still there.
We're stopping anything else coming, yeah.
Don, thanks very much for your time today, and thanks very much for the work you're doing, and also thanks very much for the submissions that you've put in. They're very much appreciated and certainly given us plenty to think about, and hopefully we can get actions going in the right direction for you. So thanks very much indeed. Thank you.
Thank you. And you'll be able to stretch your legs.
So
I'm just going to take a 2-minute breather. So I've just got to do one wee job. Using up your Friday afternoon to come and see us. Very much appreciated.
last but not least.
Yeah, no, thanks.
We allow an 8-minute speaking slot. We'll give you a buzzer at 7 minutes and another one at 8 to round up, and then we'll have question time. But feel free to stop a lot sooner if you wish.
Fantastic. Well, I imagine we all just want to get to the pub, so I'll be quick.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
But yeah, thank you for having me, and apologise for not being more readily available. I know it's now after 5. We had a court date that we're trying to work around. Let me get through this quickly so we can go. We before you have probably guessed that I'm here to talk about Lake Hayes, and we'll get to that. Before I do, I just wanted to acknowledge the massive job that the council has in developing a new RPS and land and water plan.
Thank you.
It's absolutely huge, and we really support the upfront conversation that you have about the costs. I think that's really the only way of addressing that and selling that to the public, is to be truthful to them. And at the end of the day, the environment is critical to us all, and we shouldn't shy away from spending money on things that are important. So we're pleased about that. And in the fishing game submission, we've suggested some areas of focus that would be really useful to make sure there's enough money to do well. And I'll trust that to take that as read. When it comes to Lake Hayes, Fishing Game has been pretty vocal, and we have strong opinions on the way that the funding should be split. That doesn't say anything about the project itself. We're very pleased that you are investing in Lake Hayes, and we really do want to see that water body rehabilitated. We simply want people to be aware of the issue, and what we see is quite a serious issue of where responsibility may or may not lie. The point for us is quite simple. The idea of making beneficiaries pay for environmental rehabilitation is simply wrong. That's not the right way to approach the issue. It's not an infrastructure project. It's not a service that's being provided. We're trying, as council, as representatives, democratic representatives, we're trying to right a wrong that's happened. And so we'd really like the approach to be in line with the aims of environmental restoration. If for no other reason, then we don't want it to disincentivize action. If the people who are going to benefit from rehabilitation are going to push for it, then making them also pay for it is going to disincentivize things. And it's not just isolated. We're not just thinking about people in Lake Hayes catchments. When we started talking about this issue and whether we should speak up, we thought about all of the waterways in Otago that could or should be rehabilitated, and we thought about who would do that and who will push for that, and how we encourage that to happen. And when we were the first to put up our hands and say, well, we're a Dunedin office, if work needs to be done in Dunedin, and I can think about, needing to upgrade the Dunedin stormwater system, well, we should pay for that. We bear responsibility there. So we're not just thinking about this one particular issue. We're thinking about the management approach and the funding approach, and how that could roll out across the region. And we very much wouldn't like to see this idea of beneficiaries paying be rolled out across the region. So in general, the relief that we're seeking is really quite simple. We're seeking that the whole of the Lake Hayes catchment pay for the majority of the rehabilitation bill. And we acknowledge that there are district and regional and national elements to the issue, and we're comfortable with those wider parties also paying a portion of it. So we're looking for those, as it's described in the consultation document, the areas 1 and areas 2 to just be the whole catchment. That's me.
Really clear. Roger, what kind of split then are you? What's in your head in terms of percentages for the catchment area people and for the wider regional folk?
Well,
we can't send a bill to people in Wellington.
No.
So what's your idea about that?
Well, we certainly think the majority should be paid by people within catchment. I was comfortable with I think it's 7.5% district and national. I forget what it is for Queenstown.
Whole of region.
Yeah, whole of region. So we were relatively comfortable with the other breakdowns, although I was intrigued how we were getting the national money, wasn't it?
There's Lake Hayes, there's Queenstown, and there's everyone in Otago.
Everyone in Otago, excellent. Yeah. That's what
we could try as a first. Councillor Wilson.
My issue with Lake Hayes is a different one, and it's because I frequently see photos and videos of rabbits up there. And I'm going to ask Fish and Game is, what can, a totally different question, is there something we could be doing with Fish and Game for pest control that may incentivise your guys who are they have guns and they've got things of ways of getting rid of some of these pests. Should we be working more closely with you for a targeted approach to the control of rabbits and some of our other pests?
Yeah, I think that is a good idea. We know that the people who hunt game and fish, that's not the only thing they do.
I appreciate that.
They're doing lots of different things. I'm not sure off the top of my head what a program could look like, but I'd certainly be keen to explore that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Interesting idea.
Well, it came when you started talking about the exacerbators, because I do recall a letter to the editor which talked about the Calamitization Society, which was your precursor, which is where some of these pests come from. But I think that there is an opportunity, especially with wallaby, deer, pigs, understanding some areas that need to be actually exterminated completely, and where we shouldn't consider that those become long-term hunting areas, where they are just a complete and utter pest because of the biodiversity losses.
Right.
Yeah. And whether we can actually start having a grown-up conversation about saying, when you're hunting, we're not hunting just to leave the females or just to leave the babies to come on, if that makes sense.
The certainly is something that we may be able to point you in the right direction with. It's a little bit outside of my area. I'm more of an environmental focus in my role.
I thought we all were.
Yeah. but the other one that comes to mind is the Big Game Council. They may also have contacts who could be pointing you into local contacts.
Yeah.
Thank you.
It's
a small game.
Yeah.
This is not a target.
Nigel, just a question around Lake Hayes funding. And I'm not sure whether you're aware, but the local community go back a step, $14 million project. The local community have secured, they haven't got it in the bank, but they've secured 11 million, okay? Our part of our contribution, or not ours, but from the ratepayers of Otago, is about 3.5 or thereabouts. So let's say 70% is being contributed pretty much by the local community with their networks, etc. Have you still got the same view with regards to Lake Hayes now, knowing that information?
I do. To me, it makes it seem like even more of a reasonable proposition to have the catchment pay for it, because it's already not the majority. It's a much more reasonable figure for the catchment to be kicking in.
Mr. Scott.
Are we, as a council, making headway, Plan Change 7, Plan Change 8, Lake Hayes, degraded waterways?
I couldn't comment on the court case with Plan Change 7. We're a party to that, and it would get in a lot of trouble.
Good answer.
My feeling, talking with ORC staff about the general approach of the Otago Regional Council, is that things are moving in a good direction. So I'd be keen to work with staff and continue to move it in that positive direction.
Any further questions? Nigel will give you the rest of the day off. Look, thanks very much for the work that you're doing, and thanks very much for making your submissions, and thanks very much for coming along to see us.
Thank you.
Thank you, Nigel.
Cheers. And just before you all rush away, we'll take another 10 minutes to summarise. 10! Which I'll do in about 2 minutes. What are we still online? We are still online.
I'm still here.
Cool. Listen, what I'd like to just before we leave, and if there is anyone listening, and this will be recorded, is to thank our submitters over the last 2 days, and everyone else that has submitted on our long-term plan. It's absolutely critical for us. It's great to see so much honesty and passion for Otago and Otago's environment. So I think that's absolutely critical. The community clearly wants action from the RRC. They want the RRC to show some real environmental leadership, but they want to be very sure that we are resourced to do that job. So that's pretty critical. The long-term plan actually shows that we have been listening, but now what we need to do, in my opinion, is to back our CE and back our staff, but have to be very careful that we're actually going to deliver on what our community wants. So we've got a heck of a challenge. we're going to have to think over the next week to 10 days, because we have some big decisions to make. We're going to have to be very careful that we've got the funding models correct, and that we're not going to let our community down, we're not going to let our staff down, and we're not going to let Otago down. So thanks very much for your times, and have a jolly good weekend. And
you've been it's a hard job you've just done. Yeah. Well done. Thank you.
No problem.
Just move a vote of thanks to the chair.
Jasmine, Mike, and all the rest.
And I was just about to say that.
Very much.
And the team.
Thanks, Jess. Also giving the stuff to us. We appreciate it.
Absolutely.
And a vote of thanks to Jasmine. Yep. A vote of thanks to Jasmine. Thank you.
I hope Richard's shouting is nice.
Thanks, Brian.